The score is 28-9. People like to talk about 28-3, but no, sorry, I'm gonna have to be a snob about this. Many people won't taste the difference, but if you want the best of the best, reach for the vintage and go for 28-9. I think you'll enjoy it. It's the highest anyone's ever been, with a minute and a half left in the third quarter of Super Bowl 51, largely because of what immediately precedes it. The New England Patriots have finally scored a touchdown. Down 25 points, they needed it quickly. What they produced instead was this arduous, lurching drive full of runs and short passes that ran more than 6 of the remaining 23 minutes off the clock. Minutes they just do not have to spare. When Tom Brady finally drops one into James White from 5 yards out, well, sure, it's the very least they can do. So they set up for the extra point and trot out Stephen Gostkowski, one of the most automatic kickers of all time, to complete the paperwork. Yeah, NFL rules now set the distance for the extra point a few yards back from where it used to be, but paperwork is still all we see it as. When he clangs it off the right upright, it makes the sound you hear when you're attempting to close the program without saving your work. You can literally hear them losing. After all that, the Patriots still can't bring it to double digits. It just is not their night. On the next play, the Patriots further debased themselves by lining up for the onside kick, one of the most graceless and stupid-looking things in the world of sports. If the extra point is paperwork, the onside kick is, check fraud. Your job is to kick it to yourself, but the rules say you have to kick it at least 10 yards, so you have to make it bounce as awkwardly as possible before you pick it up.
What we're about to see is a level of desperation rarely seen in football. A team in such dire straits that they felt compelled to kick onside before the game has even reached the fourth quarter. It's something that, if you're lucky, carried about a 20% success rate back then. While the Pats don't initially telegraph their intentions with personnel, they do show a look that they typically don't on kickoffs, with 4 Patriots bunched tightly on either side of kicker Stephen Gostkowski. That should be an obvious sign of what's about to happen. Yet, the Falcons are lined up like it's a regular old kickoff. When the Pats stay in this look, even as Gostkowski approaches the ball, it removes any ambiguity. But somehow, the Falcons initially retreat even after Gostkowski strikes the ball. It's like the mere idea of an onside kick has never even crossed Atlanta's mind. And it just doesn't matter. Everything's been coming up Falcons, and everything's continuing to come up Falcons. They recover the kick, still stumbling into doing the one final thing they needed to do to extinguish the one remaining molecule of doubt. This is now a formality. All they have to do is dot some I's and cross some T's on the last page of paperwork to acquire their very own shiny new Vince Lombardi trophy.
After living in New York for a little over 2 years, I just knew I had to be back home in Atlanta to watch the Falcons try to pull off the unthinkable. I had to be surrounded by my people to fully appreciate what I was watching. I mean, as a Falcons fan, this is a moment that rarely happens. The last time my team made the Super Bowl, I was a snot-nosed 6-year-old, barely comprehending the full importance of the big game. Fast forward almost 20 years later, there was no chance I would pass on the opportunity to watch the team that I grew up with go for it all in the city that I love. And what I was watching was pure domination. Not only were the Falcons crushing on all levels, but they were doing it against the goddamn Patriots. Seeing the smug look wiped off Tom Brady's face was pure bliss. For a moment, it seems as if my friends and I were the happiest we had been in our entire lives. There was talks of which one of the finest, let's just say clubs that Atlanta has to offer that we would go to celebrate at. This was a moment that a city and a franchise had been waiting on for years, and it was finally happening.
Now Atlanta takes over, already on the fringe of field goal range thanks to their onside kick recovery. If the Patriots want to even fantasize about winning this ballgame, okay, here's what it'll take. First, it will require holding the Falcons offense, a unit whose 540 points constituted one of the NFL's 10 greatest ever scoring seasons, without points for at least 3, possibly 4, consecutive possessions, barring future onside kick recoveries. Well, not including those that were terminated due to the end of a half. The 2016 Falcons had 160 drives. They scored on 92 of them, over 57%. while rarely going more than even 2 consecutive possessions without putting points on the board. Oh, and New England's got to combine that Herculean defensive effort with squeezing in, at a minimum, 2 touchdowns, 2 2-point conversions, and a field goal of their own just to force overtime. The Atlanta Falcons have finally done it.
Comfortably in Patriots territory, the brilliant Matt Ryan immediately finds tight end Austin Hooper for a 9-yard gain. Maybe they'll end this drive with a touchdown, or maybe they'll settle for a field goal. And field goal might be more tasteful. Either way, it's time to stamp this envelope and ship it. This isn't just any Super Bowl, because this isn't just any point in history. What happens on this field tonight is inseparable from the political climate at this time. There are millions of people who, still reeling from a crushing material defeat, are clinging to these Atlanta Falcons for at least some purely symbolic victory, however small. These people have been big Falcons fans for precisely 2 weeks. Some are fans of other teams who have hopped on the bandwagon. Some couldn't even tell you the rules of American football. Millions more have been die-hard Falcons loyalists for decades. Through every euphoric rise, nauseating collapse, weirdo head coach, electrifying athlete, and bewildering turn of events. This moment, though, is a first. Nearing the fourth quarter, the Falcons are up huge. It's a victory procession very few players or fans ever get to experience. After spending their entire 51-year existence, off in a distant world, completely isolated from real consequence, the Atlanta Falcons have spent the last 2 months destroying all comers and playing their way directly into the center of the universe. Few teams have ever played on a stage this large, and few teams have ever looked so invincible. This is an exhilarating, perfect moment. So let's just take a minute to enjoy it. Let's stay a little while. Something happens when you draw a line through North Georgia that runs exactly north-south. It doesn't even need to be more than a few hundred yards wide. Up in Cherokee County, there's a town named Ball Ground, so named because the Cherokee people play games of Anetsa in this area. Anetsa is a Cherokee variant of stickball, and its meaning, little brother of war, is appropriate. It was sometimes thought of as a stand-in for war, a substitute that would actually resolve disputes over things like property, or perhaps even land, without resorting to actual conflict. It was an elegant solution that seems eons ahead of its time. There's a report of one particular match held in 1834, making it perhaps one of the last great Anetsa games before the Cherokee were forced out of their homeland by the United States government. It sounds so much like the football that would follow a century and a half later. The object of the game was to send the ball through the goalposts. It was played by 18 on each side, typically on Saturday afternoons in the fall, on a field that stretched a little longer than 100 yards. Everyone turned out to watch. $1,000 bets were placed on the game. Before and during the match, cultural traditions dominated the proceedings. Supporters cast spells on their opponents, not unlike today's fans who spend all week talking trash at their rival. It's easy to look at sports today and think of them as a corporate invention, but they're no more of an invention than singing, dancing, acting, or any of the other things that make us human. These are things that have always been part of us, and always will. In the ensuing decades, the oppressors who stole all this land fought over it and ultimately destroyed it. Almost exactly due south of this spot, nearly 100 years later, we see another collection of athletes harnessing sports as an alternative to warfare. The Great War is destroying Europe, as humans have invented horrifying new ways to maim and kill each other. America is being dragged in, and the future of the entire world is uncertain. And all the while, one man is unbothered. John Heisman is in the lab. Georgia Tech's head coach has spent the war years building one of the first great American sports dynasties. Much more importantly, he spent his time in Atlanta evolving the sport of football into the game that we recognize today. He's perfecting the forward pass, a rule he spent years tirelessly advocating for. He's insisting on 4 quarters instead of 2 halves. He's telling his quarterbacks to yell hike before they take the snap. He's telling his centers to actually snap the ball to the quarterback instead of rolling it to him on the ground. It was as though there was no war in Europe, or any Europe at all. Instead, Heisman was obsessed with the beauty of football, a thing that's kind of like stabilized war in a controlled, non-lethal state. It gave every violent thing inside of people a place to go. In these 2 moments, sports served as a sort of refuge, an alternative to conflict, mostly untouched by the realities of the time and place. And it's appropriate that along this thin little ray of time, we see it happen a 3rd time, half a century later. You know all about it. In the 1960s, the war in Vietnam is scaling up. Americans are perpetually worried that they're on the brink of nuclear annihilation. At home, art and culture are being turned upside down. Politics are beginning to fracture in a way that will later prove permanent. Women are fighting for equal rights. The South, and Atlanta in particular, is a focal point of the civil rights movement. And swooping directly into the middle of all of it, like a lost bird in a Kmart, are these Atlanta Falcons. This logo will eventually be redesigned into something sleeker and more aggressive, but for now it's perfect. The beady-eyed face, the dopey, somewhat mortified facial expression. It looks like it walked into the wrong restroom. Regardless, the city of Atlanta rallied around this big fella.
And in a city as diverse as Atlanta, a lot of the fans don't have much in common but looking forward to Sundays. From the wealthy suburbs of North Atlanta to the forgotten streets of East Atlanta, people with vastly different upbringings and values, whether racially or economically, toss that to the side in the name of the Falcons. I may not personally know you and what you stand for, but for 4 quarters, if you're rocking black and red, we're family. Falcons fans are like the parents of a disappointing child. The team may fall flat on their face over and over, but we'll always begrudgingly be there to show support and love. We can talk shit about our team because that's our child, but don't you dare speak ill of them if you're not part of the family, because one day we hope they'll finally get it right, and when they do, we'll be there.
It was only a matter of time. For decades, the AFL and the NFL had avoided the South, which was considered to be college football territory. Major pro football mostly kept to the Northeast and Midwest, with a couple of ventures into California. It wasn't until 1960 that they finally put teams in Texas. Take away the map and it's not even clear that the South exists. But in terms of economy and population, the region was getting too big to ignore. When the Falcons moved in with their baseball counterparts, the Braves, both became the teams of the South. There just wasn't anyone else around. To this day, step into a hole-in-the-wall bar or diner in Alabama or Tennessee or the Carolinas, and you still might see ancient Falcons and Braves stuff on the wall. It was all theirs. Land nobody else wanted. It was brought there by insurance exec and Atlanta native Rankin Smith after he put up $8.5 million, which at the time was the highest price ever paid for an American sports franchise. One of his first moves was such an ambitious one that 50 years later it sounds like a joke. He was going to hire the most famous coach on earth. Vince Lombardi's Green Bay Packers had won 2 NFL championships, and they were on their way to a 3rd when Smith called him up to hire him away. He just went for it. Most amazingly, it almost worked. According to Smith, they'd shook hands on bringing Lombardi to the Falcons, and the media reported that it was just about a done deal. Of course, Lombardi reconsidered, stayed with the Packers, won the NFL championship that season, then won Super Bowl I, then won Super Bowl II. But before he did, Lombardi recommended his assistant coach for the job. Smith listened, figuring that if he couldn't have Vince Lombardi as the Falcons' first head coach, he'd get the next best thing. His name was Norb. Alright, here's what we're looking at. See this guy here? This line? That's 500. The break-even point. That's where you are if you've won exactly as many games as you've lost. As the winningest team in NFL history, the Packers are somewhere way up there. Now, here's the first Falcons game in 1966. They are now officially below 500. Here they are finishing their first season with a 3-11 record, and the 54 seasons that have followed, they have never made it back to that line. You know what we always say around here. Who cares?
The Falcons followed up that inaugural 1966 campaign in which they lost 11 of 14 games by losing 12 of 14 games in each of the next 2 seasons. Now, you'd expect any new expansion squad to struggle for a while until they get their feet under them, but you wouldn't expect this. It just gets worse and worse the more you examine. So, let's examine more. Here you can see, relative to the rest of the league, exactly how bad their offense was at scoring points, and exactly how good their defense was at allowing points. This is how that manifested itself in each of their 42 games through those first 3 seasons. It's a thing of beauty. In nearly a third of them, they just chose to drink that Romeo and Juliet potion and play dead, with 11 different losses by at least 30 points. The biggest win the Falcons of this era had was simply in getting their first ever draft pick to sign on the dotted line of a contract. When they selected University of Texas All-American linebacker Tommy Nobis first overall in the 1966 NFL Draft, they were competing just to secure his rights with the AFL's Houston Oilers, who'd also drafted him 10 minutes later in their league's draft. Nobis was an incredible player who both teams desperately wanted. The Oilers put the full court press on, utilizing an astronaut to recruit him while in outer space. Owner Bud Adams used his deep oil pockets to make a more appealing offer. He even said if Nobis chose Houston, he'd take him on his plane and let him sign his contract above his collegiate stadium. Ultimately, Nobis chose Atlanta in the more highly regarded NFL, and he went on to become a perennial Pro Bowler and one of the great Falcons of all time, even if that caused some astronomical sadness.
When Hecker was fired 3 games into the 1968 season, he was so damn happy. He was finally free after a head coaching tenure that had resulted in 4 wins and 26 losses. This wasn't totally a referendum on Hecker's coaching ability. He'd later join the Niners coaching staff and win multiple Super Bowls there. It's just that brand new teams lose a lot. Regardless though, no coach with this long a leash had ever done this much losing. When the 504 coaches who have ever coached in an NFL game are plotted by their wins and losses, Norb Hecker's 4-26 record is all by itself.
A big driver of those first few dark seasons, as you might expect, was poor quarterback play. The first QB in franchise history was Randy Johnson, who the Falcons bookended with Nobis to close out the 1966 NFL Draft's first round. He was arguably the worst quarterback each of his first 2 seasons, posting identical passer ratings of 47.8 in each. Then an injury-plagued third season in 1968 opened the door for backup Bob Berry's first career extended playing time, and he also underwhelmed. But he was better than Johnson and was named the starter for the 1969 season. Berry and then Johnson would each get hurt and replace one another, but they played surprisingly well when healthy. As a result, the Falcons, outscored by over 200 points in each of their previous 3 seasons, actually outscored their opposition in year 4. They sorta just treaded water over the next 3 years with Berry under center before trading him to Minnesota in a deal to acquire quarterback Bob Lee in 1973. Lee lost out on the starting gig to Dick Shiner to open the season, but after dropping 3 of their first 4 games, Lee replaced Shiner, and the Falcons immediately went on a lengthy winning streak. Lee's hold on the job would be short-lived, though. In 1974, he was benched multiple times for Pat Sullivan, but Sullivan struggled mightily as well and also got yanked late in the season. Enter their formerly third-string rookie out of Lehigh, Kim McQuilkin.
This is where we talk about the Atlanta Falcons passing attack in the mid-70s, which was bad in ways that are impossible to imagine today. I mean, if you made current Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan throw into a 35-man defense, he'd probably still come up with better stats than what we're about to see. I'm serious. At this early point in the story, I'd like to urge you to cherish this. Though it might seem like it now, this is not the story of a team that's perpetually hapless and awful. In the future, the Atlanta Falcons are going to do a whole lot of winning and a whole lot of contending. This is the one and only time we're going to go long on a Falcons team that deeply, genuinely sucks ass. There's a strange sort of beauty in that. Enjoy it while it lasts.
McQuilkin closed out a Week 12 loss to the Rams and threw 3 interceptions in the second half, bringing his career total to 4 on just 34 attempts. But Lee and Sullivan had been so disastrous all year that the Falcons figured they had nothing to lose and kept McQuilkin in the lineup for the final 2 games to see what he could do. First, the good news. They were in the midst of a 7-game losing streak when he took over, and they split his 2 starts. Now, the bad news. Another 5 of his passes were intercepted, That brought his rookie season to a close with his 79 passes generating just 373 yards, with 9 of them being picked off while still searching for his first career touchdown pass. Combined with miserable play out of Lee and Sullivan, who together threw 22 picks against 4 touchdowns, the 1974 Falcons passing offense was dreadful. Like, really dreadful. The NFL's 32 teams have combined to play 1,509 seasons since the AFL and NFL merged in 1970. Here's the passing proficiency of each and every one based on passer rating and adjusted net yards per attempt. Over 99% came in with a passer rating above 40, and most that didn't were at least close and at least had an adjusted net yards per attempt above 1. And then we have the 1974 Atlanta Falcons with a passer rating under 28 and a negative adjusted yards per attempt. Yeah, there's one squad, the 1977 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that was even worse than they were. But as for the other 1,507, the 74 Falcons are complete outcasts from them. With their thorough inability to get anything going through the air, Atlanta had to turn to the draft to try and find some sort of answer at quarterback. And there was really only one strong option to pursue: the University of California's Steve Bartkowski. Sitting with the 3rd overall selection in the 1975 NFL Draft, and unable to afford missing out on the top prospect, to guarantee their ability to draft him, the Falcons had to ship one of the league's top offensive linemen, George Coons, along with the number 3 pick to the Colts to land the 1st overall pick. Seeking a new franchise quarterback after a season like Atlanta had in 1974 is understandable, as they were beyond atrocious through the air. But if they'd just been regular bad instead of that bad, they wouldn't have felt so much pressure to get a QB. Perhaps they could have instead kept their standout tackle, kept their 3rd overall pick, and taken, say, a dazzling running back prospect out of Jackson State by the name of Walter Payton. Anyway, midway through Bartkowski's rookie season, he dislocated his elbow, creating another chance for McQuilkin to play. Although he did throw his first career touchdown in relief against Cincy, it was overshadowed by 3 picks, and a listless first half the next week in New Orleans got him benched at halftime. With Bartkowski still shelved for another couple weeks and a trip to Minnesota on deck, McQuilkin was reinserted into the starting lineup. Entering that game, he'd thrown 13 career interceptions against just 1 touchdown, but we hadn't seen anything yet. Things may have been wobbly before, but here's where the wheels completely fall off. McQuilkin attempted 26 passes, completing 5 to each team for 43 yards with no touchdowns. Those 5 interceptions ensured him a passer rating on the day of 0.0. However, he was playing against the defending conference champion Vikings and their terrifying purple people eaters on defense. Like, Hall of Fame defensive end Carl Eller makes quarterbacks' lives miserable enough as a pass rusher, it's really not fair for him to also snag the only pick of his career right here by throwing a big paw up there on this screen pass and coming down with it. This was a really brutal game, so let's show some mercy and pretend that didn't happen. Okay, so he threw 4 picks. Oh, still 0. Maybe a receiver ran a bad route or deflected a well-thrown ball. That happens. Okay then, let's take a 2nd interception off the board. Oh. In a somber post-game scene, McQuilkin had no words. Even reporters were speechless. McQuilkin returned the next year, and a month into the 76 season, Bartkowski suffered a season-ending knee injury. More McQuilkin. He played a lot like the previous 2 years and was eventually yanked from the lineup in a season that marked the final extensive playing time of his career. By passer rating and adjusted net yards per attempt, McQuilkin's first 3 seasons likely constituted 3 of the 4 worst by any quarterback to throw at least 60 passes in a campaign since the merger. Despite his level of play, McQuilkin wasn't one of the worst players or even quarterbacks in NFL history. For one, he managed to hang around the NFL for 7 years before voluntarily retiring, when most players are lucky to have a career half that long. Additionally, as underscored by the pitiful 1974 Falcons passing game whose ineptitude Bob Lee and Pat Sullivan were more responsible for than McQuilkin, he was embedded within a terrible offensive infrastructure in which all other men brave enough to try and play quarterback for the Falcons during the mid-70s also struggled immensely. His protection wasn't up to snuff, and he had zero coaching staff stability. What's ironic is that despite his noteworthy struggles during his time in the NFL, in the big picture, very few people have been as successful at as wide a variety of endeavors as Kim McQuilkin has. The man excelled in everything he tried his hand at after his playing days came to a close. First as a football analyst, then in becoming an executive with Cartoon Network, then in starting his own toy company that licensed merchandise for movies, then in presiding over a supply chain consulting business. And whereas plenty of non-stars don't stand out in any way and have boring, forgettable careers, McQuilkin's career lent itself to the creation of some fascinating charts for a documentary made about his Falcons nearly 50 years after he played for them. God, I love Kim McQuilkin.
I do too. This is our official editorial position. Kim McQuilkin rules. Now, all this decidedly subpar quarterbacking cuts even deeper once we consider who was actually presiding over most of it. Between 68 and 74, their head coach was not that far removed from a Hall of Fame career as a quarterback. In fact, many at the time considered him to be the best quarterback ever. Even before being subjected to all this horrendous passing happening right in front of him, this man was already established as one of the crankiest individuals ever to walk the earth. A big old crusty Dutchman who'd cuss you out as soon as look at you. Take just a minute to imagine what such a man might look like. How'd you do? Across all sports, the 1970s were a golden age for crabby red-ass coaches, and Norm Van Brocklin might have been the best of the best. He smoked like a chimney on the sideline. Who's gonna tell him no? This man was a former two-time NFL champion quarterback, spending most of his playing days in Los Angeles, a place he hated because hippies confounded him. In fact, Norm hated everything that was less than 9,000 years old. He hated it when quarterbacks scrambled instead of standing in the pocket, when Lions kicker and Cyprus native Garo Yepremian used a newly introduced soccer-style kick to beat him. He wanted the government to take a hard line against the Cypriots. When the NFL merged with the AFL, his read on the situation was that the NFL was stupid, and also that the AFL was stupid. It couldn't have been easy for a guy who did so much winning as a player to do so much losing as a coach. His first stop was with the Minnesota Vikings, and seeing as they were a brand new franchise, Van Brocklin was able to draft players from other teams. There were a bunch of stiffs, he said, about the players he himself selected. After a few years of losing, he quit, then came back the next day and said he was a fighter, not a quitter, and then he lost some more and then he quit. Strangely, during his time in Atlanta, the press actually seemed to kind of like the guy, despite him calling them whores and sons of bitches, and on one reported occasion grabbing them by the necktie. As an orator, he could stop on a dime and fly off the handle without warning. One of his post-game locker room speeches started with "I'm proud of you boys," and then immediately veered into a rant about how the Atlanta media apparatus was conspiring against him that involved multiple invocations of the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. He concluded with a declaration that sounded like something straight out of the Nixon White House tapes. Van Brocklin loved Richard Nixon. He also hated Richard Nixon. What's interesting, though, is that the media didn't simply write him off as an asshole. They described him as a complete enigma, a man they just could not figure out. I think they knew that he was always kinda halfway serious, that he realized he'd never escape criticism no matter what he did, so there was no harm in upping the volume. On the field, Van Brocklin sorta righted the ship and curbed the outright freefall of the early years. In 1971, he led the Falcons to their first winning season. 2 years later, they ripped off 7 straight wins and found themselves at 8-4, well within reach of the NFC's wildcard spot. Best of all, their schedule was finally getting to the easy part. Up next were the 3-win St. Louis Cardinals, who had been completely wrecked by injuries in recent weeks. The Falcons even had home field advantage. This shouldn't have even been a contest. And it wasn't. The stage was set for what, to this very day, is easily one of the most agonizing, hideous NFL games ever played. You heard Alex mention passer rating. This is a metric that takes into account a quarterback's passing yards, completion percentage, touchdowns scored, and interceptions thrown. Mathematically, the best passer rating possible is 158.3, but few quarterbacks have ever managed that. In 2020, the average passer rating was about 93. The passing game has evolved dramatically over the last 50 years, as you can see. Back in 1973, the league average was about 65. Now, this metric has kind of a sick sense of humor. Imagine if on every play the quarterback took the ball, turned sideways, and threw it to a hot dog vendor in the crowd. Just straight up goes 0 for 20. No completions, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Because of the way the math is structured, his passer rating would sit at 39.6. So going lower than that is pretty humiliating. You get there by throwing interceptions. And if you're apocalyptically bad, it's mathematically feasible for you to get to absolute zero, the lowest possible rating. Since 1950, there have only been 91 instances of a passer throwing at least 10 passes and still finishing with a flat zero. Even back then, this only happened a couple times a year across the entire NFL. On this day against the Falcons in 1973, Cardinals quarterback Gary Keithley suffered this indignity. So did Bob Lee, the Falcons quarterback. Both starting quarterbacks finished with a passer rating of 0.0 in the same game. To this day, this is the only time this has ever happened. A game would have to be played in a hurricane for this to ever happen again. There's no explanation for it. There's no explanation for Pat Sullivan, the Falcons backup who replaced Lee, running up the gut and just dropping the ball with nobody in his solar system. There's no explanation for star linebacker Greg Brazina doing the same, recovering a fumble only to fumble it himself and watch the Cardinals take it in for 6 points. It was the most thorough mockery of the quarterback position ever seen in the NFL. And Norm Van Brocklin, once the greatest quarterback in America, had to watch it all happen right in front of him. Couldn't even muster any anger after the game. There was no big blow-up, no long diatribe about the Teapot Dome scandal or whatever. He just seemed sad. The loss ultimately torpedoed their playoff chances, and it precipitated another freefall that lasted several years. Van Brocklin saved his greatest performance for the very end, after a 42-7 hammering at the hands of the Miami Dolphins in 1974 that dropped the Falcons to 2-6. Today's coaches throw fits. Yeah, they'll yell at reporters or try to make them look stupid, but none of them are Norm Van Brocklin, who stood at the podium that day and basically said, "Fuck it, I will fight you all," challenging every reporter in the room to a fistfight, right then and there, straight up. No one took him up on it. I think everyone knew that he 100% meant it. He was fired the next day, and he never coached in the NFL again. To fans who'd wanted him fired for years, Norm Van Brocklin's inability to get to the playoffs eclipsed the fact that he'd built the Falcons into a team that could actually win a few games. When he passed away 9 years later, some of those in the media continued to insist that there was more to this man than most understood. Most didn't see the quintessential family man who melted down whenever he was around children, or insisted on visiting a sick young Falcons fan every day after practice. That isn't how Norm Van Brocklin went down in history. He didn't seem to care whether or not we saw that side of him. Nobody's ever any one person.
Through the first 6 years of play for the Atlanta Falcons, they never had a running back reach 1,000 rushing yards. The closest anyone had come was when Junior Coffey rushed for 722 yards in each of the franchise's first 2 seasons. Then before 1972, the team traded for Packers running back Dave Hampton. In Hampton's first year in Atlanta, he'd rushed for 930 yards heading into the final week of the season, in strong position to crack the 1,000-yard milestone. While not near Jim Brown's then record of over 1,800 yards, that 1,000-yard barrier's historically been a big badge of honor for running backs. At halftime of that game, he was named the Falcons' most valuable player and was presented with a giant trophy. Later in the fourth quarter, he indeed hit that 1,000-yard mark, and the game stopped so Hampton could be given a game ball and the home crowd could voice their appreciation. Then, this happened. 6-yard loss. Took him down to 994 yards. Hampton would get only one more carry for one more yard, finishing the season with 995. Just like that, poof, that magical 1,000-yard season had vanished into thin air. Hampton was crushed. He really, really wanted that comma in his rushing total, and to actually get it and then lose it was an extremely bitter pill to swallow. But hey, there's always next year, right? And what do you know? Hampton was once again in striking distance of 1,000, entering the Falcons' last game in 1973. It appeared his best efforts would again fall just short as he was stuck on 982 when they missed a field goal with under 2 minutes remaining. A subsequent interception, however, gave new life for Hampton to accomplish his goal that was so cruelly ripped from his grasp a year earlier. Feeding Hampton was Atlanta's only objective, and he picked up 10 yards across his next 2 carries, pulling within 8 yards of 1,000 with still enough time for 4 more carries. Those 4 carries produced 5 yards. Dave Hampton had followed up his 1,000-turn 995-yard season with a 997-yard season. Once again, he was torn up about it. Once more, there's always next year though, right? Actually, the next year, his 1974 season was derailed by injury, but hey, there's always the year after next, right? This was a burning desire with a flame that never faded. Hampton returned for training camp in 1975, a man on a mission for his 1,000 yards. He again had 900-something yards heading into the finale, a trip to his old stomping grounds in northeast Wisconsin. Winning was always the top priority for Hampton, who certainly didn't want to reach the milestone in lieu of team success. But that still wasn't going to stop him. There was simply no way, after all the twists and turns the football gods bestowed upon him over the last 3 years, that he was going to be denied here. Unfortunately for Hampton, his Falcons trailed by multiple scores for most of the second half, necessitating an air-based attack to try and get back in the game. But the story changed a bit when the Packers iced things late. So in the waning minutes of a freezing game that was out of reach, with Hampton at 972 yards on the season, the Falcons shifted into Operation Fulfill Hampton's Dream. An explosive 22-yard burst had him knocking on the door, and after breaking through on his next carry to reach 1,000 for the second time in his career, he called it a season, staying above 1,000 for the first time in his career.
Dave Hampton played one more injury-plagued season after that, and then he retired. He got it in right under the bell. Sure, a 1,000-yard season pales in comparison to some of the numbers other running backs were putting up at the time, but the Falcons just aren't there right now. They can't even come close to contending with the NFL's elite, the Steelers and Cowboys and whatnot. What these guys need is a companion. Now, there are some of you watching right now who are delighting in all of this. Every Falcons defeat, every fumble, every meltdown on and off the field, you're loving every second of it, aren't you? Don't worry. Didn't forget about you. The Atlanta Falcons and the New Orleans Saints, the NFL's Beavis and Butthead. You'd have to venture into the white-hot rage dimension of college sports to find a rivalry this intense. In professional sports, there's no rivalry like this one anywhere in America. Forget rivalries like Lakers-Celtics or Yankees-Red Sox that you're told you care about. There have been a few that burned with the heat of 1,000 suns, like Bulls-Pistons or Habs-Nordiques, but this is the only one that's been able to sustain that degree of hatred for half a century. Of all the possible matchups in the NFL, only 31 have been played at least 100 times, and Falcons-Saints is one of them. In almost all of these prolonged rivalries, one or both teams have won more games than they've lost throughout history. Up here, you've got two big historical winners, the Packers and Bears, who'd been duking it out for a century to various degrees of intensity. Down here, you've got Packers-Lions and Patriots-Jets, two pairings that are very much a big brother beating up on the little brother. Closer to the middle, you'll see a lot of the same AFC West teams that have been bottled up in the same tiny division, scrapping like rats in an outhouse for decades. These are teams that are traditionally competitive to one degree or another. And this is what makes Saints-Falcons so special. Two teams that have lost way more than they've won. meeting a couple times a year to beat on each other because they couldn't beat on anybody else.
As a Falcons fan, there's no such thing as respecting the Saints in any shape or form. It's something I was taught from the very beginning of entering this sad fandom. At first, I didn't even really know why I was supposed to hate the Saints. It was just something that my uncles and older brother told me to do if I wanted to be a true fan. In so many words, I was told, in this household, we don't mess with the Saints. Period. So that was that. With every matchup, I would watch the rage build up inside of them, as they shouted at the TV with a little more extra flair than usual because it was Aints Week. I was hooked from there. What makes this matchup so special is the pure pettiness from both fan bases. Of course, we hate each other, but it's hard to find more entertaining shit-talking that you can find between the people of Atlanta and New Orleans. It's roasting at its finest. The Falcons could legitimately go 2-14 on the season, but as long as those 2 wins come against the Saints, Falcons fans would still be insufferable.
Sports rivalries often take decades to form. This one sprung up almost immediately. It's Week 11 in the 1967 season, the Saints' first season and the Falcons' second. Both teams are terrible. This is the first time they ever meet in the regular season, and for most of the afternoon, it looks like Atlanta's finally going to pick up an easy win.
After all, they were cruising early, having jumped out to a 21-3 lead in the second quarter. Slowly but surely, the Saints score 17 unanswered points to pull within 1 in the fourth quarter. The Falcons respond by kicking a field goal to go up 4 with under 4 minutes left. New Orleans gets one final chance to complete their unlikely comeback from down 18, but the Falcons are in good shape. They just gotta defend their end zone against the opposing backup quarterback. Even as the Saints march their way down into the red zone, it's not long before they're staring down the barrel of a 4th and 14 with the game on the line. Quarterback Billy Kilmer's first read is wideout Flea Roberts in the flat, but he quickly looks the other way before firing a pass downfield into the end zone that gets picked off. Game over. Except there's a reason he didn't throw to the flat. Falcons DB Jerry Richardson had apparently committed pass interference against Roberts, even if he disputes the timing of the alleged infraction. The Saints, with new life, go on to score the game-winning touchdown, then defensively hang on by a thread to win the first chapter of this storied rivalry.
This was the first of 103 body blows and counting that the Falcons and Saints will deal each other. It was excruciating for Falcons fans to see their team build a 21-3 lead, only to lose in the end. See, you gotta get to 28. Make it 28-3 and you're golden. Those of you who have read ahead know that both these teams would go on to do a good amount of winning at some point or another, but this era was all about 2 bad teams learning how to hate each other. After losing their first encounter, the Falcons ripped off 9 wins in a row against the Saints. Many of these were routs, but one in particular was a clobbering that made history. This is every instance in the post-merger era in which a team lost on their home field by at least 35 points. You typically only see this happen once or twice a year in the NFL. You never see this, a 55-point loss in front of your home fans. Approximately half the population of Metro Atlanta scored a touchdown in this one. After Saints quarterback Archie Manning was knocked out, backup Bob Davis came in and managed to pass a rating of 1.7. Let's jump back over here just a minute. We've already established that a passer rating of 0 is abysmal, but to approach it as closely as 1.7 without actually reaching it, you have to do something really gnarly, and that's what Davis did. His total passing yardage at the end of the day was -5. Davis is one of only 3 to attempt at least 10 passes and still somehow finish below 0 yards. The Falcons were running out of ways to humiliate the Saints that day. Those of you who have older siblings will surely see him in Ken Burrow, who, after hauling in touchdown number 6,000, taunts everyone in the building who's bothered to stick around this long. You gonna spike it? Nope. You gonna spike it again? Nope. Yep. Y'all ain't worth it. I mean, it's a tale as old as time. The Falcons themselves suffered plenty of bulldozings in this era, most notably a 59-0 loss to the Rams that ranks among the worst the NFL's ever seen. As youngsters, the Falcons were having a lot of trouble at school. This is why they needed the Saints. Go out there, get shoved around, come back home to the South, pick a fight with their sibling. That's how they dealt with it. But although it didn't seem like it, the Falcons in the mid-1970s were right on the precipice of 2 things. First, they were about to invent new and more devastating ways to beat the Saints. And second, they were about to enter an era that most fans today have completely forgotten. These Atlanta Falcons didn't want to make the decades-long slog toward respectability that most new teams settle for. They wanted to win a Super Bowl now. You ever try to assemble a piece of furniture without bothering to look at the instructions? You know, you just shoot from the hip and slap it all together according to what your idea of a 6-drawer bedroom dresser should look like? Well, that dresser, the one with the chunks of particle board missing where you tried to pry out fasteners, with a couple of drawers that don't open because you screwed the runners in backwards, is the helplessly crooked 1976 Atlanta Falcons. You couldn't have set a pencil on top of them without it rolling off the side. This team sent several distress signals, the strongest of which was a Week 7 encounter in San Francisco. Early on in this one, Falcons punter John James set up to punt the ball away deep in his own territory. Botched punts sometimes result in safeties, but I don't know if I've ever seen a snap fly so far over the punter's head that it might have actually sailed through the uprights. The official play-by-play describes what we're seeing here as ball centered out of end zone. Google that phrase and you'll mostly find high school games. But that wasn't even the half of it. The Falcons would have been better off if their passing game simply didn't work that night. It was worse than that. They threw for a grand total of 46 yards, which for starters is beyond pitiful. Thing is, their quarterbacks were sacked 8 times for a total loss of 85 yards. That meant their passing game netted negative 39 yards. Whenever they dropped back to throw, they averaged about negative 1 yard per play. I won't blame the players for this, it all came from the top. After owner Rankin Smith fired Norm Van Brocklin in '74, he elevated assistant Marion Campbell to the top job. After the Falcons suffered a second free fall, general manager Pat Pepler insisted to Smith that they couldn't wait, that they had to fire Campbell mid-season. "Okay," Smith said, "you're the coach now." Pepler, who had never coached football above the high school level, didn't want to be the coach. Too bad. He was now both general manager and head coach. After some more losing, during which he openly told the press he felt like he was being set up, he was fired from both his jobs. The Atlanta Falcons were in desperate need of leadership. And they did what should always be done when the moment requires a fearless leader, a great conqueror to lead the way to victory. They found a Kentuckian. Paducah, Kentucky's own Lehman Bennett had spent the last few years with a Rams team that had done a lot of winning. Like all Kentuckians, he was a famously chilled-out person who everyone liked and thought was cool. Unlike the galactically cranky Van Brocklin and the rabble of unhappy, overwhelmed coaches that came before him and after him, Bennett seemed completely comfortable in his role, and he wanted his players to be happy in theirs. In insisting on a 5-year deal as the NFL's youngest coach, he demonstrated his ambition but also his pragmatism. Unlike most modern NFL teams, he understood that a coach needs time to win without worrying the axe could fall at any second. In his first year, Coach Bennett started delivering with a 7-7 record that, at this point, the organization was more than happy with. Remarkably, he did this with really underwhelming production on the offensive side of the ball. Here we see the average points per game scored by every team in the post-merger era. The 77 Falcons are down here, having averaged a shade under 13 points per game. Pretty weak. Now, let's look at how many points they allowed on the other side of the ball. In terms of points allowed, the 1977 Falcons fielded the best defense of the last 50 years. No, really.
It was a year in which, especially at the outset, it was like they were facing high school offenses. Through the first 5 games of the season, they allowed just 22 points, an impossibly low 4.4 per game. 23 years later, over in that weird baseball sport, a fellow by the name of Andy Pettit had an ERA of 4.35. More than a third of the way through the 1977 season, the Falcons were allowing roughly the same amount of points per game as the ERA of a guy who is at the front end of a World Series winning starting pitcher rotation.
You know what, let's stay on baseball for just a minute. Remember that the Falcons and Braves were roommates sharing the field at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Here's the points/runs they gave up on that field in '77. All 7 Falcons home games are in here, as is every Braves home game. Here's a fun one. Can you guess which ones belong to the Falcons? You're probably wrong. The Falcons actually look like they belong on this chart, despite, the fact that football typically produces way more points than baseball. In fact, it was the Braves, who gave up 23 runs in a game in April, who made the worst defensive stand on this field. I'm not sure which team that says more about.
1977 marked the final year before the NFL expanded the regular season schedule to 16 games per club. But in the swan song of that archaic length, it was still long enough for the Falcons to sneak in 10 games in which they allowed no more than 10 points. They had by far the league's stingiest defense, and the focal point around whom everything revolved was their legendary Hall of Fame defensive end, Claude Humphrey. Initially, however, it appeared they may not have him to spearhead this unit. A year earlier in 1976, a few things had soured him on the organization. One was the mid-season firing of Marion Campbell, who'd been a mentor for years and someone who Humphrey felt extreme loyalty toward. That was just salt on the wound after they'd traded away his pass-rushing partner in crime, John Zook, which took a huge physical and emotional toll on him. Nevertheless, at age 32 and coming off torn knee ligaments, Humphrey dominated in his return to the field. The 10-year vet didn't want to spend the twilight to his career without a chance to contend for a championship. So Humphrey asked to be traded. It seemed inevitable that the team would be parting ways with arguably the greatest player they'd ever had. They couldn't have known how fortunate they were at the time, but ultimately, after a series of meetings, they resolved their differences and welcomed Humphrey back to the team early in training camp to lead what would become a historic defensive juggernaut. Secondary coach Jerry Glanville was the architect and de facto coordinator of the unit, which was nicknamed the Grits Blitz by a bread delivery guy, according to Glanville. As the name implies, the unorthodox scheme was predicated around overwhelming the offense by flooding the box and dialing up every pressure package imaginable without ever fearing the potential repercussions. Take this Week 3 play against the Giants. It's a 2nd and 30 when New York calls a screen to try and neutralize Atlanta's relentless pass rush. That relentless pass rush couldn't care less. Glanville crowds the line of scrimmage, unleashing no fewer than 7 Falcons after a quarterback who has to pick up a mile for a first down. Even though they're exposed to a big play if that screen gets lofted up there with enough air under it, the immediacy with which the Falcons' rush gets home renders that moot and they bat the ball away. That is the kind of destruction the Grits Blitz inflicted on a weekly basis. Individually, Humphrey was an all-timer, and for a while, cornerback Rollin Lawrence was an interception machine. But as Glanville eloquently explained, overall this was a defense where the whole far exceeded the sum of the parts. None of the league's offensive coordinators were able to figure out the antidote for a defense simply bringing virtually the entire house on virtually every play. If you think I'm exaggerating, in the first game of the season against the Rams, their defense ran 54 plays. Glanville blitzed both safeties on 46 of them. Double safety blitzes over 85% of the time. Eventually, Chargers coach Don Coryell neutered this defensive philosophy with the brilliant idea to adjust his blocking scheme and attack all those juicy one-on-one matchups downfield. And because of that, the '77 Falcons defense was a flash in the pan. Mediocre before Glanville arrived, and with the book out on how to make his strategy backfire, mediocre after.
So no, the Falcons did not deliver a defensive performance that was anywhere near as good in 1978. You know what they did do? They went to the playoffs. Yeah. Again, lest you think this is the story of a perennial loser, a team that never went anywhere or did anything, you should know that the Atlanta Falcons have fielded a lot of playoff teams. This was their first, and definitely not their best. This was a team that allowed 50 more points than it scored across the season. In terms of point differential, the 8 teams to make the playoffs that season were the 6 best teams, the middle-of-the-pack Vikings, and these Falcons, who ranked 24th of 28. This is, and always has been, a great way to make everyone in the NFL mad at you. Everybody was talking shit. After the 1-12 Bengals beat them 37-7 in Week 14, one Bengal said there was no way the team they just blew to pieces was going to the playoffs. A week later, when the Falcons squeaked one out over Washington on the final play, quarterback Joe Theismann said they were completely undeserving. You know what? I get where they were coming from. Generally speaking, this was not a very good team. To make the postseason, they needed a springboard, and they found it in the New Orleans Saints, who were more mad at the Falcons than anyone. The Saints' Ralph McGill was heated. They all were. They ain't better than the Saints, he said. Not on the field, not on paper. I take no pleasure in reporting this. The Saints couldn't win for losing. It's all they ever did. Entering this season, the Falcons had beaten them often, going 12-6 all time against them, and they'd beaten them badly, outscoring them 415 points to 273. But in 1978, they found more elegant ways to devastate them. This was the year Falcons vs. Saints began to escalate from one-sided regional feud into arguably the most hot-blooded rivalry ever seen in professional American sports. They first met in the Superdome, the Saints' brand new space-age facility that, they didn't have to share with a baseball team. This was really the only thing the Saints could hold over the Falcons, but in Week 11 they were looking for more. For the first time in their 12-year history, the Saints were not terrible. They even had an outside shot at the playoffs heading into this one at 5-5. And with just 10 seconds left in the ballgame, they held a 17-13 lead over Atlanta. The Falcons have the ball at their own 43-yard line and one last shot. Down by 4, a field goal is no good. They gotta go for 6. We have data stretching back to 1994 detailing every time a team has run a play from their own territory while trailing within the final 10 seconds of a game. There have been 716 such attempts. 5 have resulted in touchdowns. The Falcons are attempting football's Kobayashi Maru, a puzzle solved by almost no one. There is no such thing as a winning strategy here. You just have to throw it as far as you can and hope it breaks something. In this moment, the Falcons need a quarterback who can win a game with his arm. They've never had one. All they've ever had is a platoon of guys who were shoved out there to stare down the terrifying NFL defenses of the 1960s and 70s and do the best they could. But this Sunday, they're seeing the emergence of their first great field general. Steve Bartkowski had taken a few years to find his footing. If he'd been drafted by any other team, he might have been able to take a year or two to serve as backup and learn the ropes, but no team was as desperate for a quarterback as the Falcons, who drafted him first overall and immediately put him on active duty. After a rough rookie season in 1975, his play seriously regressed in 76 and 77. They called him Peachtree Bart, named after the street where he was seen partying every night. He threw more interceptions than touchdowns, but the simple fact that he wasn't afraid to throw deep and go for broke made him a fan favorite. There's more than one Peachtree Street, though, and there was more than one Bart. When he learned that yet another injury required season-ending surgery, he walked out of the hospital, wandered the city, and cried for hours. In just a few years, he'd fallen from college superstar to seriously underwhelming party boy, frequently injured and in the process of flaming out. And then he found the Lord. Although he went undrafted out of Nazareth, Jesus Christ has been credited as the driving force behind many Super Bowl victories. Was he really? I don't know. But if you're telling a story about the South, there's no way he can be left out. Evangelical Christianity was really taking hold in America in this time, especially here. It was an interpretation that stood apart from the fire and brimstone type that had dominated the South for so long. Instead, it emphasized love, a promise of a personal relationship with the one who created you. In a time when technology and culture were changing at staggering rates, the economy was crashing, and the state rattled your cage every couple years with warnings that Fidel Castro was in a missile silo somewhere staring at a big red button that said, I don't know, Ackworth, Georgia on it, it's certainly very easy to empathize. It's even easier in the case of a quarterback who's watching his dreams fall apart. Many in the Falcons' locker room were religious, but veteran linebacker Greg Brzezina was perhaps the biggest evangelical influence. He witnessed to Bartkowski, and after a brutal preseason outing in '78 that ended up with him getting booed out of Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, he prayed the prayer. Now, I imagine that even he would tell you that his stats didn't improve because God favored him, but whatever reason you chalk it up to, Bart's numbers made a complete turnaround after that. After injuries contributed to an almost unthinkably bad 1977, he rebounded dramatically, and actually went on to become one of the best quarterbacks in football for a time. Back to the Superdome. Bart has a cannon for an arm and represents the Falcons' best chance to pull off the near impossible. He hurls it into the deep. His target, receiver Wallace Francis, runs right into the Saints' prevent defense, and the pass is broken up. In today's NFL, defenders are taught to swat down the ball in this situation rather than going for the interception, and there is a reason for that. In going for the ball, the Saints inadvertently punch it back up into the air and right into the hands of rookie wideout Alfred Jackson, who takes it in for the game-winning touchdown. He's done it. Bart believes in Bart, and maybe God believes in Bart too. The Falcons allowed the Saints to believe they were legitimate contenders for a couple hours, and then they slammed the door shut. The two emotions in football are sad and mad, and having accomplished the former, the Falcons pushed the latter button in Week 13. It was a reversal of their first ever meeting in 1967, in which the Falcons saw their game-sealing interception erased by a pass interference call. 11 years later, an intercepted Steve Bartkowski throw should have ended the game, but didn't, thanks to a pass interference call that, well, they didn't show it in any game recaps, and I think there's a reason for that. It was such a poor piece of officiating that after the season, NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle reviewed it and singled it out as the wrong call. This was the year the Falcons and Saints genuinely started hating each other. In the 40-plus years since, sometimes both teams have been very good. Sometimes one has been bad, sometimes both have been bad. None of that has mattered. The temperature has never dropped from this point. But in the short term, this stolen win meant yet another losing record for the Saints, and the first ever playoff appearance for the Atlanta Falcons.
Atlanta welcomed the Eagles to town on Christmas Eve, where neither team seems a strong threat to make a deep playoff run. Near the end of the first quarter, the Eagles strike first when quarterback Ron Jaworski hits Pro Bowl wideout Harold Carmichael to take a 6-0 lead. On to kick the extra point trots out Philly's punter after coach Dick Vermeil decided to plot place-kicking duties onto Mike Michel in the wake of an injury to their kicker a month earlier. Even though Vermeil couldn't have had much faith in him, the Eagles didn't even attempt a single field goal in any of their final 4 regular season games since Michel took over double duty, though he did miss an extra point in 3 straight games coming into this one. Now make it 4 straight to keep the score at 6-0.
Quick break in the action to reiterate that the Eagles absolutely do not have to live this way. They've had an entire month to sign a full-time kicker. This is something that NFL teams do all the time. I mean, the Falcons themselves just did it. They literally went to Philadelphia, the city the Philadelphia Eagles are from, and signed a guy out of a bar. But instead, Dick Vermeil just has his punter moonlighting as a kicker, clearly knowing full well that Michel is not up to the job. Why? We tried to dig for some kind of explanation for this. We just do not know.
Philly maintains that lead until midway through the third quarter, when their star running back Wilbert Montgomery breaks the plane of the goal line from a yard out. Despite a penalty pushing their point after try back and Michel losing his footing, this partially deflected kick finds its way home to put the Eagles up 13-0. With the third quarter winding down and Atlanta still shut out, Michel gets a chance to attempt the very first field goal of his career. It would put his team up 3 scores with less than 18 minutes to play. The 42-yarder comes up short and wide. He also falls again. It's almost like the Eagles would be better off with a kicker as their kicker. With the Falcons still trailing 13-0, thoroughly confounded by the Eagles' Marion Campbell coordinated defense, and under 10 minutes left to play, Bartkowski starts pressing to make something happen. He heaves up this prayer to a double-covered Alfred Jackson that Philly's Bobby Howard easily picks off and returns into what for many teams is field goal range. When Jaworski converts this 3rd and 7 into a fresh set of downs in the red zone with 8 minutes and change left, the Falcons can just about taste their off-season vacation plans. And then, on the very next play, the Eagles fumble, with Falcons linebacker Fulton Kuykendall recovering the loose ball. All of a sudden, Atlanta has a shred of hope. 3 plays later, that hope grows with this spectacular catch that Wallace Francis rips away from safety John Sanders. Then on a 3rd and 15, Bartkowski connects with tight end Jim Mitchell for the touchdown as the Falcons cut the deficit to 6 with just under 5 minutes remaining. It's now their defense's turn to again step up, and they force a quick 3-and-out to hand the ball back to Bartkowski at midfield with 3 minutes on the clock, and the team needing a touchdown to have any chance to move on to Dallas the following week. With a holding penalty leading to another 3rd and long, Bartkowski again looks toward Francis, who's flying up the seam wide open to haul in the game-tying pass. The ever-important extra point gets banged through by former Eagle Mazzetti. The Falcons have somehow taken the lead, but there's still 1:39 to go. The defense has to make one last stop. And after the Eagles reach Falcon territory, Jerry Glanville just can't help himself from dialing up an ultra-aggressive blitz, which comes this close to handing Philly the game on a silver platter. The Eagles eventually get all the way down to the Falcons' 16-yard line, and after a couple incompletions bring the clock down to 17 seconds, Vermeil decides on 3rd down to call on his acting kicker, who has never made a field goal or even remained upright after trying.
Just a couple weeks prior, some of the Eagles players went to a Neil Diamond show. Knowing this, Neil stopped in the middle of his set and invited the Eagles to come up on stage and sing a song with him. Ron Jaworski, the star quarterback sitting up close, got stage fright, but Mike Michel, sitting way up in the cheap seats a kicker's pay will typically get you, was beside himself. He was so excited to get up there and sing with Neil, but he was too far away, and he just couldn't get there in time. This time, it's Jaworski who couldn't make it all the way up there. And this time, Mike Michel has made it on stage.
With the entire stadium holding their breath, Michel's kick heads straight toward the right upright. A good initial sign considering his kicks usually hook to the left, but this one stays straight, sailing just wide to the right. The Atlanta Falcons have survived and advanced. In a game that came down to a couple kickers not far removed from being employed as something other than kickers, the one who opened the season as a bartender hit what turned out to be the game-winning extra point because the one who opened the season as a punter missed a first-quarter extra point, a third-quarter field goal, and a last-second would-be game-winning field goal from a distance that's generally considered a chip shot as long as it's not attempted by a punter.
Atlanta Fulton County Stadium is in chaos. There are still 13 seconds left, but Falcons fans don't care. They're storming the field and mobbing Bartkowski. It takes about 5 full minutes for officials to restore order. Lost in the mob is Mike Michel, who fell to the ground after missing the kick, staring downward and oblivious of everything happening around him. He's invisible to everyone, except Greg Brzezina. Without even an instant of hesitation or celebration, he goes right over to Michel and shares the word of Christ with him. Later, Brzezina will say that he's not sure Michel even noticed him, but Michelle will confirm that he heard every last word. This shot is a cinematic masterstroke on the part of the CBS camera operator who's catching it. Though they couldn't know it in the moment, they were documenting one of the very most Atlanta things that has ever happened.
Going into their matchup with the defending Super Bowl champions, no one was giving the Falcons a chance in hell. Even Lehman Bennett acknowledged that the Cowboys were simply on another level, and that the Falcons didn't even have the athletes to compete with Dallas. His rousing mantra all throughout the week was that you never can tell what will happen, and, well, you never know. Bartkowski didn't project much more confidence than his coach either, as his squad was one of the biggest underdogs in NFL postseason history. And for good reason. Atlanta was headed to Dallas to face a Cowboys offense that scored far and away the most points in the conference, and a defense that allowed far and away the fewest, with their point differential towering over the field. An unpleasant task for the squad down at -50 to try and topple. But come kickoff time, it didn't take long for the Falcons to start shocking even themselves. The first time the Falcons get the ball, they go right down the field, capping the drive with fullback Bubba Bean finding the end zone on this draw play to take an early 7-3 lead. The defense then holds strong to force punter Danny White on the field, only for him to spontaneously keep the ball and convert a 4th and long to steal a possession from Atlanta. The Cowboys capitalize, punctuating their drive's second life with a touchdown to answer back. After trading field goals, the Falcons retake the lead late in the second quarter as that Bartkowski-Francis connection stays sizzling.
Got his man. Touchdown, Wallace-Francis.
Touchbacks are a pretty routine part of football, and on the ensuing kickoff, we see an example of your standard touchback. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, no, nothing. Just the ball bouncing off the kick returner, then apparently into the hands of Tom Pridemore, who, by the way, will soon serve as a sitting member of the West Virginia House of Delegates while still actively playing for the Falcons. Only time that's happened, I think. Anyway, it's popped loose from Pridemore and Ernie Jackson falls on it. The play sure appears to be over here, as the Cowboys' leg is touching him while he's on the ground, but the refs let it play out long enough for the Cowboys' Pat Donovan to punch it out. Bruce Huthard chases it down, gets his mitts on it here, and then rolls into the end zone. The official is right there, in perfect position to witness what is obviously a safety, but nope, it's ruled a touchback, and the Cowboys keep the ball. Dallas just caught 2 enormous breaks in the space of 3 seconds. Complain about modern officiating all you want, but it used to be a million times worse.
About 63 real-time seconds later, this Tony Dorsett fumble leads to another Atlanta field goal. Then the Cowboys lose their quarterback when Roger Staubach, arguably the NFL's top signal caller, suffers a concussion on a hit from Falcons linebacker Robert Pennywell. So again, we see the Falcons' playoff opponent shift their punter to another position. Though at least here, White had actually, played this position extensively throughout his life and legitimately doubles as his team's backup quarterback. But the Cowboys are reeling as the game heads to halftime with David up 7 over Goliath. Midway through the third quarter, White finds tight end Jackie Smith for the score to tie the game at 20. And with a little under 10 minutes left in the game, they take the lead on this 1-yard touchdown plunge. The Falcons, stuck in mud offensively all half, finally get a drive going late to potentially tie the game, but with just 3 minutes remaining, they're faced with 4th and a foot at the Dallas 32, and they come up just short. They do get the ball one final time, but with only 40 seconds left, star safety Cliff Harris sticks the dagger in Atlanta, who put up a fight far greater than just about anyone could have imagined, but ultimately see their magical postseason run end in agonizing fashion.
Well, time to find someone to take it out on. 1979 was an off year for the Falcons. At 6-10, they finished behind the Saints, who would have had their first ever winning record, were it not for Atlanta finding a weird way to beat them on the final play for a third consecutive game. They're going to overtime in the season opener. Near midfield, the Saints' Russell Erxleben lines up to punt when the snap flies over his head. His only move left is to scoop it up and try to throw it. Asking a punter to make an emergency pass is kind of like handing a paintbrush to an elephant. It's just interesting to see what they create. Now in today's NFL, he'd be allowed to just throw it away since he's out of the tackle box. That exception is not on the books in 1979, so he actually has to throw it to somebody. And he does. Falcons win. Adding insult to insult, the paint on which the Falcons' James Mayberry spikes the ball isn't even the Saints, it's Tulane University's. They're taking the backseat to a college team in their own stadium. This was Atlanta's biggest highlight in what turned out to be a down year, but these were still the Falcons of Lehman and Bart. And in 1980, they won like they never had before. Jerry Glanville, now promoted to defensive coordinator, oversaw an aggressive, opportunistic defense that ranked among the league's best. So did the offense, thanks largely to Bartkowski emerging as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. It culminated in a 12-4 season, far and away the best in Falcons history. They clowned the Saints in both meetings by a combined score of 72-27 on their way to ripping off 9 straight wins. By the end of it, they were ready to walk around in public and say the word Super Bowl out loud. Nobody was laughing. They actually had the league's respect now. But the NFL has always been a league of dynasties, gatekeepers that ward off undesirables like the Falcons. By 1980, there had been 14 Super Bowls, meaning that if invites had been evenly distributed, all 28 teams would have been able to play in one. You would never expect that level of parity, but the fact remained that by this time, more than half the NFL's teams had never been. Once again, it was the Cowboys' job to keep the riffraff out. But this time, the Falcons were no massive underdog. They were meeting the Cowboys at eye level.
Just like their playoff game in Dallas 2 years earlier, the Falcons get off on the right foot with a field goal on the opening drive of the game before forcing a punt to get the ball back in Bartkowski's hands. Soon after, speedster Alfred Jenkins torches the Cowboys, slipping behind everyone to haul in this 60-yard bomb that stakes the Falcons to an early 10-0 lead.
This was one of about 1 million howitzer shells Steve Bartkowski fired to Alfred Jenkins throughout their careers. Back when there was a greater speed disparity in the NFL than there is today, Jenkins' quickness could create enough separation to make a touchdown a foregone conclusion. He could also out-muscle opponents when going for the ball, despite his size disadvantage. He was listed at around 170, but when the legendary Louis Grizzard sat down with him, he put him at closer to 150. Jenkins went undrafted out of nearby Morris Brown, just on the other side of I-20, and he had no real ambitions of playing pro football until a friend convinced him to try out for World League Football, one of many alternative leagues that tried and failed to compete with the NFL. After becoming arguably the best player in the entire 1.5 seasons of World League history, he caught on with the Falcons. A season from now, he'll rack up more than 1,300 receiving yards. Although the Falcons have fielded an incredible amount of talent at the wide receiver position, this record will stand all the way into 2008. But this is unquestionably the biggest game of his life.
The Cowboys rally back to tie it on a nifty Danny White toss, but as halftime nears, Jenkins has more magic in him. With 2 defensive backs absolutely plastered on him, Bartkowski launches an impossibly tough bomb deep downfield that even leaves broadcaster Vin Scully completely dumbfounded.
Oh, good. Did he catch it? Yeah! I can't believe he caught it! Oh.
That sets up a 1-yard rushing touchdown to take a 17-10 lead at the break. Midway through the third quarter, that Falcon lead balloons to 14 when Bartkowski finds fullback William Andrews running a little angle route to beat the linebacker for the score. Atlanta maintains their 24-10 lead heading into the fourth quarter, and even though the Cowboys put together a drive to cut the deficit in half, the Falcons tack on a crucial field goal to make it a 2-score game with just 6.5 minutes left. Dallas is now in miracle-seeking mode, which means there's one player in particular the Falcons really need to hone in on. Cowboys wide receiver Drew Pearson. Pearson has already delivered the killing blow that clinched a couple different playoff wins over the Rams, including the very prior week. Oh, and he also knocked the Vikings out of the 1975 playoffs when, down 4 with less than a minute left, he caught a 25-yard pass to convert a 4th and 17 before hauling in the NFL's original Hail Mary. So the book is out. It's very well established that Pearson's gotta be the defense's focal point. If the Cowboys are gonna pull off a miracle, it simply can't be because the Falcons let themselves become the latest notch on Pearson's belt of playoff heroics. White immediately leads the team down the field with this dump off to Tony Dorsett breaching the red zone. The next play, White drops back, and with Atlanta's pass rush applying less pressure than the atmosphere at Everest's summit, threads a needle between 3 Falcons in the end zone toward a leaping Pearson, who snatches the ball with 3:40 left to add to his postseason legacy. Fortunately, the Falcons had a multi-score cushion, so even though they're now only up 3, if their offense can eke out just 1 first down, that'll be pretty close to the knockout shot. Despite Too Tall Jones's tap dancing routine on a 3rd and short nearly gifting one, they do not. Taking over at their own 29 with just 1:48 to play, White once again has the Cowboys moving before a screen to Dorsett takes them all the way down to Atlanta's 23-yard line. The Falcons just gotta avoid allowing a touchdown, the only thing that will beat them. But with this movie of Pearson late-game postseason heroics having been seen over and over again, including just a few minutes ago, everyone in the state of Georgia is terrified of him right now. Everyone, that is, except Jerry Glanville, who opts for one-on-one coverage against the man who constantly rips out the souls of teams late in playoff games. He doesn't even bother to roll the safety coverage in his direction, so no help arrives until it's too late.
He caught it! Touchdown!
Ball game and heartbreak. The Falcons have allowed themselves to become the latest notch on Pearson's belt.
We'll be back, everyone said. Everybody in Atlanta expected that this was the beginning of something. But 1980 was the apex, not the start. It was as though the Falcons went up to the door of the establishment, knocked twice, and left after nobody answered. They fell to 7-9 in 81, then sorta tripped and fell into the playoffs in the strike-shortened 82 season. The NFL hastily assembled an expanded postseason format to let more teams in as a way to compensate for the lost games, allowing a 5-4 Falcons team that finished the regular season with back-to-back blowout losses to sneak in.
Not only did the Falcons get to play in the postseason again, but on wildcard weekend in Minnesota, they were actually spotted not 1, not 2, but 3 non-offensive touchdowns. The first was a blocked punt that Atlanta recovered in the end zone. The second was a fake field goal where kicker Mick Luckhurst tapped into his rugby roots to take this lateral to the house. And the third was a few plays later when safety Bob Glazebrook turned an errant pass into a pick 6. Didn't matter. Their offense was utterly anemic and scored 0 touchdowns. The Falcons were basically handed 21 free points on a silver platter in a playoff game and managed to squander it all away.
Days after this game, owner Rankin Smith fired the only coach who had ever brought the Falcons to the playoffs. Smith pointed to the late season collapse and repeated what had long been a knock against Lehman Bennett, that he was too reserved and easygoing, that his coaching style failed to keep his players motivated. At the press conference, Bennett was emotional. It was as though he could see the potential ahead of him, all the future conquests that would now go unrealized. Bennett was just 44 years old at the time of his firing, and his star quarterback was entering his prime. In hindsight, it's really tempting to wonder what the 1980s Falcons could have become, whether they could have built on their success and challenged the NFL's elite. What happened instead was one of the most dramatic nosedives in modern NFL history. Bennett's successor was Dan Henning, taking on his first ever head coaching job. He brought with him what was called the H-back offense, which put just one halfback in the backfield next to the quarterback. The idea being that the quarterback himself does more scrambling to extend plays, or even taking off and running. Bartkowski loved it at first, but he was older now, and injuries were slowing him down. It just was not right for him. Henning clearly had to make a choice between his system and his quarterback, and he chose his system. A few games into the 1985 season, Steve Bartkowski was benched. It was decided, it seems, that their 0-5 start was his fault, never mind his actual performance. Henning pointed to his tendency to take a lot of sacks. Well, yeah, you asked a dyed-in-the-wool pocket passer who was battling injuries well into his 30s to scramble for his life on a regular basis. But as a pure passer, he wasn't at all in decline. Through the first 5 games of '85, Bart's passer rating, a metric football insiders were well aware of back then, was third best in the NFL. In fact, of the 400-plus quarterbacking efforts of the post-merger era across such a span, he was way up there. He still had it. The Falcons had taken their star quarterback, the only great field general they'd ever had, and set him on the curb with close to a full tank. He played a handful of games for the Rams and then left the field for good. It wasn't easy to understand, but he spent the next few years going fishing and growing closer to his God. Who do you figure won that one? These are almost never stories about good people and bad people. Winning in the NFL isn't about drawing within the lines and hoping for the best. It's about picking a distant point, marching toward it, and accepting whatever comes of it. That's exactly what Henning did here, and it's what he'd do decades later in introducing the Wildcat formation to the NFL. It just didn't work out this time. But this is another opportunity to wonder what might have been. Bart had always found the most success standing in the pocket and chucking bombs. In what may have been the last gasp of the first great era of Falcons football, Bartkowski faced off against Joe Montana's 49ers, a team headed precisely in the opposite direction. Down 3 points at midfield with 2 seconds remaining, the Falcons ran Big Ben left, the deep ball, their favorite play for breaking opponents' hearts over the years. Bartkowski throws one of his last great missiles into the horizon. It bounces off his intended target and right into the hands of elusive wideout Billy White Shoes Johnson. Johnson loved to dance the funky chicken in the end zone and is recognized today as the foremost originator of the touchdown dance. But that's not in play this time because he has to go to the ground and stretch for every last inch. After the game, several 49ers insisted that he was down before he crossed the goal line. And given how long it took for officials to make a call, they might have had a point. We're now watching one of the last moments of pure elation the Falcons will experience for years and years. It would be ages before they found another quarterback of Steve Bartkowski's stature. Without him, Dan Henning's teams continued to stumble until he was fired after the 1986 season. In an early example of Rankin Smith's tendency to just bring back old friends he liked, he gave the job to Marion Campbell, who'd gone just 6-19 with the Falcons his first time around. His players always seemed to love him, but no matter what he did, he was powerless to stop what was, at this point, nearly a decade-long skid. Tired of all the losing and unwilling to be fired by the same team twice, Campbell retired midway through the 1989 season and never returned to the NFL. The consequence of toiling in a lost era like this one is that your achievements will be forgotten by most. There's Gerald Riggs modeling that red Falcons uniform with the classic logo, far and away the sickest the Falcons have ever had. Riggs is still the all-time Falcons rushing leader as of 2021. Because he spent most of his career on a terrible team, you might have never even heard of him, but during the mid-'80s, his rushing numbers were up there with the likes of Walter Payton and actually ahead of Marcus Allen. In even greater obscurity, there are center Jeff Van Note and tackle Mike Henn. Combined, these two started nearly 500 games for the Falcons, most of them in losing efforts. As offensive linemen who never once scored a touchdown, they have no highlight reels. Just like you never tell a bridge good job when you drive across it, their thankless pass protection was largely unappreciated by the layperson. Pro Football Reference does have approximate value, a method intended to roughly condense a player's contributions into a single number. There are a whole lot of very famous Falcons on this chart, but way up at number 2 and number 3 all time are Ken and Van Note. I think these two are very emblematic of these Mormon 1980s Falcons. In order to truly understand these teams, you probably just had to be there. I wouldn't be surprised if the average football fan has not heard of any of these people. That is about to change, starting right now. It's the summer of 1982, somewhere in Florida. A 15-year-old is out in the suffocating humidity. His stepdad has dragged him out to pull weeds. On the chore spectrum, pulling weeds has to be among the very worst chores in existence, especially if you don't have the right tools, which, I mean, come on, he's some kid. I bet he's having to get down and pull them out with his bare hands. It absolutely sucks. The weather sucks. He's having a horrible time. This is the moment he makes a resolution that will alter his entire future. He has decided that he will never work another damn day in his entire life. The Atlanta Falcons had been dead silent for the better part of a decade. What this actually was a period of decline brought on by meddling management, ineffective systems, and personnel decisions that broke the wrong way. All pretty standard stuff that most sports franchises experience from time to time. But what it feels like, in retrospect, is a dropping of the curtain, a shuffling around of set pieces in preparation for the act to follow.
The Falcons had a big identity change thanks to one very specific addition. In the 1989 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons used the 5th overall pick on a 21-year-old franchise-changing athlete out of Florida State, a revolutionary cornerback who could impact football games more than any other corner ever has before or since. Dion had never played the position before college, but by the time he left Tallahassee, scouts had never seen such a talented corner. And he knew exactly how great he was, consistently carrying around both massive amounts of swagger and massive amounts of jewelry. Even better, despite the fact that Atlanta had been in the doldrums and was coming off 6 straight losing seasons, he really embraced the idea of becoming a Falcon. He envisioned getting the credit for being the one to turn their fortunes around. One thing that complicated matters, however, was another sport. A talented baseball outfielder, Dion had been drafted the previous year by the New York Yankees, and when the Falcons weren't meeting his contractual demands, he held out from Atlanta's training camp and threatened to turn his attention full-time to baseball, where he'd been called up to the big leagues. Just a few days before the NFL season started, right in the middle of a baseball game against the Mariners, the Falcons finally were able to bring their prized draft pick to Atlanta to begin his extraordinary NFL career. There was so much that went into making Deion Sanders the greatest, most impactful cornerback in NFL history, that went into making him one of a kind at so many things, that went into making him primetime. The obvious place to start, just because it was the thing that most jumped off the screen at you, was his unmatched athleticism and raw talent. His pure speed was nothing short of cartoonish, which made him an absolute nightmare to try and corral in open space whenever he had the ball in his hands, whether it was after picking off a pass and zooming the other way until he's high-stepping into the end zone, or, as illustrated by this punt return, just 5 minutes into his NFL career, his game-changing explosiveness returning punts and kicks, or even dabbling in some wide receiver where he could take a short pass to the house in the blink of an eye. Despite all those physical gifts, Deion still wouldn't have been nearly the cornerback he was if he hadn't had a brilliant football mind and tremendous work ethic to go along with him. He relentlessly studied opposing receivers and their splits and footwork and habits and tells to the point that he basically always knew what route the guy lining up across from him was gonna run. Plenty of cornerbacks make educated gambles based on what they expect through their film study, but what made Deion the top cover corner of all time was that with him, there was no such thing as a gamble, because gambling implies there's the potential to lose. That potential didn't really exist with Deion. He could squat and jump on shorter routes because even in the rare times he guessed wrong or took a false step and the receiver went deep, Deion's preternatural makeup speed would never leave him out of position to recover and make a play on the ball. He was also an expert at baiting quarterbacks. Even against a Canton-bound duo here, Deion dupes Steve Young into thinking he's got Jerry Rice wide open for an easy scoring pitch and catch. It got to the point where opponents simply never even bothered throwing it to his side of the field, and while the term shutdown corner gets thrown around often, Deion Sanders was the one true bona fide shutdown corner in NFL history. The only player with the smarts, size, instincts, anticipation, and athleticism to legitimately wipe away an entire side of the field from the offense's attack.
There's no denying Deion's talents as a shutdown corner and the amount of swag he brought to the game. But it's just so silly how he possessed both traits at such a high level. The dude was just so effortlessly cool. He'll show up with his chain swinging and Jerry Curl juice flying everywhere just to shut down your team's top receiver. And there was nothing you could do about it. Anyone who has the confidence to say, if you look good, you feel good. If you feel good, you play good. If you play good, they pay good. And turn around to prove every single word of that is just legendary. That type of brash confidence with the ability to back it up is why Deion meant so much to Atlanta. In a city where so many folks consider themselves trendsetters, Deion was there solidifying himself as someone the NFL had never seen before. He might have left and had more team success with other squads, but he came into this league as an Atlanta Falcon, and he was proud of it from day one. He was the first true superstar for a franchise that rarely had a lot to celebrate.
Of course, Deion later became an Atlanta Brave too, suiting up for Bobby Cox's National League champs from 1991 to 94. A lot has been made about Deion's simultaneous baseball and football exploits, and for good reason. We could spend an hour talking about it, but let's stop just long enough to show you this. On September 25th, 1991, while playing for the Braves, Deion Sanders stole second base. Let's move about 40 yards up and to the left. On this spot, just 3 days prior, Deion Sanders registered a sack fumble on Raiders quarterback Jay Schrader. Two completely different acts of thievery. That's what he was best at. There are so many deadbolts on this achievement that prevent it from ever being repeated. First, you have to be active on an NFL roster and an MLB roster at the same time, which only Deion has ever done. Second, both teams need to play on the same field in the same week, which requires a multi-purpose stadium, which the NFL and MLB don't do at all anymore. Third, you must record both a stolen base and a sack, two things that are associated with two very, very different body types. Deion did something on this spot that will never, ever happen again. Anyway, this patch of land is a parking lot now. If you want to find it, you can make your way to the green lot somewhere to the left of marker number 7. Can't miss it. The Falcons had always had their fair share of characters, but they were mostly found in dignified elder statesmen like Jeff Van Note and Claude Humphrey, born-again golden boys like Steve Bartkowski and Greg Brazina, and the Archie Bunker magic of Norm Van Brocklin. Now they had both of the largest, loudest personalities in pro football. One was Deion, a person who offered a specific type of presence that the big four American sports had never really seen before. The other was an old friend. In his first stop in Atlanta, Jerry Glanville had made NFL history by being the only man in football willing to push every single faucet on the soda fountain, sending a tasteless number of pass rushers after the quarterback and producing the most stringent defense the NFL has ever seen. Yeah, it was only effective for one season until opposing offensive coordinators figured out how to solve for it. Who cares? Point is, Glanville wasn't afraid to stand out. In fact, he loved it. After leaving the Falcons in 1982, Glanville eventually won the head coaching job with the Houston Oilers and quickly built a reputation as one of the most obnoxious guys in pro football. He held some qualities reminiscent of another old friend, Van Brocklin. For instance, like Van Brocklin, he wanted to physically fight the media, once offering to go one-on-one with a radio host in a Rage in the Cage style motel room death match until only one was left standing. After leading the Oilers to 3 straight playoff appearances, Glanville landed the top job in Atlanta, where he tried even harder and looked even less cool. He was the damn Gandalf of the Piedmont, leaving Atlanta to battle the Balrog and returning in a majestic cloak. Glanville was known as the Man in Black, which is something you want other people to call you when you're 5. And in an effort to rebrand as the bad boys of the NFC, he had the Falcons' uniforms redesigned to an all-black pattern. I'm partial to the red helmets, but I gotta admit they're pretty cool. Glanville is probably best remembered for occasionally buying game tickets for Elvis and leaving them for pickup at the will call booth. If he had done this quietly, and the story came to light years after the fact, this would have been a very funny goof. An all-timer. Instead, though, he wrung every last ounce of humor out of it. He tore all around town with Elvis vanity plates on his Corvette. He titled his autobiography Elvis Don't Like Football. He put his name on the Genesis and Super Nintendo game Jerry Glanville's Pigskin Football, a side-scroller that resembles Streets of Rage more than any football game and actually looks pretty fun. At the end of each stage, you're treated to a black and white bitmap that probably took up half the memory in the cartridge, of Glanville looking very, very cool, as well as a rundown of your stats. One of them is Elvis sightings. This joke is trying so hard. I'm exhausted. As a comedian, he had a lot of trouble with the follow-through. On one occasion, he accused an official of calling a game against him and said, "Here, might as well steal my watch too," and threw it at him. The official called his bluff, picked up the watch, and walked away. That's the joke, man. It's done. This joke cost you $15,000 and now it's over. But as any comedian will tell you, the best jokes always end with, wait, I was just joking. So yeah, Jerry Glanville was corny. But he was also a genuinely interesting, entertaining personality with a similarly entertaining system. The NFL could use more of that.
At the top of Glanville's initial wish list was hiring June Jones as his offensive coordinator. Jones was a reserve quarterback on the Falcons when Glanville was concocting the Grits Blitz during his first stint on Atlanta's coaching staff. Jones leaned on Glanville during those years to learn more about defense, and then Glanville hired Jones to coach his quarterbacks for a couple years in Houston. Unfortunately for Glanville, Jones's employer put the kibosh on any attempts to poach him. After the Falcons struggled through a 5-11 season in 1990, Jones's contract expired, and Glanville finally got his man and the innovative offensive system that came along with him. Previously, the Falcons under Jerry Glanville had been running an offense he called the Red Gun, but was more widely known as the run-and-shoot offense. Thus, you can understand the strong desire to reunite with Jones, a run-and-shoot guru who evolved and put his own spin on the offense developed by Jones's former college coach, Mouse Davis. It was a pass-heavy offense that spread the field with 4 wide receivers and just 1 running back pretty much every play, with the tight end essentially extinct in this offense. Generally, there'd be a receiver split wide on each side and a slot receiver on each side lined up tight to the formation, though sometimes there could be a trips look with 3 wide receivers lined up on the same side of the field. A key tenet of the system is that whereas receivers often have a predetermined route that they're assigned to run, the run and shoot is predicated on adjusting after the snap to whatever the defense's coverage scheme is. For example, when facing a zone defense, the quarterback and receiver have to be on the same page in identifying who's going to occupy which zone and reacting accordingly to find the soft spots in that zone. When firing on all cylinders, there should be post-snap built-in counters for anything the defense can possibly throw at them. It placed heavy stress on the defense and demanded that they cover every blade of grass on the field. Some of the downsides are that it's a one-dimensional offense and that it provides minimal protection for the quarterback. Therefore, they usually roll out after taking the snap instead of dropping back because they're very exposed to the pass rush, and with anything other than lightning-quick decision-making, they're a sitting duck back there. As for who would be the long-term quarterback to sling the ball around in Jones's run and shoot, the Falcons had some decisions to make when the 1991 NFL Draft rolled around. The Falcons didn't have an urgent need at the position, as starter Chris Miller had given them steady play there, but by 91 they were at least sniffing around QBs. And lead personnel exec Ken Herrock was specifically drawn to the aroma about 400 miles southwest in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and a prospect entering that year's draft by the name of Brett Favre. The star quarterback from the University of Southern Miss was coming off a turbulent year. In the summer before his senior season, a car wreck nearly killed him, and while it eventually necessitated the removal of 2.5 feet of his intestine, he returned after just a month to lead a resounding victory over an SEC powerhouse. After capping his standout career by leading the Golden Eagles to an 8-win season, Favre was widely expected to be the first quarterback selected, potentially even in the top 15 picks, with Herrock's Falcons showing heavy interest. And with that extra first-round pick at number 13 overall conveniently in their back pocket, that's where Favre's camp expected him to land. But they got thrown a curveball when Atlanta instead chose a slot receiver with that 13th pick. The spot he thought was earmarked all along for him was not to be, so Favre went back to playing Nintendo while somehow remaining on the board all the way until the Falcons' next pick, where finally they pounced. But make no mistake, this was a Ken Herrock pick all the way. Glanville wanted someone else, and never liked Favre from day one, once even remarking it'd take a plane crash to play him. Completely turned off by the partying ways of his top prospect that they were quite fortunate to have dropped to them at pick 33, Glanville wouldn't even learn Favre's name, opting instead for a far more verbally inefficient route and refused to install him as his backup quarterback, forcing Herrock to trade for deposed Charger Billy Joe Tolliver just a few days before the season kicked off. Favre also admittedly did very little to help his own cause. That nightlife reputation was the reason his teammates gave him their own moniker. He blew off game plans, slept in meetings, and when the third stringer did receive his scant playing time in 1991, it couldn't have gone worse. Mopping up a blowout loss in Washington, he turned his only 5 dropbacks of the season into 2 completions to the opposition, 0 completions to a teammate, and a sack. Just a couple weeks later, developments were unfolding up in Green Bay, with the Packers looking to shake up their football operation in the midst of their 18th playoff-less season in 19 years, and in late November, they plucked Ron Wolf out of the Jets front office to be their new general manager. Like Herrock, Wolf was enamored with Favre when he was coming out of college and was the most coveted player on his team's board, with frantic efforts to trade up nearly resulting in a deal with Phoenix before the Cardinals reneged at the last second. Herrock landed Favre just 1 spot before Wolf was poised to. Wolf was also a close friend and former colleague of Herrock's, and wouldn't you know it, Wolf's first game running the Packers just so happened to come a few days later in Atlanta against his old pal. Well before the game started, Herrock encouraged Wolf to check out Favre's throw, signaling he was receptive to offers for a player he knew would never get a fair shake from the coaching staff. Wolf took him up on the offer, which rubber-stamped his burning desire to acquire the young gunslinger for his new team in Green Bay. After the season, Herrock orchestrated a meeting with Glanville, June Jones, and team ownership to develop a plan as to how to handle Favre's status amid their difference of opinion. But the available evidence began to sow doubt in Herrock's head. After he initially attached an unrealistic price tag to Favre, Wolf moved forward with an opening counteroffer of a 2nd-round pick. Herrock stood firm on a 1st-round pick, though he hoped that would prove too expensive. It wasn't. They eventually kissed on the Venn diagram in February 1992 on a deal for Favre, who, when notified of the trade, thought it was interesting, but not as interesting as finishing his crawfish. And when Favre's first career start on the road happened to be in Atlanta, he made crystal clear there was no love lost with Glanville. At the time of the trade, the Falcons' rationale was understandable. They had a quarterback who rode the run and shoot to the Pro Bowl, so Favre wasn't going to be playing in the immediate future anyway, and they rebounded in year 2 of the Glanville regime to become a playoff team, so their window to contend was open. That draft pick could have been used on someone who actually played and helped take them to the next level. Unfortunately, they ultimately used that mid-first round pick to draft a Southern Miss teammate of Favre's, running back Tony Smith. It was a pick that did not pan out.
Looking back, it seems really strange that Glanville didn't enjoy the spectacle that Favre brought along with him, because he loved every single other kind of spectacle. The NFL had instituted rules restricting non-football related personnel from loitering on the sidelines just in time for the Falcons to completely ignore them. Celebrities were a common sight on the Atlanta sideline. Cobb County's own Travis Tritt was a regular, and he and Glanville were commonly seen hanging out around town. Other luminaries, such as Wayne Newton and James Brown, were spotted from time to time. But above all, the Falcons' spiritual leader and muse was MC Hammer. Hammer and the Falcons had become fast friends following their appearance in Hammer's Too Legit to Quit music video. If you want to find Glanville in this video, you gotta do a little skipping around. Toward the very end, Jerry gets exactly 1.8 seconds of fame, just long enough to say Too Legit to Quit. Got all dressed up just for that. Sorry, Jerry. Regardless, Glanville and the Falcons made sure he was a regular presence. Dion credited Hammer as an inspiration for his 100-yard kickoff return against San Francisco. In tribute, he high-stepped throughout the entire second half of the run. In this confluence of NFL, hip-hop, and the city of Atlanta, we saw the beginnings of 3 things that, while already big, were about to explode in popularity and help define American culture. In particular, though, Hammer and the Falcons were an interesting contrast. The Falcons were resented by their peers for an attitude and style of play that opponents found dirty. Hammer, on the other hand, was mocked by rappers on both coasts for being clean and marketable. While others resented the Falcons' unorthodox way of doing business, Hammer was criticized for borrowing from others by sampling. But Hammer was a representation of what was to come in hip-hop. Today, sampling is a celebrated art, and relatively clean rappers have found universal appeal. Not so with the Jerry Glanville Falcons. In today's NFL, sure, there are fun teams and interesting people, but teams with this kind of attitude are nowhere to be found. Not anymore. Jerry and Dion had a lot in common. Both were iconoclasts, both sought attention at every opportunity, and yet were painting Dion as an inherently cool dude and Jerry as just kind of a dork. Why? Well, lots of reasons, but I'll name 4. First, takes one to know one. Second, Dion possessed one of the most varied and fascinating skill sets of any athlete who has ever lived, whereas Glanville dressed like 2 8-year-olds' poorly conceived plot to sneak into showgirls. Third, Dion was expressing himself as an athlete, and throughout history, athletes were typically discouraged from expressing themselves. They'd made owners rich, not themselves, and now they were starting to claim that power. That's what Dion represented. Jerry, meanwhile, wow, a loud boss, huh? That's crazy, man. And fourth, Dion understood the art of comedy. In '92, baseball broadcaster Tim McCarver used his national pulpit to criticize Dion for simultaneously playing football and baseball. He didn't have Tim McCarver's permission to do that, and McCarver sternly voiced his disapproval to millions on multiple occasions. Dion responded brilliantly. When McCarver was in the Braves clubhouse the night they won the National League pennant, Dion snuck up behind him and gave him a bath. When McCarver, who never imagined he'd face any consequences for trashing a guy for having 2 jobs on national television, tried to scold him,
"Hey, I got a real man, you know that?"
Dion gave him another. This is Three Stooges stuff. It's comedy at its very most fundamental. Even if Jerry didn't quite have it in him to achieve that level of comedy himself, he should be commended for enabling it. In fact, I think he deserves substantial credit for one of the funniest, most disrespectful stunts ever seen on a football field. Because only a Jerry Glanville team would be brazen enough to even think of it. Over the previous 5 years or so, something startling had happened. The New Orleans Saints had gotten good. As recently as the mid-'80s, the Saints had found a way to lose about twice as many games as the Falcons over their respective lifetimes. Unlike the Falcons, they'd never fielded any contenders. For more than 20 years in New Orleans, it'd been nothing but losing all the way down. But led by head coach Jim Mora and Baton Rouge-born quarterback Bobby Hebert, the Saints dramatically reversed course, to the point at which they actually had a better overall record than Atlanta. They'd made 2 playoff appearances, something that even a short time ago seemed impossible. And in '91, they made a 3rd trip to the postseason, where, in the first round, they ran into the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to spoil a couple of very important details right away. First, as the chart indicates here, the Falcons will win this game. Second, to this day, all the way up through 2020, this is the one and only time the Falcons and Saints ever met in the playoffs. Some might take this to mean that this is an ultimately meaningless rivalry, but given the half-century of madness between these two that has never once relented, I'd argue exactly the opposite. But these considerations really only set the stage for what happens on December 28, 1991. You just have to see it for yourself.
Their playoff showdown starts wonderfully for Atlanta as Glanville's defense forces what should have been a 3-and-out before a reckless roughing the kicker call brings them back in. That leads to Floyd Turner capitalizing on a miscommunication by the Falcons secondary to break wide open for the score and a 7-0 Saints lead. With New Orleans on the doorstep of the goal line and threatening to go up 14 the next time they get the ball, Dion knows that rookie receiver Wesley Carroll is going to be running a slant, baits the throw, and then explodes through the optical illusion he created of an open passing window to snag the interception and put out that fire. Midway through the second quarter, with the Falcons trailing 10-zip, running back Mike Rozier takes a handoff up the middle and gets immediately stuffed, with the ball ripped away from him and the Saints recovering. Despite his right knee clearly not being down when the ball popped out, and his left knee clearly not being down when the ball popped out, the official on the left, who blew the play dead, won out against the official on the right. Next play, on 3rd and long, the Falcons parlay their good fortune into a touchdown when Chris Miller finds Andre Rison shaking free to bring Atlanta within 3. After the teams traded a couple field goals, the Saints are set to kick off with just 3 seconds left in the first half. Falcons linebacker Michael Reed falls on the little squib kick and then inexplicably chucks it backward in an apparent attempt to spark some sort of spectacular touchdown. The Saints happen to be offsides on the play, so let's give Reed the benefit of the doubt that perhaps he saw the flag or something and knew it was going to be a free play. Okay, fine. In that case, that'd be reasonable then. On to the re-kick. Okay, so I guess that initial one wasn't simply a product of the penalty. No longer even possessing the element of surprise in a plan fraught with risk, they wanted to get the ball in Deion Sanders' hands because there's no one in the world more likely than him to pull a rabbit out of the hat and weave his way into the end zone. Except for the fact that there's still an exponentially higher chance of just handing your opponent a touchdown via lateral gone awry, as was nearly the case here. So while an upside did exist in which the Falcons could have scored and entered halftime up 4, that wasn't nearly as likely as the downside of entering halftime down 10. Having dodged that bullet to remain down 3, Atlanta comes out firing to open the second half, capping an 84-yard drive with Miller dropping this beauty right in the bucket for Michael Haynes, who makes a magnificent catch after getting a half step on the cornerback, manages to stay in bounds, and hangs on to the ball even though he knows the safety's about to lay a wallop on him. Their first lead is short-lived, however. It looks like they've held the Saints to just a field goal, but a Falcons encroachment means once again a special teams penalty sends Atlanta's defense back on the field. And once again, New Orleans takes advantage to take the lead back before some more Dion-based lateraling on the ensuing kickoff. With under 3 minutes left in the game, the Falcons have the ball with the score tied. The Saints dial up a heavy blitz, and with Haynes being given a sizable cushion by the cornerback, his job is to run a 10-yard hitch. After a quick inside move and a broken tackle, it is a foot race. And the New Orleans native doesn't lose many of those, which nearly turns out the lights on his favorite childhood team's season. But there's still one flicker remaining, one last chance for the Saints to try and force overtime. New Orleans is able to advance down to Atlanta's 35-yard line with 70 seconds left. On the next play, Falcons cornerback Tim McKyer, playing a zone defense, is just sitting on the quick out route. Interception. Game clinched.
The Saints don't have enough timeouts to make a stop and get the ball back. What you do in this moment if you're the Falcons, if you're Tim McKyer, is immediately hit the ground. Give yourself up. In the play, the game is over. It can safely be argued that this is the single biggest win to date in the Atlanta Falcons' 26-year history. Their only other playoff win came all the way back in 1978 against the Eagles. But this one comes against their arch rival. And if they win this, it'll represent the end of a slide that's lasted nearly a decade. All that needs to happen is for McKyer to hit the deck. Saints receiver Floyd Turner recognizes that this thing is sewn up and peels away instead of making the hit. Uh-oh. McKyer's not going down, but he's not going upfield either. He's looking for an accomplice. He's looking for Dion. Dion always liked to joke about becoming a three-sport athlete and playing rugby, a distant cousin of football that heavily emphasizes short pitches to teammates. The Falcons love doing this. Throughout this season, they found a little bit of success tossing laterals here and there, and as we just saw, their attempt to do so in this very game almost ended in catastrophe. But here they are, taking us on another terrifying roller coaster with nothing to gain and absolutely everything to lose. McKyer finds Dion, who hits all four directions on the D-pad before sprinting upfield. The sideline is right there. The Saints have him walled off. Surely now Dion is going to step out of bounds and win the ballgame. No, he has sorcery to perform. Watch as number 89, Quinn Early, goes for the stop. Dion shakes him so badly that by the time he's done with him, Quinn Early has been demoted. He is now number 68. Look again. 89, 68. 68 is essentially an upside-down 89. What's likely here is that Quinn Early, who was previously seen in this game wearing correct numbers on the front and back, probably had to change at some point into a backup jersey with messed up upside-down lettering. That is the rational explanation. But the correct explanation is that Deion Sanders is a sorcerer and he's not finished conjuring. He now pitches to rookie Joe Fishback, who takes it all the way to the house for a completely unnecessary touchdown. This score was later overturned, and correctly so. Laterals can't even be a fraction of a degree forward, and we can see that Dion lets it go just before the 40-yard line and Fishback grabs it just after the 40. The Falcons took a knee after this and won by 1 touchdown instead of 2. I think this is the reason the play is mostly forgotten today. But a play like this with multiple laterals is only ever seen if a team is losing in the final seconds. It's a desperation play. The Falcons appear to be in a state of urgency to the point of panic. The difference here is that the Falcons were not desperate to avoid a loss. The Falcons were desperate to beat the Saints even worse. Atlanta was decisively knocked out of the playoffs a week later in Washington, but that seems beside the point entirely. This game was their Super Bowl. In the 55-year history of this rivalry, this remains the one and only time the Falcons and Saints squared off in playoff football. And the goal wasn't simply to win, it was to punk him the fuck out. It was a testament to Deion Sanders' athleticism, spectacular personality, and determination to thoroughly destroy his opponent. But in equal measure, it revealed the unique character of these Atlanta Falcons, who never would have even tried this if they had been led by anyone other than Jerry Glanville. Any other coach would have been absolutely driven up a wall by such a useless stunt that could have lost them a playoff game. Jerry just kinda chuckled, conceding only that it was a little bit extreme and acknowledging that it was fully in line with the outlandish philosophy he himself had implemented, before excusing himself to join one of many locker room dance parties with Hammer. This was their greatest moment. After the Falcons finished with 6-10 records in each of their next 2 seasons, Jerry Glanville was fired. Despite the presence of Deion Sanders, their defense regressed to the worst in the NFL, and after an agonizing, protracted series of negotiations, Deion finally left for the Niners after the 1993 season. And after a startling rebrand as a gangster rapper that convinced absolutely nobody on earth, Hammer's celebrity faded as well. Nothing this weird and electrifying is allowed to last for long. You can say whatever you want about these Jerry Glanville, Deion Sanders, MC Hammer Falcons, but they put something into the NFL that the game had never seen before, and that we have never seen since. I mean, good lord. This is the rudest thing I have ever seen on an NFL field. It's a work of art. Imagine giving the city of Baltimore 10 years to add everybody in Memphis. That's more or less what Atlanta was dealing with in the 90s, and the infrastructure just wasn't ready for it. My elementary school had to repurpose janitor's closets as classrooms to get out of the room the kids would have to crawl over the desks. It took a million years to get anywhere. You'd spend hours just baking in the car, sitting in gridlock on a 2-lane highway that needed to be 8 lanes. I've never seen anything like it since. Endless stucco in every direction. The only grass you'd see for miles was this weird Bermuda grass that they trucked in on pallets that turned yellow in the fall. But if there's any one site that defines the Georgia aesthetic over the last 30 years, it's this stuff. Romans left the aqueducts. Georgians left silt fences. Black plastic silt fences, held in by wooden stakes to keep piles of red Georgia clay from spilling out of bulldozed plots of land. There must have been 100,000 miles of it strung around metro Atlanta. It was like an entire city was being built at the same time. The Falcons were outgrowing their home too. In Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, they didn't get the favorable financial conditions the Braves did, despite both teams being the same age. And getting sacked somewhere around second base stopped being funny after a while. As is standard practice in American sports, owner Rankin Smith threatened to move the Falcons to Jacksonville if a new stadium wasn't built. And it worked. Opened in 1992, the 71,000-seat Georgia Dome received a large chunk of its funding from a hotel-motel tax that visitors to Atlanta would see on their hotel bills. I mean, hey, if the rest of the country was planning on coming to Atlanta and beating the Falcons' asses like they'd spent the last 25 years doing, paying for the venue was honestly the least they could do.
When Deion made his first trip to the Georgia Dome as a visitor, there was much fanfare in the lead-up surrounding his individual matchup with Andre Rison. The two had quite a lengthy history. First, in college, they had some bad blood stemming from a couple heated battles in 1987 and 88 when Rison's Michigan State Spartans faced Sanders' Seminoles, the latter of which featured some fisticuffs between the two. He and Deion spent 4 years not just as teammates, but they were also roommates. Now they're once again opponents ready to go after each other. And early in the second quarter, Deion greeted Rison with a poke to his eye. A couple plays later, the old friends fully committed to catching up and exchanging pleasantries with one another. The very next time Atlanta got the ball, Deion ended their scoring threat with a flair unique only to primetime, saying hello to his old sideline as he high-stepped his way to an insurmountable 28-3 lead. That exuberance came with a groin injury that knocked him out the rest of the game. I think we can safely say that it was worth it.
The Falcons of the early 90s loved attention and often got it. They were indeed the self-styled bad boys of the NFL. But one person in the Falcons' orbit stood alone as a true iconoclast. Lisa Left Eye Lopez emerged as a musical prodigy while growing up in Philly, and she was drawn to Atlanta by its burgeoning rap and R&B scene. Soon after, she became one-third of TLC, one of the most influential groups of any genre in the last few decades. Lopez began dating Andre Rison. About a year into the relationship, Rison allegedly assaulted her one morning in an Atlanta Kroger. Ultimately, prosecutors dismissed the charges, explaining that key witnesses had given inconsistent accounts of the incident. If there's one thing the NFL's known for, it's putting its head in the sand and pretending problems don't exist. One has been the high rate of assault and domestic violence committed by its players. If you're a star, there will be the standard incantations of personal problems and overcoming adversity, and you'll be let back in. If you're a really big star, it might just be swept under the rug entirely. In Risen's case, the allegations alone were more than enough to convince his sponsors to pull ads and cut ties with him. Similarly, it was well within the power of both the Falcons and the NFL to take any action they felt appropriate, but Risen wasn't suspended for a single game. In these moments, the NFL tells us a lot about them. Lopez would later become perhaps the first woman ever to dominate the NFL news cycle when, after one of many arguments with Risen, she dumped some gifts in the marble bathtub of his house and lit him on fire. Crucially though, after the ensuing damage, it was replaced with a plastic tub. Perhaps unaware of this, Lopez did the same with Risen's shoe collection sometime later. The plastic melted, and the mansion went up in flames. This was all Atlanta news media talked about for days. Helicopter footage of the ruins was all you saw on every channel. To many football fans, Left Eye's legacy is simply crazy lady who burned a house down. But here was a woman who, on top of her groundbreaking talents that helped put Atlanta's R&B scene on the map, was a true cultural dissident. No one was supposed to be sex positive then, least of all a black woman in the South. But she got her nickname by wearing a condom over her right eye, a statement that was part of her advocacy for birth control. To these Atlanta Falcons, their definition of iconoclasm was wearing all black uniforms without league approval and allowing unauthorized famous guys on the sidelines. How much more than that you should really expect out of a football team, I don't know. The fact remains that these guys couldn't, or more accurately wouldn't, meaningfully transcend the little painted rectangle they played in. Within that rectangle, it was probably pretty easy to feel like revolutionaries. But what the Falcons thought they were, Left Eye actually was. For better or for worse, the Smith family that owned and operated the Falcons had a habit of filling the head coaching position with guys they remembered from the 70s. They rehired Marion Campbell a decade after they fired him. They brought back Jerry Glanville a decade after his first stint in Atlanta. And in '94, they elevated June Jones, once their backup quarterback, to head coach. At this point, the Falcons ran the only pure run-and-shoot offense in the NFL. And Jones' first job was to find the quarterback who could actually fly this thing. Having traded away Brett Favre, the Falcons had spent the 90s making do with a platoon of Chris Miller, Billy Joe Tolliver, and fan favorite Bobby Hebert, who they'd signed away from the Saints. To lock down their quarterback of the future, they bundled together a handful of draft picks, shipped them off to Indianapolis, and landed former number 1 overall pick, Jeff George. George was kind of a project. His career in Indianapolis was defined by poor numbers, lots of losing, and one of the most unique holdouts ever seen, in which George didn't really even ask for anything or say why he was holding out. I guess he just didn't want to play football. I get it, man. But when he returned, his potential came with him, and his stock rose enough in '93 for the Falcons to go after him. Their gamble paid off. George thrived in the run and shoot, and he established himself as one of the league's more effective passers. He benefited from the talents of receivers Eric Metcalf, Bert Emanuel, and Terrence Mathis, all three of whom surpassed 1,000 yards in 1995. But his secret weapon was in the backfield with him. If you're running a formation that doesn't give you 2 running backs, what's the next best thing? How about one enormous running back?
The single back in June Jones's run and shoot for a couple years was the domain of Craig Ironhead Hayward, a free agent they initially signed to back up Eric Pegram. But 5 games into the '94 season, with Ironhead averaging over 1.5 yards more per carry than Pegram, the former supplanted the latter as starter following a deliciously scorigamic win. Ironhead was a perfect fit for Jones's offense. Though he'd previously had some well-documented struggles with his weight earlier in his career, sometimes registering 3 spins on the scale, in Atlanta he got that under control, and at peak condition, he was built like the offspring of a semi-truck and a bowling ball, while possessing surprising quickness and ability to make plays catching the ball out of the backfield, where he could get loose out in space and rumble upfield like a rolling ball of butcher knives for big gains. He also absolutely flourished in pass protection, dominating even decorated D linemen. He'd stonewall you, knock your helmet off, then kick that shit away and let you hear about it. And while the Falcons ran the ball way less than everyone else every year June Jones was head coach, when they did keep it on the ground, they thoroughly pounded defenses. Their opponent often lined up with a light box featuring just one linebacker in a dime defense with 6 defensive backs sprayed all over the field to match up with the 4 Falcon wideouts. For Ironhead, that was taking candy from a baby other than Maggie Simpson. He was the hammer to those poor little human DB nails who were often giving up 50+ pounds in their collisions. In 1995, despite not carrying the ball as much as a lot of his running back brethren in more traditional offenses, because his yardage per carry was alongside some all-time greats near the top of that year's leaderboard, he was still able to rush for nearly 1,100 yards, which helped earn him an invitation to the Pro Bowl to cap that memorable season. A little over 10 years later, Hayward tragically passed away from a recurring brain tumor at just 39 years old. And while his son Cam has carved out one hell of a career himself up in Pittsburgh, the Hayward name will also always have a strong legacy in Atlanta, where Ironhead will be forever beloved.
None of the June Jones Falcons teams set the NFL on fire, but they do claw themselves to an 8-7 record entering the last game of the 95 season. Their old roommates, the Braves, have just brought the first ever championship to Atlanta. And hey, maybe the Falcons can make some magic too. They can lock in a playoff spot with one more win, but that win will have to come against the defending Super Bowl champion 49ers. The Niners are in the thick of a dynasty that just will not end. Future Hall of Famer Joe Montana spent most of the 80s beating on the Falcons, and then future Hall of Famer Steve Young showed up and beat him up some more. Along with the Cowboys, the 49ers were NFL royalty. And just like the Cowboys who knocked the Falcons out of the playoffs in 1978 and 1980, it was now the Niners' job to get these punks off the lawn. Down 21-10, everything feels hopeless after Jeff George gets planted into the Georgia Dome turf. I sat on it one time while attending a Billy Graham crusade, and I can confirm that that shit was not comfortable. George is knocked out in favor of Bobby Hebert, who stuck around as a backup after George took his starting job. There have been a lot of Falcons fans who preferred Hebert all along. Even the Niners felt the need to stick their thumb in it, with defensive end Ricky Jackson just coming out and saying that Bobby Hebert was a great quarterback and Jeff George was a guy they weren't scared of. This Christmas Eve, everyone in the house was pulling for Bobby, and Bobby played Santa Claus. First down the chimney was a touchdown strike to Terrence Mathis in the back of the end zone that briefly gave the Falcons the lead. Then, down once again in the final minutes, Hebert converts a 4th and 5 by staying cool in the pocket and finding Metcalf to keep hopes alive. The next play, he's not as fortunate. The pocket collapses and forces him out. In this instant, it has to be tempting to roll all the way out, pick up a few yards, and step out of bounds. After all, it's first down and there's still about 2 minutes on the clock. That would be the smart play, unless you're capable of this. With defenders all around Terrence Mathis, he finds him deep. Mathis, like Hebert, wants to eat the entire thing in one bite. He stiff arms Eric Davis, stiff arms Dedrick Dodge, sticks the ball out, and crash lands into the end zone, giving Atlanta a 28-27 lead. The 49ers have no answer on their final possession. Ball game. Fans understandably clamored for Bobby Hebert to start. This was a little bit unfair to George, who'd assembled 4 game-winning drives that season, had pretty good numbers, and was playing pretty well before he was knocked out. Without much of a second thought, Jones stuck with George. In retrospect, though, probably wouldn't have mattered. Because the following week, the Falcons were up against a quarterback who was in a different class entirely. Brett Favre bombed the Falcons secondary with 3 touchdown passes, and his Packers won 37-20 in a game that never felt close. Atlanta Journal-Constitution columnist Steve Hummer captured the feeling well. Who were these Falcons? Nobody knows, and now they're gone. It felt like the end, he said, and he was right. A year later, Brett Favre would lead the Packers to the Super Bowl win the Falcons had spent 3 decades chasing. What's most tragic is that Favre didn't come from nowhere. He wasn't a diamond in the rough. He didn't have to go to Green Bay to learn how to be great. His talents were known. The explanation Jerry Glanville would later give is that Favre couldn't stay sober, and implied that he intentionally did him a favor by sending him to Green Bay to shape up. Yes, Jerry, Wisconsin, the state where famously no one ever drinks alcohol. Glanville just got it wrong. In one of the most consequential misjudgments of talent in NFL history, he failed to see that in Favre, an eventual 3-time MVP and no doubt Hall of Famer, he had one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Once again, it's tempting to imagine how different this team's history might have been. The Niners and Cowboys would soon give way to new powers, one being Brett Favre's Packers. The window was open for the Falcons, and they missed it. These were the team's wildest years yet, but the Atlanta Falcons were only beginning to demonstrate their ability to astound, in one direction or another, for one reason or another. Through alternating stabilizations and free falls, they'd finished drawing the arc of the wing. It was now time to trace the rest of it. But it's the evening out that's always the most complicated. Jesse Tuggle had been around for all of this. He was born in Griffin, Georgia, about an hour's drive south of downtown Atlanta, and was about 3 months old the day the Falcons were founded. He grew up a huge Falcons fan, taking in the heroics of Claude Humphrey, Steve Bartkowski, and Alfred Jenkins, and was inspired to play football himself. True to how these stories often go, he was told he wasn't tall enough to go very far in football. Tuggle ended up attending Valdosta State with the simple intention of getting his bachelor's degree. On the side, he played linebacker for their Division II football program that had only been around a couple of years. He was too small, his school was too small, no NFL team ever bothered to scout him, and he went undrafted. Tuggle had to thread the needle to find his way into the NFL. During a chance encounter with then Falcons coach Marion Campbell, Valdosta State coach Mike Cavan insisted that this guy nobody had ever heard of was the real deal. Begged him to give Tuggle a shot in training camp, and threw in a bonus. He lives just south of Atlanta, so you won't have to buy him a plane ticket. The Falcons ultimately gave Tuggle their very last roster spot, and what followed was one of the greatest careers an Atlanta Falcon has ever had. Despite his 5 Pro Bowl appearances, he was generally an unknown to fans outside Atlanta, but every last ball carrier in the NFL knew him and feared him. His tackles looked like car accidents. In this 1991 game against the Saints, running back Fred McAfee comes at Tuggle at a full gallop and stops as though he ran into a concrete wall. By all accounts, Tuggle is a very nice man, but you wouldn't know it from some of his greatest hits. Here in the late 80s, we see him manhandling the great Roger Craig with the impatience, embarrassment, and fury of a security guard taking down a streaker. These two men were about the same height and weight, but it was as though Tuggle had the ability to double his size at will. Tuggle destroyed beautiful works of art before they could be finished. Anyone who's watched Barry Sanders highlights knows this could be the beginning of something breathtaking. But in comes Tuggle like a local news reporter knocking over an ice sculpture. He immediately and completely throws the brakes on the most elusive player in history. There were just no easy answers for his level of determination. This determination came from what he felt was his mission. Jesse Tuggle was not a football player. He was an Atlanta Falcon. After first suiting up in '87, he'd experienced all those years of ceaseless losing. He'd seen the vanishing flickers of hope offered in the early '90s. Through it all, he stayed, refusing to entertain the idea of ever playing for another team. He wanted to go to the Super Bowl with these Falcons, no matter how impossible and distant that always seemed. Now, in his 10th year, that seemed more distant than ever. In 1996, everything else in Atlanta was on the up and up. The city hosted the Summer Olympic Games, which still 25 years down the road doesn't seem real. The Braves won their 4th National League pennant of the decade. The Hawks were a really fun team that actually found a way to give the legendary 72-10 Bulls a run for their money when they played them. In November, Atlanta's own Evander Holyfield TKO'd Mike Tyson to win the WBA heavyweight title. Culturally speaking, Atlanta was shifting the center of gravity just a little bit toward the south, with Outkast releasing AT-Aliens, a landmark album that stands as one of the most wildly innovative and influential artistic works of the 90s. The only real tie the Falcons had to any of this was in their great longtime offensive tackle, Bob Whitfield, who founded the studio in which the hit single from AT-Aliens was recorded. They called it Elevators. It was a track in which Andre and Big Boy sort of processed their rapid rise to fame. And the fact that they made it plural sticks with me. It wasn't the elevator. Not everybody rises up together. Sometimes your elevator is going the same way as ours, and sometimes it's not. Every other elevator in town was going up. In '96, Falcons were going down. What else is new? Now, as always, they existed independent from everything around them. They were oblivious of and impervious to anything happening outside their hermetically sealed habitat. The Falcons dropped all of their first 8 games, but the wheels came off in Week 4. In the third quarter, with the Falcons down 23-10 to the Eagles in the Georgia Dome, head coach June Jones finally gave the fans what they wanted. Surly starting quarterback Jeff George was out. Fan-favorite Bobby Hebert was in. The crowd was enthusiastic to a degree that actually makes me feel kind of bad for George.
Styles, and here's Bobby Hebert, and the reaction of a few folks who are here.
They had the signs ready and everything. Minutes later, in front of a national television audience the Falcons rarely ever got, George and Jones were seen jawing at each other. This short clip was all anyone talked about the rest of the week, and it was the last time George would be seen in a Falcons uniform. Hebert threw 3 interceptions to finish out the game. That year, he led the NFL in picks despite not even playing in the first 2 games. Their listless offense, coupled with their NFL worst defense, resulted in a 3-13 record that got Jones fired. That sideline blow-up destroyed the team's morale. Tuggle, in particular, had an awful time with it. So much so that he almost left the team. And since he couldn't consider himself as anything other than a Falcon, that would have meant retiring. Still at the peak of his abilities. The Atlanta Falcons had gone bust yet again. It was time to build what seemed at first like yet another sandcastle.
To try and figure a way out of the abyss, Atlanta sought someone who was philosophically 180 degrees different from Jones, leading them to hire Dan Reeves in 1997 as both head coach and personnel czar. The ink wasn't yet dry from Reeves signing on the dotted line before he chucked the run and shoot out the window in favor of a system that could win deep in the playoffs. The Falcons were desperate for a taste of Super Bowl success, and Reeves was someone who'd been there plenty. Of the 30 Super Bowls that had been played at the time Atlanta hired him, Reeves had participated in 8 of them from his time in Dallas and Denver. 20 years before finally coming back home to Georgia, Reeves, then on the Cowboys coaching staff, had actually wanted and interviewed for the open Falcons job, but when they couldn't agree to terms, Lehman Bennett got it instead. Remaining in Dallas, Reeves coordinated those Cowboy offenses that beat Bennett's Falcons to end each of their first 2 playoff runs. Now in complete charge of the team, Reeves had a ton of work to do to get ready for the '97 season, starting with welcoming the concept of tight ends and 2-back formations back to Atlanta's offense. While developing a strong defense and ground game was no longer an afterthought to the organization, Reeves acknowledged the importance of complementing that with a competent passing game. Only one problem. The Falcons employed 0 quarterbacks. Over in Houston, developments were transpiring that would make a starter available. The Oilers had gone 7-9 and 8-8 over the last 2 seasons with Chris Chandler under center. With such mediocrity unacceptable to coach Jeff Fisher and young quarterback Steve McNair ready to blossom, Chandler became expendable. Back in 1988, the University of Washington product was the first quarterback taken in the draft, though he struggled for his first several years, quickly becoming a journeyman who bounced around the league. Slowly but surely, however, by the end of the '96 season in Houston, Chandler had been showing signs of progress. Enough for Reeves to swoop in and send a couple picks to Houston for him, and to be immediately installed as his starting quarterback. The 1997 season was a year to lay the foundation, and growing pains were inevitable as they dropped each of their first 5 games of the season. But Chandler provided the kind of passing game Reeves was looking for moving forward. Low volume, but able to capitalize when the defense fears the run game. While 21 other quarterbacks threw more passes than he did, arguably no one but 49ers quarterback Steve Young was more efficient than Chris Chandler.
They finished the '97 season at 7-9, which is just about the best anyone had hoped for year 1 of Dan Reeves' long-term project of returning the Atlanta Falcons to respectability. That seemed like the goal, right? Reeves was the exact opposite of Jerry Glanville, a dignified statesman with a relatively conventional game plan who didn't seek attention and came back to his home state of Georgia for one last ride. Chris Chandler seemed to have realized his potential as a quarterback who was efficient, which is a compliment you give to your furnace. Jesse Tuggle would get to play out the rest of his Falcons career with a team he could feel good about. It was finally time for the Falcons to become a normal football team. Nobody raised an eyebrow when former AJC columnist Len Pasquarelli ranked them 18th and predicted they might squeak their way to 9-7 if every last thing broke their way. Seems reasonable, right? Nope, 14-2. A record so rare that to this day, nearly half the teams in the NFL have never done it. The Falcons had never done it before, and they have never done it since. At age 33, Jesse Tuggle played the best season of his career. Guys like him, safety Eugene Robinson, and ballhawk Ray Buchanan led a defense that forced more turnovers than any other squad in the NFL. On the fun side of the ball, Chandler had suddenly become a top-tier quarterback and benefited from two 1,000-yard receivers in Tony Martin and Terrence Mathis. But the team's best player, the heart and soul and lead choreographer of these 1998 Falcons, was this man. Because I never had to try to tackle Jamal Anderson, what I most remember about him is that the dude was always smiling. He gave himself lots of reasons to. In '94, the Falcons selected the running back out of Utah all the way down in the 7th and final round. Anderson was surrounded by greatness since the very beginning. His father, James, had worked as a longtime bodyguard for Muhammad Ali, who was actually there in the waiting room when Jamal was born. Donna Summer would read him bedtime stories. Richard Pryor would let him come over and tear around his house in roller skates. Due to his dad's line of work, Anderson was constantly in the presence of royalty growing up, and if anyone suggested that he himself would not be royalty, he was always happy to politely correct him. During rookie orientation, when he realized he was number 4 on the running back depth chart, he simply took a marker and drew an arrow to put his name on top. While many notes from an editor are short-sighted and unnecessary, just ask Alex, this one was absolutely correct. In '98, Anderson rushed for 1,846 yards, something that to this day only 15 other players have ever done. It's more incredible when we consider this season came from a 7th rounder. No running back selected this late in any draft has had a season like this, or anything close to it. That season, including the playoffs, he was handed the ball a staggering 480 times, which still stands as an NFL record. In the regular season, just about half of all the Falcons' offensive plays involved either handing Anderson the ball or throwing it to him, and those yards did not come easy. Watch here as the first Patriots defender engages with Anderson at the 38-yard line. What follows feels like this decades-long boondoggle of a public works project. By the end of it, multiple governors are facing racketeering charges, and Anderson has carried half the New England Patriots to the 50-yard line. Anderson had terrific moves for a guy his size. Of course, we have to make note of the Dirty Bird, the end zone dance that came to define these Falcons. It emerged early in their 37-15 rout of the Rams in Week 9. Anderson had actually made up this dance during his time in Utah, but now it had a name, thanks to the fan who had spent the last couple years faithfully buying tickets to innumerable Falcons losses and hanging up a Dirty Bird sign he'd made. In a feel-good turn of events, this diehard Falcons fan was able to trademark the term and sell a few t-shirts after the dance's ensuing popularity. In an even more feel-good turn of events, the plucky upstarts at the NFL took on the big bad fan of theirs by deviously maneuvering to buy an already registered trademark from a Nebraska biker gang and sicking lawyers on him to halt his operation. None of that was Anderson's idea, of course, and besides, his best moves were seen on the green part of the grass. He delivered one of the best stiff arms a player's ever had, and on several occasions throughout his career, he threw 2 on the same play. There's Stephen Boyd, 250 pounds, much easier as Corey Raymond at 185 pounds. Here at 96, he completely shuts down 290-pound Hall of Famer John Randall and immediately hits the button again on Corey Fuller, 220 pounds. And skipping ahead to 2000 against the Panthers, he puts 1 on Rashard Anderson, then all the way down the field, he gives another stiff arm to, Eugene Robinson, more on him later. Anyway, the Panthers actually managed to knock the ball out, only to crash land in their own end zone and suffer a safety. Most of the time, you just could not win against Jamal Anderson. He was magic, and clearly, so was the Dirty Bird. The day he introduced it, the Falcons took the elevator from 5-2 all the way to 14-2. To this day, the best record in Falcons history. The playoffs lay ahead. But before we get there, let's stop to talk about one of their 2 losses, which came against the Jets in Week 8. This was arguably the most Falcons game of the season, in the sense that it was out of place, unexpected, and had absolutely nothing to do with anything else around it. Chandler had been knocked out of the previous game with a shoulder injury he was still nursing, so Dan Reeves turned around and gave the start to... oh no. In my second period class the next day, my friends were talking about how Steve DeBerg, the Steve DeBerg, had just played in an honest-to-God NFL football game in the year 1998. At first I didn't believe him. When you're a kid, the years feel a whole lot longer, and second grade seemed like eons ago. That was when I watched an already old, age 37 Steve DeBerg lead the Chiefs to the playoffs. He retired in 1993 at age 39, then immediately stepped into a time machine and traveled 5 years into the future, which explains why he showed up in the year 1998 insisting to everybody that he was still 39. Sure, Steve DeBerg was a 44-year-old liar who hadn't played football in 5 years, but all of that was zeroed out by the quality the Falcons treasure the very most. He was a guy they remembered from a long time ago. Reeves had coached him during his days in Denver, worked with him in New York, and thought he was really smart. Done deal. DeBerg was named the Falcons' backup quarterback, and when Chandler went down, DeBerg was shoved out there at 44 years, 279 days of age, becoming the oldest starting quarterback in NFL history to this day. His numbers were pretty bad, but they don't tell the whole story. Witness the heart of a champion in this clip, which we have selected entirely at random. Watch as he heroically remains upright. Okay, we should have picked a different clip, this one's on me. Before long, the Falcons found themselves losing 28-3. No one can come back from a score like that, least of all an aging quarterback. But this would be the last game the Falcons would lose for a long, long time.
Once Chandler returned the following week, the Falcons became the first team since the merger to win each of their final 9 regular season games by at least a touchdown. This was a squad entering the postseason red hot. Their 14 overall wins sprung them to a first-round bye and the first ever playoff game at the Georgia Dome in the divisional round against their NFC West rival San Francisco 49ers, with whom they split their 2 regular season matchups. Less than a month removed from undergoing quadruple bypass open heart surgery in mid-December, Reeves was back on the sideline for the Falcons. The very first postseason play in the building ends in utter disaster for the visitors. Garrison Hurst, the Niners' all-pro tailback, takes a handoff and bursts through a hole on the left side where his left foot gets firmly planted and stuck in the dome's artificial turf as his body gets violently twisted, shattering his ankle. From there, the Falcons smell blood. Their defense smothers the Niners for most of the first half, while Jamal Anderson carries the offense on his back with a short first-quarter touchdown run and a long second-quarter touchdown run that he caps with an acrobatic, soaring leap from the 4-yard line to give his squad a 14-0 lead. On San Francisco's ensuing drive, Atlanta should have upped that lead to 21 when defensive end Chuck Smith comes away with this backwards lateral live ball and takes it all the way back for an apparent touchdown, only for the officials to inexplicably hand the ball back to the Niners, claiming running back Terry Kirby secured possession and was down by contact before the ball popped free. That gift is a wake-up call for quarterback Steve Young and the Niner offense, who 2 plays later convert a 3rd and 23, which leads to Jerry Rice beating Ray Buchanan to cut the Falcon lead in half with just over a minute remaining till halftime. Chandler tries to quickly respond, but a tipped pass and pick sets San Francisco up in primo field position, where they tack on a field goal to shrink Atlanta's lead to just 4, when a 21-point margin seemed awfully likely only a few minutes earlier. In the third quarter, Atlanta's close to losing the lead when Young tries to force a pass into double coverage that Eugene Robinson graciously appreciates. After a couple field goals by their star 17-year vet place kicker Morton Anderson, the Falcons are in real strong shape late in regulation.
Here's an interesting question that has stumped NFL scouts for decades. Is it important to know what football is before playing football? The answer is no. Instead, you should be like Morten Andersen, who at age 17 was a foreign exchange student from Denmark who noted that his interest included football. Of course, he meant association football, aka soccer, but his host family thought he meant American football. When they took him to a game, he was bewildered. He'd never seen this sport before, and he had no idea what he was even looking at. But he wandered into his high school team's practice shortly thereafter, tried kicking the ball a few times, and was clearly really good at it. Andersen played roughly 7 million seasons. He played 6 of them for the Falcons, bounced around the NFL for a while, and returned to Atlanta to play some more at ages 46 and 47. By the time he announced his retirement on December 8, 2008, he was older than President-elect Barack Obama. And this guy, who had never even seen a football game until he was old enough to drive, went on to score the second most points of any player in NFL history. Okay, let's watch some more football, a sport that makes absolutely no sense.
The Niners are facing a third down, outside field goal range, down 2 scores with only a few minutes on the clock. But Atlanta allows a big play on a quick slant that sets up a Steve Young touchdown run, and they clearly didn't work hard enough during the week on defending emergency 2-point conversion attempts. Even though a field goal now beats them, the Falcons are still in great shape. With possession of the ball on third down, less than a minute left, and the 49ers out of timeouts. Just gotta keep the clock moving, milk another 40 seconds, and punt the ball away with something like 10 or 15 ticks left. Jamal Anderson did not get the memo. The Falcons are trying their best to blow this game, leaving enough time for about 6 or 7 plays for Young to engineer a miraculous game-winning field goal drive. But ultimately, a harmless Hail Mary runs out the clock as the Falcons have hung on to advance to their very first NFC Championship game in franchise history. As a 10-year-old kid whose entire world revolved around the Niners, falling just short after losing arguably their most valuable non-quarterback to a devastating injury on the game's very first play broke my heart into a billion tiny pieces, demolishing it far worse than any woman ever could. Anyway, the Falcons would quickly have to turn the page because on deck was a trip to Minnesota for a date with a 15-1 Vikings squad quarterbacked by Randall Cunningham, pretty clearly the NFL's top QB in '98. He was throwing passes to rookie Randy Moss, who tore the league up and happened to have a Hall of Famer still in his prime opposite him. And when defenses were terrified of that aerial attack, they could simply hand the ball to one of the game's best tailbacks, Robert Smith. Their offense did whatever they wanted all season, becoming the first team to ever score at least 24 points in every game. They were also the first team to ever top 550 points on the season, and no one in well over a decade had even come close. But to make them even more fun to play against, they also had a great defense. That meant a point differential of plus 260 when no one else was even at plus 200. Frankly, most years no one hits plus 200, and zooming out to everyone since the merger also reveals that Washington, by a single point in 1991, had been the only team with a better one. And since that 98 season, up through the 2020 conclusion of the 16-game era, only the 99 Rams and 07 Pats did so. It is unequivocal that the Vikes had just played one of the most dominant regular seasons ever. The Falcons stand just 1 win away from punching their ticket to Miami for a berth in Super Bowl 33. But even for a team that's had as wonderful a season as they have, this is a daunting task. But the 11-point underdogs get off to a perfect start, taking the opening kickoff right down the field where Chandler connects with Anderson for the early 7-0 lead. However, the most explosive offense the NFL had ever seen quickly strikes back thanks to Moss, the most explosive young receiver the NFL had ever seen, dominating early. First by drawing a 30-yard pass interference on Buchanan, before Cunningham finds Moss on a toe-tapping deep post to tie the game. Early in the second quarter, Atlanta's down 3 when Minnesota's safeties combine for a turnover, with Orlando Thomas ripping the ball away from Falcons tight end O.J. Santiago and Robert Griffith scooping it up. The next play, Vikings offensive coordinator Brian Billick dials up a nifty little fake reverse screen pass to Moss that he turns into another big play. 4 straight runs get the ball down to Atlanta's 1-yard line, where Cunningham sneaks it in to put the Vikings up 10. With 68 seconds to play in the second quarter, Atlanta appears likely to go into halftime down 13 when a Chuck Smith strip sack is just what the doctor ordered to get the Falcons back in the game. They immediately capitalize with a Chandler touchdown pass to Terrence Mathis to pull him within 6 at the half. The only third quarter scoring is a Morton Anderson field goal that cuts the deficit to just 3. But another Cunningham scoring toss early in the fourth quarter pushes it back to 10. Facing a must-have 3rd and long on their next drive, Chandler uncorks a beautiful deep ball right into speedster Tony Martin's mitts to set up a field goal. And they later have the ball down 7, driving deep in Viking territory with a chance to tie the game when they go for it on 4th down, only to come up empty. The Vikings take the ball and move it all the way to the Falcons' 21, where the drive stalls, but who cares? Because there are only 2 minutes remaining, so the Vikings can all but clinch a trip to Miami with a successful field goal here. And they have Mr. Perfect to kick them there. Like the Falcons, the Vikings employ their own star 17-year veteran place kicker named Anderson, only theirs has just had the greatest kicking season in NFL history. In 1998, Gary Anderson attempted 35 field goals and hit every single one, not to mention all 59 of his extra point tries. Before then, not only had no one else who'd ever attempted even 20 field goals in a season gone without a miss, but no other kicker with at least 30 attempts had missed fewer than 3 in a season. So percentage-wise, no one had ever even come close to perfection. This is also only a 38-yard attempt, and it's in a dome. So yeah, the Falcons are dead meat as this foregone conclusion of a kick soars toward the uprights and veers about 6 inches wide left. The Falcons are back from the dead. Chandler then leads Atlanta downfield, but he bangs up his shin pretty good on a scramble. Though he stays in the game, his next pass gets deflected where Griffith nearly secures the pick that would have ended the Falcon season. Instead, the next play, Chandler rifles a bullet to Mathis, who hangs on through the tight coverage and hit from Griffith to tie the game. Perhaps spooked by the strip sack at the end of the first half, Vikings coach Dennis Green plays for overtime, meekly having Cunningham take a knee with 30 seconds still on the clock and 2 timeouts in his pocket. Atlanta loses the overtime coin toss and thus has to start the sudden death frame on defense. They quickly get off the field when a 3rd down pass to Moss is deflected by Lester Archambault and broken up by Buchanan. The Falcons ultimately punt it back, and again the Vikings call Moss's number on 3rd and long, this time way downfield, one-on-one with an apparent step on Robinson, who's in just good enough position to save the day on an underthrown ball and get the ball back to the Falcons offense. That was the 13th pass thrown to Moss in the game. And at this point, it's worth noting what a monumental job Atlanta's defense has done since the second quarter. Remember that screen pass to Moss that helped set up Cunningham's touchdown? That was Cunningham's 6th pass to him, and those first 6 passes produced 5 completions for 71 yards and a touchdown. And that's not even including that 30-yard pass interference he drew. The ensuing 7 passes to Moss produced 1 completion for 4 yards. Facing a Vikings offense that scored nearly 3/5 of a point per minute throughout the regular season, the Falcons D has now held him to just 7 points, going back over 39 minutes of game time. They just need one more score from the offense to pull off one of the biggest upsets in NFL postseason history. They cross midfield on a pinpoint pass from Chandler to Santiago, and a few running plays works the ball down to, ironically, virtually the exact location where Gary Anderson missed his kick near the end of regulation. And now, after 33 long years,
Anderson is good. He knows it. They know it.
Morton Anderson has kicked the Atlanta Falcons into the 33rd Super Bowl.
This is tragic for the Vikings, who in 1998 are unquestionably one of the best teams ever assembled, and who, as of 2020, have never won a Super Bowl. But that's a story for another time. This is a miraculous ascent for Jesse Tuggle, who's been a Falcon either in spirit or in uniform his entire life, and has never once seen them get close to a Super Bowl. For Chris Chandler, a guy once typecast as a mediocre journeyman after a decade bouncing from losing team to losing team. For Jamal Anderson, suddenly a superstar after barely even being drafted in the first place. And for Dan Reeves, who'd come up empty in 3 chances to win a Super Bowl, and probably never imagined he'd get a 4th. A great Super Bowl narrative ought to have 2 things: intrigue and stupid bullshit. First off, the stupid bullshit. Upon the team's arrival in Miami, Coach Reeves has the idea of showing respect to the team's 10-year veterans and Pro Bowlers by allowing them to leave the plane first. So for instance, Terrence Mathis, the guy who barely missed the 10-year cutoff and didn't get a Pro Bowl invite despite leading the Falcons in receiving yards and playing a major part in resurrecting Chris Chandler's career? Sorry, stay put while all the hotshots go first. It's true that this is a dumb thing to care about because they have no connecting flights to catch and they're all going to the same hotel anyway, but it's also true that people are at their most cranky when they're trying to get off an airplane. And using this moment to establish some kind of weird class system seems like a particularly bad idea. On top of this, it's very hard for me to imagine that Reeves accounted for seat assignment when he schemed this up, and it's very easy for me to imagine a situation in which someone like Mathis has to get up, let someone like veteran Eugene Robinson get past him, and sit back down and stew in his discontent. And in fact, Mathis is pretty unhappy about the designation of more important and less important people. It's a dumb little thing, but it's understandable that he doesn't like the message it sends. Meanwhile, Robinson, one of the players who gets to disembark first, is very proud to be a special guy who gets to demonstrate leadership by showing everyone else how to walk off of an airplane. It's true that at this time, Robinson is one of the NFL's most respected nobles, He's a God-fearing man who holds a terrific reputation off the field for his charitable work, and in recognition he's been nominated for the Bart Starr Award. He's also a crucial leader for a Falcons team with very few players who have been anywhere near the Super Bowl. Robinson played in Super Bowls 31 and 32 for the Packers, making this his third straight appearance. And he makes sure to warn his teammates against the pitfalls associated with it. No hard partying, no distractions of any kind, we're here to get things done. After Mathis expresses his disapproval over the airplane debacle, Robinson takes him to task, declaring that he won't tolerate such a pointless distraction at such a crucial moment. Folks, it's been brought to my attention that we have ourselves a goody two-shoes on board with us today, if you want to give him a round of applause when you see him. Thank you for your service, sir. Plain stuff blows over pretty quickly. The true intrigue lies, of course, in the Atlanta Falcons' quest for their first ever championship. But it also lies within an ancient feud between their coach and their opponent. During his 12 years with the Denver Broncos, Dan Reeves was the master of coaching teams that went to the Super Bowl and got their asses beat. In Super Bowl 21, they lost by 19 points. In Super Bowl 22, they got rinsed by a 32-point margin. And in Super Bowl 24, they were completely disassembled by the 49ers, 55-10. In what stands today as the worst defeat in Super Bowl history. Reeves just couldn't ever get his eventual Hall of Fame quarterback, John Elway, to the promised land. Elway stayed a Bronco after Reeves left. Well into his 30s, the Broncos were stuck in mediocrity, and it seemed like a done deal that he'd go in the books as yet another great athlete who never won a title. And here's where it gets good. Mike Shanahan was Reeves' former assistant in Denver. The two were on good terms for quite a while, but they soured on each other for reasons that are kinda tough to sort out entirely. While playing under Reeves, Elway began to feel a little stifled, and the two weren't getting along. At the same time, Shanahan, the offensive coordinator, got in good with Elway. It was also suspected that the Broncos owner saw Shanahan as Reeves' eventual successor. None of this sat well with Reeves, who used his authority to buck the owner and fire Shanahan. Although Reeves did try to smooth things over with Elway by letting him call the plays, there was no resolving anything after that. Though Elway claimed that he never forced the issue, the choice seemed clear. Either Reeves was going or he was. The Broncos sided with Elway. Reeves was fired, and wouldn't you know it, a couple years later they went and hired Shanahan as head coach. It wasn't long before Shanahan and Elway teamed up to win Super Bowl 32, and take home that championship Reeves was never able to get him. Reeves normally prefers to keep things quiet, but in the days leading up to the game, the media knows exactly how to push his buttons. After days of sensational framing and peppering Reeves with questions, the dam finally breaks. One writer describes the January 21st news conference as Reeves' personal catharsis. He didn't like Elway and Shanahan going on vacation together back in the day, he said. He suspected that Shanahan had fed Elway intel from the coaches' meetings, and that the two were cutting him out of the picture and drawing up players together on the side. And this is where Reeves explicitly lays it out. He fired Shanahan for insubordination. This is all against book. Coaches generally don't want to give the press anything. They leave it all in the past. But Reeves just keeps going. This saga from years and years ago still hurts him. It's something he'll never be able to let go of. He'd be willing to play golf with Elway and Shanahan, but wouldn't have dinner with them, which is the most cutting insult in a native Georgian's arsenal. Dan Reeves is fully on tilt. He spends the ensuing days trying to downplay the issue, but it's clear that no coach has ever wanted to win a Super Bowl more than this guy wants to win this one. Shanahan and Elway might have won one before he did, but a win here would let everyone know who was the boss, who was right all along. But the hell with all that, right? This is the Falcons story, not the Broncos. The Broncos, having won it all last year, are old news. The Falcons are ready to take this story right back, having risen from the ashes and pulled off one of the greatest upsets in recent memory. They've got a fierce defense led by guys like Ray Buchanan, who, because this game doesn't have enough sideshows, has spent days trading barbs with Broncos tight end Shannon Sharpe. Sharpe is one of the greatest shit-talkers in NFL history. Before a game against the Chiefs earlier this season, he found out the phone number of Kansas City linebacker Derek Thomas's girlfriend and spent the final drive of the game reciting it over and over, a tactic that proved so effective that the entire team spontaneously combusted on national television. Buchanan is trying to get out in front of this one, telling Sharpe that he looks like a horse and calling him Mr. Ed, and guaranteeing a win for the underdog Falcons. Between the trash talk, the bad blood, the dumb controversies, the dirty bird, and the head coach who really wasn't good at doing the dirty bird but was trying his best, this was shaping up to be one of the most intriguing Super Bowls ever played. Hey, Eugene? How you doing back there? Everything good? No. The man of faith? The good guy award winner? The fearless team leader who scolded his teammates against creating distractions? The very special airplane man? At 9 p.m. Saturday, Eugene Robinson is arrested and charged with soliciting sex from an undercover officer. He's later offered a diversion program that allows him to avoid entering a plea. He was looking for consensual sex between adults, and throwing people in jail for that doesn't help anybody, least of all sex workers. And this wouldn't be anyone else's business if Robinson himself hadn't spent God knows how long preaching against exactly this. And sometimes, as he himself will acknowledge from this point forward, there are some things you just cannot do. Robinson is quickly released from jail, but he's racked with guilt. He stays up the whole night crying, praying, and being consoled by teammates. He doesn't get a minute of sleep, but he insists to Reeves that he's good to go. And so the Falcons start a defensive back in the Super Bowl who, it would seem, hasn't slept in roughly 36 hours as of the opening kickoff. Well, there's that distraction we were warned about. All in all, it was truly a Super Bowl to remember.
Are we going to talk about the actual ball game? Personally, either way is cool with me.
Wait, the what? Oh, shit, yes. Also, there was a football game.
This matchup, overflowing with all that deep-cutting personal bitterness, was also Reeves' 9th overall of the 33 Super Bowls. His run-first offense had a monumental challenge going up against a Broncos defensive front that had allowed an absurdly low 88 yards on the ground across their 4 games leading into Super Sunday combined. Nevertheless, Jamal Anderson and a timely 25-yard pass interference helped scratch out enough yardage to lead Atlanta down inside the Denver 10, where a 3rd down Bill Romanowski sack on a blitz up the gut holds them to 3. But powered by their legendary quarterback and MVP 2,000-yard tailback Terrell Davis, the Broncos work their way downfield where fullback Howard Griffith plunges in from a yard out for the score to take the 4-point lead. The next Falcons drive, Anderson comes up short on a 3rd and 1 and they have to punt, but they quickly get the ball back thanks to an Elway pass bouncing off Shannon Sharp's shoulder. However, those short yardage yips continue and torpedo that scoring opportunity when Anderson gets stuffed on 3rd and 1 and then 4th and 1. After a Broncos field goal makes the score 10-3, Atlanta again drives down inside Denver's 10, where a 3rd down incompletion brings on their future Hall of Fame kicker for a chip shot 26-yarder to not pull them closer. In the ensuing commercial break, a technical difficulty results in the broadcast resuming mid-play for a play the Broncos hadn't even installed in their game plan. They just drew it up on the sideline right before, like it was recess on the playground. Shanahan knows Robinson's vulnerable and has zero doubt that attacking him with a deep shot will expose him.
Oh, it's going to be wide open. It is going to be wide open.
Following a play fake, Elway bootlegs to his right, Rod Smith, given a free release by the corner playing an underneath zone, zooms by where he approaches a sleep-deprived Robinson who's caught completely flat-footed and turned around as Smith blows right past him on a post route for the crushing 80-yard touchdown and 14-point lead. If that didn't take the wind out of Atlanta's sails, a 4th foray inside Denver's 30 that still fails to yield a touchdown ought to do the trick. Another red zone field goal reduces their deficit to 11, but it also means that a quartet of very promising first half drives have combined to produce just 6 points. the Falcons are at least still able to lean on an outstanding field goal defense. After the unlikeliest of misses by Gary Anderson in their last game, the other Pro Bowl kicker that season was Denver's Jason Elam, and he pushes a couple third-quarter field goals wide. Perhaps that's the spark to pry the door open for Atlanta. They respond with their 5th drive of the game inside the Denver 30. As poorly as things have gone, if they can finally cap a possession with a touchdown here, they'll be down just 4 with over a quarter to play. That is when the big ol' left paw of Broncos defensive tackle Keith Traylor ruins everything. That sets up another Griffith 1-yard touchdown to push the Falcon deficit to 18 points. Next drive, what do you know? For the 6th time, they again cross Denver's 30, and still those 6 have produced just 6 points. When John Elway scores on a quarterback draw, that makes it a 25-point game. Since you can't come back from down 25 in the Super Bowl, the game can safely be called for Denver, with a couple of late garbage time Falcon touchdowns. Far too little, far too late.
I would be lying if I said I was a Falcons fan my whole life. No one is ever born and immediately wakes up a fan of a certain team. Building allegiance to a team comes through personal influence, whether through family, friends, media, or whatever. As a youngin', my allegiance was to winning. I was a bandwagon riding little shit, so if a team was winning, that was my team. So when the Falcons had their magical 98-99 Dirty Bird season, I was there hitting the move every Sunday as a 6-year-old. That was up until halftime of the 1999 Super Bowl. Looking for a quick laugh and attention from my family as the Falcons already looked finished, I sprinted to my room, took off my little Falcons t-shirt, and swapped it out for an orange shirt. I hustled back into my living room and greeted my family with a hefty "Go Broncos!" That greeting was returned with death stares. No one was amused in the slightest. And looking back on it, I understand why no one was entertained by that trollish act, even coming from a 6-year-old. My family had been through all the misery of staying faithful to that team, and there I was, ready to destroy their hopes. It hurt them, and from there, I really understood what it meant to be loyal to a team.
Duane Tuggle, Jesse's wife, captured it perfectly months later. It had happened so quickly and unexpectedly that it just didn't quite seem real, like it was an out-of-body experience for her. With the benefit of decades of hindsight, it seems even less real. After a long stretch of irrelevance, the Falcons had spent all year riding this exhilarating ascent to the Super Bowl, but there was no building off this loss. No sustained momentum. Not even a period of gradual decline. Instead, the bottom dropped out immediately. It was as though they were retreating right back to where they belonged, like they couldn't get there fast enough. Though most of the key figures stuck around, like Dan Reeves and Chris Chandler, Jamal Anderson played through many injuries and sat on the sideline through many more, and eventually retired before his 30th birthday. This is perhaps the greatest testament to his contributions. This season would not have happened without his superhuman effort. In the 2 years preceding '98, the Falcons went 3-13 and 7-9. In the 2 years following, they went 5-11 and 4-12. In these 4 surrounding seasons, not counting the Super Bowl season itself, that's a winning percentage of .297. If we run this same math for every other Super Bowl team through 2018, we find that the vast majority sit way above 500, with most well upwards of 600. In other words, these other teams that went to the Super Bowl were good to great before that season and good to great after that season. Not so with the '98 Falcons, who are off in their own galaxy. Nothing before or after this season would suggest anything like this should have happened. It's like they were predestined for this season, no matter how little sense it made. This is, without question, and by a landslide, the most out-of-nowhere Super Bowl appearance in NFL history. The game itself was just as strange. It was like a close game nested in a blowout, nested in a close game. On the surface, the final score of 34-19 doesn't seem like that bad a loss, until you remember that 13 of those points came in garbage time. Dig a layer deeper though, and it's hard not to cringe. There was this enormous stretch lasting from the first quarter to the fourth, in which 5 of their 6 meaningful drives made it to the Broncos' 25-yard line. You should probably expect around 24 points out of that. You need to get like 17 at the bare minimum. The Falcons got 3. That's what lost it for them more than Eugene Robinson's performance, but because of how it happened, how avoidable it was, how easy it is to blame one person for all your problems, and how satisfying it is to catch a hypocrite, it's usually framed as though it's mainly his fault. For Robinson's part, he completely owned it. He understood and accepted that everyone thought he was full of shit, top to bottom. And then he moved on as a person who made a really bad mistake one time. Though it upset some of his teammates at the time, many, including Terrence Mathis, have forgiven him and even defended him. Whatever the reason, however you prefer to allocate blame, the fact remained that yet another generation of Falcons legends would go by the boards without ever winning a championship. After the 2000 season, Jesse Tuggle retired. In his 14 years here, he'd witnessed and written the wildest chapters in the Falcons' history to this point. At first, they called first ever draft pick Tommy Nobis Mr. Falcon, back when no one had any idea what the Falcons would become or how many spectacular personalities would come to define them. Just ahead, we're about to meet perhaps the most spectacularly gifted Atlanta Falcon who ever played, and a person America still struggles to fully process. But there's no doubt, Jesse Tuggle was, and is, the quintessential Atlanta Falcon. Newport News, Virginia is where they build our aircraft carriers. To construct just one of them costs several years and many billions of dollars. Even some of our government's most enthusiastic warhawks openly wonder why we build them. Once in a while we'll wage a pretend war and daydream what full-scale conflict would be like, but we don't always like what we find. In 2002, around the time this story begins, the US military conducted an exercise that simulated war with an Iran-like military. It ended with, well, we got our asses kicked, folks, no two ways about it. They sunk America's armada, including one of our beloved aircraft carriers, in 10 minutes' time. Hopefully, someone learned something. The days of the average American knowing what our military does all day, much less taking pride in it, are gone. There's a reason the line goes support the troops. It's an easy sell because many of us have friends and loved ones who are in the military, but as an institution, well, there's a reason why the military spent so many years paying the NFL millions of dollars to let them perform flyovers before games. It seems as though our armed forces want just a little taste of the admiration we feel toward our athletes. Who's your favorite active military leader? What's the most recent military engagement you could get behind? Alright, here's an easier question. Who's your 22nd favorite active quarterback? You're absolutely right, it's Derek Carr. Whether you like this or think it's a good thing is an entirely separate question, but there's no two ways about it. The way we're supposed to feel about the military is the way we actually feel about our athletes. They're the heroes, the stewards of our hopes and dreams, the tactical geniuses, the builders of dynasties, the field generals, the conquerors, the ones who actually represent our ambitions and capture our imaginations. It's hard to miss the poetry of this. In the 1990s, around the time the $4.5 billion Nimitz-class Harry S. Truman was being laid down here, so many of those great American generals were rising through the ranks just on the other side of the highway, often scraping to get by financially. There was, of course, Bethel High School quarterback Allen Iverson, a transcendent football player who could seemingly do anything on the field he felt like doing. With a talent in town this radiant, it was tough to stand out if you were a kid like Aaron Brooks, who lived in the rough Ridley Circle neighborhood right near the shipyard. He played at Ferguson, a high school that was a few years away from closing down. Aaron would have a great game, throwing for 3 touchdown passes, only to lose in the shadow of Iverson, who was basically a one-man offense. Aaron was named quarterback of the All-District team, only for Iverson, who somehow also played defense just for the hell of it, to make the All-District team at defensive back. Alright, fine, let's switch to another sport. Aaron made the second all-district team in basketball, but, of course, there's Iverson, who made the first team. Turned out, Allen Iverson was good at basketball too. But Aaron kept at it, earned some attention, and eventually accepted a scholarship from the University of Virginia. He was a third-string bench warmer at first, but the fact remained, he'd made it. All the while, he had a younger cousin who watched intently. His cousin grew up a block away from Aaron, and a lot of the time you could find him fishing over at the pier a little up the road. This was a kid who listened more than he talked, who teachers described as a dream student, who tried to learn something, anything, any chance he could get. And when he was in 7th grade, he walked up to Aaron's coach, local legend Tommy Riemann, and told him he wanted to be just as good as Aaron.
After blossoming into a superstar in high school under Riemann, Michael Vick decided to stay close to home and attend Virginia Tech. Now, to say there had never been a quarterback as athletically gifted as Vick would be like saying a Beyoncé concert sounds more fun than a Gilbert Gottfried concert. It wasn't even fair to say Vick could move like a running back. In the history of organized football, nay, the history of the Milky Way galaxy, very few folks have had speed and elusiveness like his, which he combined with effortless, superhuman arm strength. It was a combination that created some pretty enormous expectations, and he met them. In 1999, by the time his college career was just 23 minutes old, the teenage Vick had already completed a 60-yard pass and scored 3 rushing touchdowns, including a 54-yarder and one that even better foreshadowed just how dynamic a force he'd become. In leading his Hokies to an undefeated regular season, Vick had 4 rushing touchdowns of over 45 yards, like this option at Pitt, where he goes from trapped in a phone booth to tearing through open field in the blink of an eye. Or this 75-yarder at Temple, where even while weaving back and forth, he makes every defender look like they're running in sand. As for the rocket launcher attached to his left shoulder, Vick was able to attack defenses downfield with deep passes that couldn't have been more accurately delivered had he walked up to his receiver and handed him the ball for an easy stroll into the end zone. He also had the touch to toss feathery soft rainbows that'd drop right in the bucket. So he wasn't just all legs. With his arm, Vick became the first Division I freshman to lead the nation in passing efficiency. That all led to a berth in the BCS National Championship game and a trip to New York as the first ever freshman quarterback Heisman finalist. The next year in Y2K, Tech won all 10 of his starts, including one in Chestnut Hill that he clinched on a 3rd and 12 when he found time to play a game of hopscotch, then another game of hopscotch, then had not 1, not 2, but 3 guys hopelessly dive somewhere in a neighboring zip code, then for good measure just toyed with the cornerback for the final 15 yards. He pretty much was the Matrix dude. Following his brilliant sophomore season, Vick decided to enter the 2001 NFL Draft. The presumptive top overall pick to the Chargers, who were coming off a 1-15 season and had just endured the full Ryan Leaf experience, Vick saw his pre-draft contract negotiations with them hit some major obstacles. While his agents had the audacity to expect the first overall pick to be paid like the first overall pick, because the Chargers planned to sit him for a while behind new starter Doug Flutie, they wanted to pay him less. All of a sudden, Vick to San Diego wasn't such a foregone conclusion. That was enough for the Falcons, who held the 5th overall selection, to send out some feelers regarding the viability of trading up to number 1 for the right to draft Vick. Chargers GM John Butler's initial demand for the pick was each of Atlanta's top 3 selections along with role player Tim Dwight. After extensive haggling the day before the draft, the 2 teams agreed to a deal with basically those terms, only Atlanta was able to defer shipping the 2nd round pick by a year. About 24 hours later, the Falcons officially had a new face of the franchise. Vick was eased into year 1 in the NFL as a backup to Chris Chandler, but heading into year 2, he was elevated to full-time starter, and he provided an immediate spark to a dormant offense. Their defense, under new coordinator Wade Phillips, was also massively improved. Spearheaded by rising stars at both linebacker with perennial Pro Bowler Keith Brooking, and up front with defensive end Patrick Kearney, the Falcons entered Week 8, Saints Week, having allowed the second fewest points per game in the league. This was a team ready to make some noise again.
Of course, Vic was a phenomenal quarterback, but it was as if he was somehow destined to be the savior of the Falcons franchise. Here's an extremely talented black quarterback leading a hopeless franchise representing a predominantly black city. It just made sense. He single-handedly made the entire city believers again when it looked like we were done dreaming. But as a young black boy in Atlanta, watching Vic pull off unthinkable moves every week was especially surreal because he was one of us. Vic was someone I could look to and just marvel at, simply because he looked like me. And I know I wasn't alone. I've never experienced a single player capture the hearts of an entire city the way Vic did. He made people that didn't even care about football tune in every Sunday just to see him put on a show. Vic jerseys flooded the streets. He was the main topic of every conversation no matter where you were. Whether it was getting a haircut at the barbershop, picking up a 10-piece wing meal, hanging at Piedmont Park, whatever. People were either talking about what he did in last week's game or anticipating who he would make look foolish the coming week. Not only did Vic birth a new generation of Falcons fans, but he made people who were on the edge of giving up do a complete 180 and proudly rep Atlanta as the hometown team. I mean, the dude was just special.
Falcons fans attached all their hopes and dreams to Michael Vick. Big plays, playoff appearances, Super Bowl wins, but job one, just 7 games into his NFL career, was to march into the Superdome and whoop the Saints. After spending most of the 90s losing, the Saints were recently led back into contention by a 4th-round quarterback who seemed destined for life as a backup. When an injury pressed this quarterback into action, he led the Saints into the playoffs. The Saints finally have a franchise quarterback, someone who can go toe-to-toe with Michael Vick in the years to come. And look who it is. The two cousins from Ridley Circle had taken very different avenues, only to meet right in the middle of the most intense rivalry in professional American sports. While Vick had become a national megastar before he was even drafted, Aaron Brooks was far less heralded. And while he could create space with his mobility, he was far more of a conventional quarterback. Which is why, after seeing a gap on the Saints' opening drive and picking up a big chunk of easy yards, he gives himself up with the nearest defender 5 yards away. Looks a little silly, but it's smart. He's the most valuable player on the team. Why risk your health for the sake of 5 yards in one drive of one game? This is what most quarterbacks would do. And this is what Vick does a couple of drives later. Like the Brooks play, this is not a designed run, but he senses an opportunity. Now here he is, 19 yards upfield, right where his cousin hit the deck. Most would taper off to the sideline and step out of bounds, especially with a defender right ahead of him. But he cuts in. His reward is probably 1 extra yard. Getting hit just doesn't concern him that much. On the final play of this drive, they do call a design quarterback run, with Vick immediately rolling right to follow his blockers. There have always been mobile quarterbacks, but this felt new. Saints linebacker Cedric Hodge is taking a line that would have made sense for any of them, but Vick has seen tacklers cut in too sharp his entire life, from Newport News to Blacksburg to the NFL. He's just too quick. He's a master at turning no space into enough space. After an ensuing Saints fumble, it's a great time to meet Alge Crumpler. At tight end, Crumpler was Vick's favorite target in these early years, accounting for about a quarter of all receiving yards. That old red gun offense that had no use for a tight end was completely a thing of the past. But Crumpler did pick up a torch once carried by Ironhead Hayward, that of a highly athletic ball carrier who is also absolutely enormous. Alge Crumpler was listed at 6'2", 275 pounds. Body mass index isn't all that useful for a lot of things, but it does help us appreciate how majestically large this man is. Over to the left, you see some really big and tall dudes, tight ends like Antonio Gates and Rob Gronkowski, who hauled in massive receiving yards. Over here we have Ironhead, who racked up about 1,500 receiving yards on the side. But nobody in NFL history this massive has ever accounted for anywhere near this many yards to the air. A lot of his yards came after the catch. Allow Saints defender Jay Bellamy to demonstrate. Vic finds Crumpler for what seems at first like a little dump-off when Bellamy throws every last one of his 200 pounds at him. This is not a missed tackle, it's not a bad tackle, there just is not enough Jay Bellamy. Crumpler absorbs the full blow, sheds him completely, stays in bounds, and keeps on trucking for more than 30 yards. This drive ends with another touchdown for Atlanta. Like Falcons-Saints contests usually are, this is a very weird game. Both teams will fumble the ball away as many times as they punt. What's beautiful about this rivalry is whether it's happening in the Superdome or the Georgia Dome, it's guaranteed to play out in a climate-controlled indoor environment. There's no inclement weather or anything else that fouls things up. It's just them. The Cousins trade blows, with Brooks passing for a couple of third-quarter touchdowns to take a 1-point lead. Enter Warrick Dunn. Fans love him, players love him, coaches love him, everyone loves him. Dunn has a reputation as an overwhelmingly kind and decent guy. Earlier in life, he made it through the unspeakable tragedy of his mother, a police officer working a second job as a security guard, being murdered. At the age of 18, he suddenly had to look after his 5 younger brothers and sisters. But the community in Baton Rouge had his back, donating money and pitching in as he somehow kept the strength to keep playing football. It's something he seems to have never forgotten. Throughout his career, he worked with his charity foundation to build homes for struggling families. Even in retirement, when he could easily land a cushy TV job or do anything else he wants to do, he just keeps on giving back and building houses for people. Just a wonderful person. Would you like to see him snap off a 56-yard run? Let's go. Here he is, standing just 5'9" and 180 pounds in the backfield. You've heard this one before. People once thought he was too small to make it as an NFL running back. But sometimes, like this time, it's a good thing. He's small and nimble enough to glide through this entire mess of bodies. If he were any larger, he might not be able to shoot through this canyon. He takes it all the way inside the 20, setting the Falcons up for a field goal that gives them a 2-point lead. With 6 minutes left in the game, the Falcons are clinging to that lead. It's 3rd and 8. Traditionally not at all time for a design quarterback run, but if you study Warrick Dunn, you know that's exactly what this is. He runs downfield to create a lane, not even turning his head, throwing a key block to spring Vic all the way to 6. Now we're falling into the trap here of highlighting Michael Vick's runs without also appreciating his incredible arm, so here you go. He chucks a souvenir all the way up into the second deck that's worth more than a second deck ticket just by virtue of him touching it. But these are Saints fans. Get that shit out of here. Since this is Falcons Saints, a 2-score lead with 6 minutes left is not safe. New Orleans marches right down and kicks a field goal, and right after a disastrous Warrick Dunn fumble, they punch it in to take the lead with 2.5 minutes left. Atlanta has enough time for one last shot, and thanks to a penalty on the kickoff, they're back all the way up to their own 11. Short throws to Dunn and Crumpler take him to about midfield, where we can see how his mobility creates options through the air. Rolling left buys him about 3 seconds, an eternity in football time that allows him to throw a dart to the wide-open Shawn Jefferson. On the next play, keep an eye on linebacker Charlie Clemens. He's hanging back, serving as what's known as a quarterback spy, keeping his full attention on Vic and trying to discourage him from running. The concept of spying the quarterback has existed since at least the early 80s, but it was pretty obscure until Vic's arrival. Now everyone's talking about it. For what it's worth, Vic would later say he thought it was a bad idea, pointing out that you're pulling off a guy from some other assignment just to babysit him. In other words, if you're leaning, you ain't cleaning. Clemens continues to patiently man his post, but Vic runs anyway, picking up 5 huge yards to help set up a game-winning field goal. Falcons win. Aaron Brooks would square off against Michael Vick 4 more times in his career. He never beat him. But thanks to this win, as well as another over the Saints a few weeks later, Atlanta edged New Orleans for the final wildcard spot. An effective rookie had led the Falcons to the playoffs, and along the way he set a single-game rushing record for a quarterback. It came in Week 13 in Minnesota. About 2 minutes into overtime, Vic has 127 rushing yards, something no quarterback has accomplished in 30 years. Of course, that's before this. It'll later be reported that the original plan here was to throw, but I think he threw that out the window really early. Look at where he's looking. If he were buying time to throw, his eyes would be downfield. Clearly, he sees something. What? I don't know, because there are purple jerseys all up and down the left side of the field. Watching plays like this make you feel like you're watching a rock climber. You don't see the vision. You can't perceive the footholds. But Vic sees every last one. He knows he can turn on the Jets just hard enough to make it through this hole a millisecond before it closes on him. Because he knows these things, he scores a game winner that ultimately gets the Falcons into the postseason. And forget 127. Vic finishes with 173 rushing yards, obliterating the quarterback record. This mark will stand for a decade before Colin Kaepernick finally breaks it. These dots represent all the mobile quarterbacks of the future who will follow in his footsteps. They also represent the achievements of Vic himself, whose single-game performances can also be seen here, 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 and here. It was as though the football gods had set up level bosses for Michael Vick, each with their own poetic ties with Vic and the Falcons. The next would be a fellow superstar, the one the Falcons drafted exactly 10 years prior to Vic, only to let him slip away.
The Falcons get their second playoff crack at their old pal Brett Favre in what is historically the most inhospitable place for postseason visitors, Lambeau Field. There, the Packers have won each of their 11 all-time postseason games by an average of nearly 15 points, including that drubbing they gave June Jones' squad 7 years earlier. Green Bay also went undefeated at home in the regular season, and to further stack the deck against Atlanta, Favre had won each and every one of his 35 starts played in sub-35 degree temperatures, which this one would be. There was also some concern going into it that Vic's play had fallen off of late as he'd become more turnover prone over the last 5 games. But under the bright postseason lights, Vic takes all of one drive to put those questions to bed, with a bullet to Shawn Jefferson giving Atlanta an early 7-point lead. Their special teams would get in on the fun later in the first quarter, with Mark Simoneau snatching the ball right from Packer punter Josh Bidwell's foot that they recovered for a touchdown and a 14-0 lead. Even a punt of their own turns out quite fruitful early in the second quarter when officials ruled that the football bounced off a Packer, with Atlanta recovering the live ball and keeping possession. It did appear the ball hit a Falcon first, but no ensuing challenge means they get to keep possession, which enables the bruising TJ Duckett to carry half the Packers' defense into the end zone as the lead balloons to 21. Finally, the Packers wake up and Favre drives them downfield to set up a 1st and goal on Atlanta's 1-yard line. First down, incompletion out the back of the end zone. Second down, the Falcons stuff star running back Ahman Green. Third down, Brooking breaks up a pass. Fourth down, Green gets blown up by D lineman Ellis Johnson exploding into the backfield. Monumental goal line stand.
On the next possession, Vic marshals the Falcons all the way across the field, and along the way we're treated to my very favorite Michael Vick highlight ever. It's 3rd and 3 at the Packers' 40. Vic rolls left and finds defensive end Kabir Bajabiamila right on top of him. As Packers fans will tell you, this is not just some dude. At 6'4", 250, he outweighs Vic by at least 40 pounds, but he still has explosive speed. In this era, he's recording more quarterback sacks than almost anyone, putting himself in Michael Strahan territory. If all that isn't scary enough, his nickname is KGB, and if that isn't scary enough, he is the only person on planet Earth who likes Ted Cruz. So I don't know what you're dealing with, man, but just look out. Vic gazes downfield, but he doesn't see any options through the air. He also knows he won't be able to find the edge around KGB. He won't step out of bounds because he's Michael Vick. He doesn't have enough space or the right angle to juke him, so what does he do? He fights him. Vic faces up against a much bigger man, and with his one free hand, he grabs him and throws him to the ground. This is jiu-jitsu. Somewhere, I hope, Elio Gracie is smiling. To stun on him even further, he stops, takes a moment to adjust his face mask like he's Indiana Jones fixing his hat, and changes course to sprint right up the gut. Anyone who has a favorite kick returner already knows what's going to happen here. We've been deprived of some of the most spectacular plays in football history because one guy got a finger on one shoelace, and that's what happens here. Look at all the green space ahead. If it weren't for that, Vic was gone. It would have been one of the most incredible touchdowns ever scored. Nearly 20 years later, I'm still stunned. I cannot believe this man.
Vic leads the Falcons to a short field goal to go into the break up 24-0. And that was pretty much it. At best, the Packers have one tiny sliver of hope, down 20 with the ball in the red zone on 4th down and a little under 8 minutes remaining. That hope gets promptly extinguished as Vic has now become the youngest quarterback to ever win a playoff game, in the process pouring cold water on the famed Lambeau Field mystique. the Falcons can spread their wings and soar all the way to Philadelphia for the divisional round of the playoffs. The Eagles are welcoming back QB Donovan McNabb from a broken ankle 8 weeks earlier, so it would be a quarterback matchup of Syracuse recruiter and recruit. In a defensive slugfest, the Falcons make one crucial mistake early when midway through the first quarter, Philly's pass rush forces Vic to rush a throw off his back foot to Jefferson. Philly corner Bobby Taylor undercuts the route for the pick and turns it into a 7-point mistake. Each team kicks a couple first-half field goals, and the game reaches halftime, with Atlanta still down 7. Near the end of the third quarter, the Falcons have a golden opportunity. They advance deep in Philly territory when Vic drops back before he explodes through a huge hole up the middle and absorbs a ferocious blast from safety Brian Dawkins that knocks his wind out while scoring an apparent game-tying touchdown. But wait just a minute now, there is a reason that cavernous running lane formed. The holding infraction wipes out the touchdown and probably makes that Dawkins hit hurt a whole lot worse, especially when compounded by kicker Jay Feely booting the ensuing short field goal just a bit outside. On the first play of the fourth quarter, the Eagles execute everyone's favorite play, the fourth and manageable punt from inside the enemy 40-yard line. The Falcons, still down just one score, see their two most reliable pass catchers, Crumpler and wideout Brian Finneran, drop back-to-back passes that each would have been enough to move the chains, but instead kill the drive and force a punt back to the Eagles. McNabb leads his team down to Atlanta's 35, where a big 3rd-and-1 stop brings up a huge 4th down. Wade Phillips dials up an all-out blitz, but Philly has a good protection called. McNabb's able to get outside the pocket, and he connects with James Thrash, who escapes Ray Buchanan's grasp to stick the dagger in Atlanta's heart. Down 2 touchdowns with a little over 6 minutes left, the Falcons get in position for one on their next drive, but a turnover on downs twists that dagger, closing the book on a memorable run led by their new 22-year-old franchise player.
One of the most thrilling seasons in Falcons history was followed by an overhaul. Vic suffered a broken leg in, of all things, a damn preseason game that didn't even matter. They hoped to have him back in a month's time, but he didn't make his first start until week 14, by which point the Falcons had fallen to 2-10. Vic did his best to turn things around at the end, but it was too late. If nothing else, it demonstrated how crucial Michael Vick was to this football team. A lot of things changed in this time. After decades of ownership by the Smith family, the Falcons were bought by Arthur Blank in 2002. Blank had come to Atlanta by way of the Daily Bugle, having previously managed talented young photographer Peter Parker. Now, in Michael Vick, he managed another young upstart with a similar level of physical talent. The two became very close over the years to come. Look, Blank's a multi-billionaire, which is wrong on its face, and if you have that much money, the ethical thing to do would be to drop 99% of it out of a helicopter and then go live in a cool houseboat somewhere. But it should be said that while NFL teams are often owned by some of the most avaricious scumbags this country has to offer, Blank's foundation has donated hundreds of millions of dollars toward charitable efforts in the Atlanta area. Blank is, as far as owners go, pretty well liked. Being a co-founder of Home Depot, he was surely naturally drawn to a gigantic drafty building with a tall ceiling and bad lighting that smelled kind of weird. It was evident pretty early on that he wasn't solely driven by profit though, and he genuinely cared about the human beings who made up the organization. When Blank found Vic in tears after that broken leg, he cried with him. After stumbling to 3-10 without Vic, Dan Reeves was let go. At close to 7 seasons, his coaching tenure was the longest a Falcon coach had ever had. And of course, he delivered them the miracle 1998 season and Super Bowl appearance that had always seemed a million miles away. But this is the way it always goes. If you're the Falcons head coach, you will be fired. Whether you're Norb Hecker, who was very happy to get it over with, Norm Van Brocklin, who was canned after challenging every reporter in the room to a fistfight, Pat Pepler, who knew he'd be fired the day he was hired, Lehman Bennett, who was too friendly for management's liking, Dan Henning, whose teams lost 9 million football games, Jerry Glanville, whose firing was the most normal thing about him, or June Jones, whose team collapsed after a sideline blow-up. Marion Campbell was the only Falcons coach ever to voluntarily quit, but even he was fired by the team in a previous tenure. So, after 7 years of the relatively normal Dan Reeves, we need to return to the Falcons' time-honored tradition of hiring a coach who's A, a name we already know, and B, a strange person. A coach's son would be perfect in both respects. Tell you what, let's just try this. Hello. Attention everyone. If I could have your attention for 1 minute, if any of you people have had an oddball child at any point, we would love to offer them a head coaching position. Once again, please come forward if you have a weird son. The best introduction to the younger Jim Mora is probably the one he gave to Arthur Blank. Though he had a famous last name, Mora was a relative nobody compared to others the Falcons were considering, and he walked into the interview a distant long shot. He won them over by, and I have no idea how this worked, lugging a huge bag full of books in with him. Not a book bag, but like a giant sack of books, like he was the world's worst Elder Scrolls player. Apparently, if he came up with an idea, he'd write it down and throw it in his knowledge sack, and that was his system. Look at how smart I am, he says. I have a sack full of books. This is incredible, say the Falcons, who are so positive they've got their man that they turn around and cancel their subsequent interview with, oh boy. Moving on. Like his dad, Mora became known for throwing fits on the sideline. Among his weirder habits was huffing ammonia on the sideline during games to keep him on 10. I'm not sure he needed it. Jim Mora was an exceptionally driven person. Nobody had ever wanted to be an NFL coach more than this guy. In the first year, it showed.
Personnel-wise, the most notable addition to the 2004 club came when they invested another top 10 draft pick on a Virginia Tech Hokie with sub-4.4 speed in cornerback D'Angelo Hall, who immediately became the team's most talented defensive back since primetime. Owners of arguably the league's worst pass defense the year before, Hall stabilized their secondary, and Vic rebounded from his derailed 03 season well enough to be the lone reason that Peyton Manning, in arguably the most dominant regular season in NFL history, wasn't a unanimous MVP. With those pieces falling into place, Mora guided Atlanta to 11 wins, good enough to secure the NFC's 2 seed and a first-round bye in the playoffs. But this most certainly wasn't your typical team that earns a week off in January. The majority of their wins were by 4 or fewer points, and they also had some clunkers like their 46-point loss in Kansas City, by far the worst of any team in the entire season, and the worst in 15 years by an eventual playoff team. They ultimately scored just 3 more points than they allowed throughout the regular season, good for 14th in the NFL, and woefully lagging in comparison to other bye-week earners during the 30-year period in which 2 teams per conference received one. But with the sport's ultimate wildcard under center when they welcomed the Rams to town for the divisional round of the playoffs, at the very least, you could count on the Falcons to put on a show in their dome. In Vic's home postseason debut, it takes all of 1 minute until he Houdinis his way out of some pressure, cuts back, and bursts into open space for the whole country to see the total lack of a defensive answer for his one-of-a-kind speed. 2 plays later, he threads the needle with a bullet to Crumpler, and that opens the floodgates. At first, St. Louis is able to bounce back when the Falcons bite on play action and lose track of speedy wide receiver Kevin Curtis, who's able to tie up the game. But the Rams defense has no ability to stop the bleeding on the ground, and that's definitely not just limited to Vic. On Atlanta's second possession, Dunn's 2 carries cover all 75 Falcons scrimmage yards after he gets loose upfield, breaks a tackle, and lets his track star speed carry him the rest of the way to take back the lead. After a defensive stop, Dunn has an even easier time scoring when he's barely touched on his way to the end zone. The Rams respond with quarterback Mark Bulger finding Torrey Holt, who slipped behind Atlanta's secondary to again make things competitive. But these will be the final fleeting moments where this is a competitive affair. Close to halftime, punt returner Allen Rossum's 68-yard rumble right up the gut knocks the Rams on the ropes, and the Falcons' defense emerging from halftime firing on all cylinders delivers the knockout blow. They pitch a second-half shutout while even chipping in a couple points of their own when defensive end Brady Smith smokes Hall of Fame left tackle Orlando Pace for the end zone sack. After a resounding playoff victory in which Vic broke the record for most rushing yards by a quarterback in a playoff game, and the team rushed for the third most yards in any playoff game since the merger, the Falcons are once again set to hit the road for the city of brotherly love. This time, their date with the Eagles will be for a trip to Jacksonville and Super Bowl 39. In brutal sub-zero temperatures, the dome team from the south shockingly comes out flat. Mora's early decision to punt from Philly's 37-yard line
And the wind throws it backward.
flips the field by a whole 7 yards. Then their ability to wrap up, but inability to take down Eagles running back Dorsey Levens proves costly. Almost as costly as the Falcons having a first and goal from the 2 and ultimately kicking a field goal on their ensuing possession. Things look bleak when McNabb hits tight end Chad Lewis in the corner of the end zone for the 14-3 lead, only for the Falcons offense to finally show some life when Dunn scampers in for a 10-yard touchdown to make it just a 4-point game at the half. But in a weird bit of bizarro symmetry, a week after Atlanta's defense allowed 0 second-half points, their offense scores 0 second-half points. Once again, Eagles defensive coordinator Jim Johnson had Vic and the Falcons offense completely stymied. Generally an extremely heavy blitzer, Johnson resisted that tactic against Vic, with the luxury of being able to rely on his front four to create havoc while keeping Vic contained in the pocket in a bitter 27-10 loss.
You know what? We're now entering year number 40 of the Atlanta Falcons experiment, and we've never seen this team post winning records in even 2 consecutive seasons. Hasn't happened once. Every single winning season has been isolated. That's not really an issue of continuity either. The winning teams typically stay intact the following season, but for one reason or another, or maybe for no good reason at all, it just dips. Jim Mora, whose 2005 squad started 6-2, seemed destined to finally end this weird anomaly until their record turned perfectly inside out, landing them at 8-8. But that's what next year's are for.
13 games into the 2006 season, the Falcons were 7-6 and tied with the Giants and Eagles in a scrum for the 2 wildcard spots. And, sparked by that NFC Championship appearance in year 1, Mora was less than 9 months removed from landing a lucrative contract extension. Now he was closing in on his second playoff berth in 3 seasons as Falcons head coach. Everything seemed to be going just dandy. That's when Mora decided to go on the radio. In mid-December, Mora conducted an interview with a Seattle radio station in which one of the hosts was his good buddy and former college roommate at the University of Washington, Hugh Millen. As the interview wound down, the idea of Mora becoming the head coach at his alma mater was broached. Now, if an angel and a devil were supposed to pop up on each shoulder in that moment to give him advice on how to handle those musings, then the angel was apparently just stuck in that Atlanta traffic. Mora cannonballed into his enthusiastic response like he was Kevin McAllister at the Plaza Hotel swimming pool. After acknowledging that the job wasn't even, vacant, Mora could not contain himself from gushing over just how badly he wanted that gig. He was even thrown a life raft when he was all teed up for a chance to say that would only be the case if he were available. He refused that life raft. Then he doubled down by saying it could even be right smack in the middle of a playoff run, and he'd still up and bail. And as the coup de grace, he undermined future Jim's ability to later claim he was kidding. Which, of course, in his mea culpa, is exactly what he had to do. Now, UW is my alma mater too. I get it, it's a wonderful place. But Jim, you are currently an NFL head coach in the middle of an NFL season. It is 2 days before a huge primetime game against the Cowboys, and you are in the thick of the playoff picture while ostensibly possessing plenty of job security in the wake of that extension. And you still can't stop going on and on, fantasizing about another job that, again, still has its seat filled. What in the hell are you thinking? The damage was done. No putting the toothpaste back in that tube. The Falcons would go on to drop each of their final 3 games, miss the playoffs, and the day after the season ended, Mora was fired. Sure, his goose was all but cooked with the radio segment, but the passing stagnation of Vic was another key element of Mora's demise. He'd brought Greg Knapp along with him from San Francisco as his offensive coordinator, and he wasn't really the right choice to nurture a talent like Vic's. The two often clashed, and Vic never felt comfortable in Knapp's system. I've never seen a coach make the fourth quarter completely irrelevant quite like Mora. In 26 of his 48 regular season games, the Falcons were tied or winning after 45 minutes. And they won all but one of them, with their winning percentage on such games higher than everyone in that time but the Patriots. In the 22 games that they trailed entering the final quarter, however, they lost all but one, as they were one of just 4 teams with such a winning percentage south of 5. Combined with broadcasting his dream to go back to the Great Pacific Northwest, it was clearly time for a new hire and a fresh start in 2007 to make ancient history this ridiculous notion of their head coach openly flirting with bailing for a college gig in the middle of a season.
Whoever the Falcons chose as their next head coach would need to understand how to make the most of Michael Vick and draw up an offensive game plan that would take him to a higher gear. Jim Mora had had a defensive coordinator's background, an offensive coordinator who drew up an unimpressive game plan for Vick, and a father who called Vick a coach killer. Man, the Moras just love saying stuff. Anyway, a lot of pundits were starting to doubt Vic around this time, with many insisting that he'd never improve as a passer. To their credit, Vic wasn't pushing himself quite as much as he could have. He'd later say that although he was putting in tons of work, he got comfortable. He figured he'd get closer to his 30th birthday and then worry about his potential. Who among us, right? Vic was an exceptionally smart quarterback with staggering arm talent, but it just wasn't showing up in the numbers. In his first 5 years as a starter, his passer rating lingered in the high 70s, territory that was not at all exceptional. The fact remained, though, that he was making history on foot. In 2006, Michael Vick became the first quarterback ever to rush for 1,000 yards in a single season. In modern times, only 1990 Randall Cunningham has even come close, but even then, Cunningham's achievement was isolated, and since his line allowed tons of sacks, he was often just fleeing in terror. Vick was the first quarterback to demonstrate an ability not only to utilize his running as a weapon, but do this with consistency. And that's how he changed history and influenced the future of American football. His performances in those years started to change how a lot of coaches, particularly high school coaches, perceived quarterback development, and it influenced what those young quarterbacks themselves felt they were capable of. If a quarterback was, say, 14 years old while watching Vick's masterclasses in 2006, he'd be 24 years old in 2016. And here they were, right on time. It's no longer the least bit unusual to see a quarterback rush for 500 yards in a season. There's only one, though, who has been able to surpass what Vick did, his heir apparent, Lamar Jackson, who somehow rushed for 1,200 yards in 2019. Jackson is far from Vick's shadow. He's clearly his own player, but he didn't come up with that style of play on his own. Jackson would have been 9 years old at the peak of Vick's rushing abilities. You know what 9-year-olds love? Video games. And when a young Lamar Jackson fired up a game of Madden, he religiously played as Michael Vick every single time.
Sports fans and broadcasters alike would often see Vick and describe it as video game-like. However, in the case of Michael Vick, that's not 100% true, because the video game versions of him were somewhat even more dominant. Across most football video games, you can argue that playing as a dual-threat quarterback is the most fun experience, in part because it reminds us of running around in the backyard trying to escape the other kid that just finished counting to 3 Mississippi. Michael Vick was the perfect conductor in the orchestra of football chaos. Michael Vick's first Madden appearance was in 2002 as a 72 overall. Even though Chris Chandler was the real-life starting quarterback for a majority of that season, Vick's rating was already higher than Chandler's, who was a nice 69 overall. While Vick's 72 rating might seem pedestrian, I'm sure many people saw what he did in college and played as him, or simply adjusted his stats and attributes. Even if you left his ratings as is, Vick was still fun to play. When you combine his 89 speed in Madden as the ball carrier with those quick-cutting jukes and a spin move that allows you to teleport 5 yards, you get someone that's very hard to tackle. Madden 2003 was a slight improvement as Vick was given a 78 overall, but the next year, everything changed. Madden 2004 was when video game Vick became a name everyone feared. Even EA Sports themselves recognizes Michael Vick by himself as one of the top 25 features in Madden history. Not players, features. Vick is the only player on that list. His overall rating shot from a 78 to a 95. His speed was a 95 overall, which was higher than all but 4 running backs in the game. His throwing was off the charts, but that's not the end of it. Madden 2004 was the first game to introduce playmaker controls. This was a game maker mechanic that changed everything. You could flip plays and adjust routes with ease before the snap, sure, but the wild shit happened after the snap. Playmaker control allowed you to adjust the instructions for a receiver mid-route, mid-play. This means that you could control Michael Vick and the receiver closest to him to either create space or get a receiver open. In addition to that, you could also create your own plays and formations in Madden 2003 and 2004, which allowed you to make the craziest formations and plays that you've ever seen. Now, this seems like a fun little harmless feature in theory, but when you give this feature to video game Vick, defensive AI stood no chance. I mean, what the hell do you even do against this? In theory, you could have someone come over to your house and you could choose the Falcons and a playbook that you created that your friend in the defensive AI could do nothing about. Michael Vick was so good in Madden that the next 2 Maddens had features that served as indirect nerfs to Vick. For those that don't know, a nerf is when something is tweaked to make something weaker or less dangerous, much like how a Nerf football to the face isn't as painful as an actual football to the face. Madden 2005's campaign and marketing focused entirely on the defensive side of the ball. Ray Lewis was on the cover. The trailer even has him tackling Michael Vick in a way to let you know that you weren't getting the same game as last year. The AI was smarter. They added defensive hot routes and the hit stick to give you some options to stop Vick. Now don't get me wrong, Vick was still a freaking 92 overall and fast as hell, but at least there were some things in place now. The developers learned from how dominant Vick was and made the proper adjustments to make sure no one else dominated the game like that again. Now, Vick wasn't the highest overall player in Madden 2004. Hell, he wasn't even the highest rated quarterback in the game, but no one wanted to play as Brett Favre. 99 overalls have graced Madden both before and after Vick, but no one will ever be as unfair on the virtual football fields as the red number 7.
The real Vick was just as electrifying. If he could supplement his rushing ability with the top-tier passing ability we all knew he had in him, he could blow the entire sport wide open. He could become the damn Terminator. He could lead the Atlanta Falcons to a Super Bowl championship that was long overdue. Forget just one, this team could become a dynasty. All that was missing, it seemed, was an offensive wonderkind. A proven genius who could design everything around Michael Vick. And they found him. As someone who grew up in both Atlanta and Louisville, I am uniquely qualified to assess Bobby Petrino as both a coach and a human being. My verdict is as follows. He is awesome. He is the coolest. Every other football fan in both Louisville and Atlanta agrees with me. We all love him and we want to be just like him and we all think he's great. Okay, this has been a whole lot to throw at you, so at this point in the call I can go ahead and unmute in case anybody has any questions or comments. Well, we got a quiet bunch today. That's okay. That's alright. Let's continue. Petrino had earned a nationwide reputation as an offensive genius, having turned a historically mediocre Louisville football program into a powerhouse that seriously contended for the national title. This made him arguably the most sought-after football coach in America. When other teams called, he couldn't help but listen. In 2003, while at Louisville, he secretly met with Auburn to discuss possibly becoming their head coach and yanking the job away from his own friend Tommy Tuberville behind his back. But the next year he signed a new contract at Louisville, declaring that this is where he wanted to be for good. And if, for example, the LSU job were to open up, there's no way he would interview for it. 5 days later, he interviewed for the LSU job. Everyone got mad at him, he said he was sorry, and finally in 2006, he signed a mammoth $25 million deal to lock him down in Louisville for the next decade. Petrino stuck around 6 months, which is close enough, and then bolted to the Atlanta Falcons without thanking the fans or telling his assistants. It was heralded as a huge coup for Atlanta. Finally, they had a coach with an offensive intellect worthy of Michael Vick's ability. Some might have worried about his track record of disloyalty, but hey, listen, Falcons coaches don't quit. They get fired, but they don't quit. This is the part of the story that everyone knows. In August of 2007, Michael Vick pled guilty to federal dogfighting charges. He was sentenced to prison shortly thereafter, and never played for the Atlanta Falcons again.
It's a crime that will follow Mike Vick for the rest of his life, and something that some people will never quite be able to forgive him for. And I totally get that. It's an inexcusable act that eventually tarnished Vick's legacy on the field, and how people view him as a person. But take a moment to understand Vick's upbringing. Dogfighting is something that he's been exposed to his whole life in Virginia. Yeah, you can say, well, why wouldn't he just change the people he surrounds himself with? Which is something that's a lot easier said than done, when the very same people held him down through thick and thin his entire life. Newport News, Virginia was his home. It was his family. And sometimes it's just hard to turn your back on family. As Falcons fans, we welcomed Vick into our homes every Sunday, so it was tough to immediately turn our back on him as well. Sports can really blind your perception of people because you see them as these heroes who could do no wrong. We were shocked and confused. What Vick did was absolutely wrong. But why do we publicly continue to deem him as a monster when he's paid his debt to society and asked for forgiveness? In prison, Vick dreamed of coming back to the Falcons to be the quarterback that brought the franchise their first Super Bowl win. He still thought it was his team, and fans were more than ready to welcome that idea. I personally know people who held out on the hope that maybe one day, no matter how long it took, Vick would suit up again for the Falcons and make everything right. You can look in the stands of the Georgia Dome and see the majority of the crowd still rocking Vick jerseys. Even his teammates were ready for him to be back, loudly showing their support during games with messages like "Free Mike Vick" on t-shirts. But in the real world, we knew that never would be possible.
Nearly 15 years later, America can't agree on Michael Vick. There are many, such as myself, who believe that the 21 months he spent in federal prison were more than plenty. It's so commonplace in America to lock a human being in a dungeon, and said human beings are almost always so silent and invisible that we've grown completely numb to just how traumatic and tortuous it is. Your sense of self erodes. You feel forgotten, like you've been jettisoned off the planet, far from anyone who loves you. Vick would later describe a day in which his entire universe revolved around a visit with his family. Because of some arbitrary reason that had nothing to do with him, the visit was abruptly canceled. He was so lonely and desperate that it broke him, and he collapsed into tears. Of this feeling, he says, it's like being dead.
Vick was more than just a football player in Atlanta. He was a beacon of hope that made people in the city want to believe again. But that hope came crashing down with the damage that Vick caused. And as a fan base, we had to move on.
Vick saw his own childhood exposure to dogfighting as so consequential and harmful that he helped introduce legislation making it illegal to bring a child to a dogfight. That was just part of his big ongoing project to advocate for animal rights, an effort he continues to this day. In the end, Michael Vick tests our willingness to forgive, and just because I forgive him doesn't mean you have to. Forgiveness is something that can be asked for but not expected. I suppose there's just one thing I would ask you to consider. In prison, Michael Vick paid a price unlike anything most of us have ever paid. He showed unconditional remorse, and he's worked relentlessly to try to make things right however he can. How many others have done things far, far worse without seeing any consequences? We don't need to look elsewhere in time. In fact, it's best that we keep it right here, right in this period of history. These are people I don't need to name. People who destroyed entire worlds and ways of life, decimated the quality of life of untold millions. If this man is the target of your outrage, and not them, I guarantee you've got the wrong guy. Dwelling on all of this felt terrible. I went to the doctor and I said, "Please help me. These events have left me feeling down." The doctor told me, "Laughter is the best medicine. Go see Petrino the Clown. He'll cheer you up. He's exquisitely funny and he will cure all that ails you." And after hesitating for a moment, I said, "That's a fucking great idea." We now return to the adventures of noted, cool, and well-respected guy Bobby Petrino, who now finds himself without the superstar quarterback who was the primary reason he was hired in the first place. Fortunately, Vic's backup over the last couple of years was Matt Schaub, who would go on to have a terrific NFL career. Unfortunately, in what they thought at the time would be their biggest move of the offseason, they'd already traded Schaub. What this offensive wizard was instead left with was a platoon of draft bust Joey Harrington in his final season, Byron Leftwich, a pretty solid quarterback who nonetheless played badly in Atlanta, and career backup Chris Redman. The Falcons fell to 4-12 that season. Arthur Blank, certainly aware of Petrino's history of talking to strangers, got word that Arkansas had been sniffing around and immediately slammed the door shut, sending back word that the Falcons would absolutely not allow them to talk to Petrino. Blank then got to work plotting out the future with Petrino, addressing whatever concerns he had, and generally making sure he was happy as the Falcons coach. Petrino looked him in the eye, shook his hand, and assured that he was in it for the long haul. Problem solved. For about 24 hours. Then Petrino resigned as head coach, immediately fled Atlanta, and signed a deal with Arkansas. And let me tell you, I would have bought a pay-per-view event that was nothing but Falcons players talking shit about him. I'm sure they said a lot of things that couldn't make it into print, but among the highlights of those that did, they called him a quitter and a coward. And if you get that from Warwick Dunn, you've messed up bad. Defensive back Lawyer Malloy said, "This league is for real men." I think he realized he didn't belong here. Part of it was that he left, part of it was how he left. Too chicken shit to actually look his players in the eye or even give them a phone call, Petrino left little laminated notes in their lockers with identical short boilerplate text on each one. Within, Petrino expressed that he wanted to finish the season, but that, quote, circumstances did not allow him to do so. He framed his cowardice, perhaps correctly, as an inevitable force of nature that could not be deterred, as though he was talking about rain canceling a picnic. "Yeah, sorry guys, I wanted to stick around, but unfortunately I'm a total dipshit, and as we all know, nothing can be done about that." The rest of Bobby Petrino's story doesn't concern the Falcons, but it's really cathartic for Falcons fans, so let's just continue. After 4 years, Petrino was building Arkansas into a powerhouse, just as he had at Louisville when he wrecked his motorcycle. What followed was the legendary neck brace press conference, in which he was asked whether anyone was with him at the time of the accident.
Was anybody with you at the site?
When I came out of a ditch, there was a lady there.
That lady was in fact on the bike with him. She was an Arkansas football employee, she'd allegedly been shown favoritism by Petrino, and he'd been having an extramarital affair with her. After days of lying about it, he was fired. Incredibly, a couple years later he somehow got the head coaching job at Louisville again, despite having broken contract and bailed on him years prior. In an unbelievable failure of karma to do its job, he gets to coach Lamar Jackson, who evolves into one of the greatest players in college football history. Michael Vick himself says that Lamar Jackson is like him, only even better. Lamar then leaves for the pros, and without him, Petrino is completely exposed, overseeing one of the most dramatic single-season collapses college football has ever seen, with the Cardinals falling all the way to 2-10. Before the season's over, the University of Louisville and Wave 3 TV give us a moment of true television magic. The news of Bobby Petrino's firing crawls across the bottom of the screen, right in the middle of Bobby Petrino's talk show. Who, I ask you, has ever been more of a flesh and blood realization of Mo Sizlak? A guy who burns every bridge anyone ever built him, whose considerable talents as a football genius are eclipsed by his reputation as the most infamous two-faced liar football has ever seen. Bobby Petrino is America's dunk tank clown, and in this way he's indispensable. He's a guy you can feel good laughing at, because he 100% signed up for every last bit of it. I'm not joking. I genuinely love Bobby Petrino. I appreciate all he's given us, and I hope he's out there somewhere having a good one. The peregrine falcon is the fastest animal of any kind on Earth. When it dives at terminal velocity, it hurtles toward the Earth at nearly 200 miles per hour. In the end, it's not really anatomy that powers the fastest creature in the known universe. It's gravity. The Atlanta Falcons dive at rates that are similarly breathtaking. There was the nosedive of the 80s that felt like it would never end, and put them so deep in the red that they might never dig out. In the 90s, they went to the playoffs, then immediately lost 8 straight in the afterglow of the Glanville years. And their descent right after Super Bowl 33 almost perfectly mirrored the ascent that got them there. Now, the era that appeared to have the most promise was over, instantly, and without warning. Warrick Dunn and Algie Crumpler left after the 07 season. Their coach had bailed, the one who was supposed to save the franchise was gone. The identity of the team had vanished. But maybe, in preparation for the exhilarating, confounding final acts, it had to.
We've arrived at a point in history at which you can watch an NFL game and not know which year you're in. The pandemic spoiled that to a degree last season, but even then, once the camera pulled in tight, there was usually no way to know. This is a rarity in live television, one of the purest and most unfettered windows into our culture. The news, of course, is a dead giveaway. Depending on what our health trends are, QVC is selling something that cooks burgers with more or less fat. SNL mostly reenacts stuff that happened last Tuesday. Even in the NBA, once the 6'8" power forward puts up a 3, you have your answer. The effects of time tend to vanish within the NFL, and they vanish even further within the Falcons-Saints rivalry. Since 1992, each one of these games has been played under a dome, so you don't even know what time of day it is. Now, early on, there are plenty of clues. There's a little inset pointed to the stadium clock instead of a score bug, the aspect ratio is different, and the analog broadcast is fuzzier. A couple years later, the Fox box shows up. At the time it was divisive, but if they tried to broadcast a game without it today, we'd all flip out. They play around with this a couple times until ultimately setting the score up top. By 2005, all the bells and whistles come standard. We've got the yellow 1st and 10 line and the down and distance marker, but it's still visibly dated, and it stays that way until 2008. This is the point at which the football novice might confuse what we're seeing here with a broadcast from 2021. The definition is much crisper, the aspect ratio is 16:9, and the graphics package generally passes for something you might see today. This is when the present day began. We can now flip on the game and experience a world unmoored to time. There's a real comfort in this. For a few hours a week, millions of us escape into a world outside of our own, where the realities of our own world just don't exist. This isn't a quality unique to the Falcons in particular, but their story is both entirely non-fictional and not entirely real. So far, we've told a story that's stretched from 1966 to 2007, decades of extraordinary developments in our world, and we've touched on basically none of them. We've tugged at a few things in the periphery, sure, a new wave of religion, the evolution of music, the construction boom. We even took a couple wide tangents to poke at the military-industrial complex and the justice system, but we had to reach a little bit, didn't we? It's hard work turning our Pinocchio into a real boy. On top of their aesthetical consistency, Falcons-Saints games have maintained a consistent tenor, with both teams hating the hell out of each other regardless of how well either team is actually doing. But there was one exception. One moment in which you know exactly when you are in history. On this night in 2006, the Falcons did get to witness firsthand what it looked like when a team became real, when a team was unmistakably anchored in its time and place. The city of New Orleans was recovering from the death and devastation of Hurricane Katrina. It was the Saints' first game back in the Superdome. They couldn't repair the damage or hold anyone responsible. What they could do, though, was deliver a symbolic victory and give the people of their city something to believe in, someplace to express their pride. The Falcons came in hot, having started 2-0 with 2 decisive wins. But the Saints forced a 3-and-out on the Falcons' opening drive, setting up a punt deep in Atlanta territory. Almost nothing can change a game's momentum more than a punt block. On account of how chaotic and how extraordinarily rare it is in the NFL, it always gets a huge pop from the home crowd. There was no better time for the Saints' Steve Gleason to emerge from nowhere and sprint right up the gap. Before you hear this, remember that this is the first quarter of a regular season game. This is not how a football crowd sounds, not at this phase in the game.
This is a celebration of life. As their hated rival, the Falcons' role in these proceedings was to lose and lose badly. And they did, 23-3. I hope they paid close attention to the Saints that night. Because one night, years into the future, this would be them. After the chaos of the Mora and Petrino years, the Falcons had no choice but to hit the reset button heading into 2008, and they hit it hard. In Week 1, their starting quarterback was Matt Ryan, a 23-year-old kid they pulled out of Boston College. Here's his first ever pass in an NFL regular season game. Knock him dead, buddy.
Ryan back for his first NFL pass attempt. It's complete to Michael Jenkins, and he breaks a big one.
Holy shit. We're virtually certain that this is the first time an NFL quarterback's first ever throw has gone for a touchdown of longer than 50 yards. What this was exactly what it felt like. The first step of a very, very long ascent to the mountaintop. On their very next possession, they snap off another 60-yard touchdown. This one comes on the ground, from a running back who demonstrates an ability to make quick cuts, the jets to elude would-be tacklers, and the size to bounce right off another would-be tackler. Michael Turner arrived in Atlanta after 4 years in San Diego. When he got to play, he was terrific, but he was never going to put up big numbers backing up the great LaDainian Tomlinson. Now, in his first ever game as a Falcon, Turner is immediately showing what he can do as a stud back. That 66-yard scoot was only the start of a 220-yard effort that ranks among the 50 best single-game rushing performances in modern times. En route to a 34-21 win, Ryan and Turner were having a party on day one. But there was a third breakout hit who'd been around a few years but was now becoming an NFL superstar. In the third quarter, he hauls in his very first ever deep ball from Matt Ryan to help put the game away. It'll be the first of many. Whoop, looks like we've got Roddy in the middle of a backflip. Nope, stay put, we will come to you.
The Falcons had drafted wide receiver Roddy White in the first round out of UAB a few years earlier, and 2008 marked his second season as a full-time starter. While he was drafted by a team that historically had a dearth of strong traditional pocket passers, especially so coming off that circus of a 2007 season, Ryan was a godsend. The two instantly developed a mind-melding chemistry with one another from day one, and for the ensuing half-decade, arguably no one in the NFL but Calvin Johnson was a more dangerous receiving weapon than was Roddy White.
Once again, we've got a Falcons team with a great quarterback and some great offensive playmakers. What we could use now is a normal head coach. We've had enough weird coaches. As much as I enjoyed the Jim Mora and Bobby Petrino odysseys, these guys deserve better. We need the standard package. We need a create a coach. Computer, generate normal guy. I'm an enthusiast of bullshit, but even I need a break, and we found that in Mike Smith. The most inflammatory thing he ever did as the Falcons coach was to make the occasional call that some found too conservative. Every human being is interesting in one way or another, and I'm sure that in his personal life he had his quirks. When he gathered around for a family game night, maybe he picked a wheelbarrow piece in Monopoly or something. I have no clue. But as a coach, he was just a good coach who was well liked by his players and everyone else around him. So we'll keep it short with him, which I suspect he'd be just fine with, and focus instead on what he did, which was win a lot of football games. In 2008, the Falcons immediately rebounded from 4-12 to 11-5. Their defense was transformed from one of the league's worst into a unit that was actually capable of keeping points off the board, thanks in part to the career renaissance of John Abraham. At defensive end, Abraham averaged a full sack per game, more than almost anyone else in the league, and as a veteran, his quiet leadership reflected the personality of these new Falcons. They were bounced out of the playoffs in the first round, but after a season like this, it was tough to feel all that sad about it. On top of that, they fell to the Cardinals, who were on their way to their first Super Bowl appearance ever. You think the Falcons wing is sad? Well, wait till you see the Cardinals wing. You have not even begun to know pain. The Cardinals were the Jacob Marley of the NFL, having sadly wandered around America for nearly a century. They began as the Chicago Cardinals, then actually merged with the Steelers in desperation during World War II, then went back to Chicago, then moved to St. Louis, then moved to Phoenix, then changed their name to the Arizona Cardinals. All the while, they did virtually nothing but lose, once enduring a 50-year stretch in which they didn't win a single playoff game. This then was a priority case. You just gotta let them play through. If you're ever tempted to believe the Falcons are somehow cursed, remember that it could be so much worse. I mean, hell. At least the Atlanta Falcons know where they live. To this point, this team had been defined almost without exception by inconsistency and instability. But as it would turn out, for 5 years straight, the head coach was Mike Smith, the top passer was Matt Ryan, the top rusher was Michael Turner, and the top receiver was Roddy White. This is almost completely unprecedented. If you count up the streaks like this that only last 3 seasons, the list is fairly short. The Marv Levy, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed Bills are the only team to ever do what these Falcons did between 2008 and 2012. And of course, those Bills went to the Super Bowl 4 times. Entering the 2009 season, the Falcons went out and got Matt Ryan another weapon. I'm a Chiefs fan, and I was just happy to see Tony Gonzalez get the trade he asked for and finish his Hall of Fame career somewhere other than those putrid Kansas City teams of that era. Even in his final seasons with the Falcons, he was putting up numbers most tight ends can only dream of. Gonzalez revolutionized his position kind of in the way Vic did. There had been incredible pass-catching tight ends before, guys like Shannon Sharp, but Gonzalez was the one to establish proof of concept. Where he went, the likes of Antonio Gates and Rob Gronkowski followed. In this season, the Falcons didn't quite match their 2008 success, and they missed the playoffs. But you know what? They finished with a 9-7 record, which meant that for the first time in the 44-year history of this team, the Atlanta Falcons had finished with a winning record in back-to-back seasons. This is called sustained momentum. Almost every other NFL team does this all the damn time, and now after nearly half a century, the Falcons finally get to experience what it's like. They did leave a little bit on the table though. In particular, they dropped both their matchups with the Saints. In both of them, New Orleans escaped by the skin of their teeth. The first time, the Falcons recovered an onside kick with about a minute left and a last-second throw was picked off near the goal line. At the end of the second one, the Falcons were stuffed on a 4th and 2 in Saints territory. These 2 games decided who won the NFC South that season. If Atlanta had found a way to win them, the 2 teams would have tied at 11-5, and it would have been the Falcons who held the tiebreaker and went to the playoffs. Instead, the Saints are going, well, best of luck to them, but we don't need it. We understand now that success is about more than simply making the playoffs. It's about long-term stability and positive momentum and steady leadership. We're set up for success, slow and steady. Before long, we'll have this team in the position— oh, god damn it! The New Orleans Saints had won the space race, just when the Falcons had discovered fire. While the Falcons were turning the corner, the Saints had ripped off 1 million wins in a row and won the first Super Bowl they'd ever played in. What happened to the old days, when the big brother got to shove around the little brother just for fun? And what about the more recent times, when the two were partners in misery, giving the rest of the country barn burners to watch on national television, all the while drifting out of view in the standings? They had a special thing going. All that was gone. Had just a couple of plays broken differently in that season, the Falcons could have prevented this. They did not.
I've always thought hating someone or something was such an extreme feeling that takes a lot of effort and energy. Like as a kid, I guess I hated vegetables, but now, if you give me some deliciously seasoned charred broccoli, it can elevate any meal. To hate something, you have to passionately dislike it. And I ain't gonna spend time holding a grudge against green things. I just didn't like them. But when it comes to the Saints, oh yeah, I absolutely hate that team. And this isn't to give Saints fans some sense of satisfaction like, oh, look at us living rent-free in the heads of Falcons fans. Because I don't think about y'all at all. It's just when you battle with a team 2 times a year every season, you start to learn their tendencies and how they operate. And yeah, the hate starts to build. It's only natural. So let's just say I don't really have any recollection of the Saints winning the Super Bowl. That's new information to me. But what I do remember is members of the Saints staff paying players to purposely injure players of the opposing team. And that just coincidentally occurred during the same years of this so-called Super Bowl win. Seems a little fishy if you ask me.
Well, our bird has one hell of a blemish now, huh? We would love to remove it. Unfortunately, we lack the technology to do so, rendering this completely impossible. The next season, it was as though the Falcons were pulled into the Saints' wake, regardless of how good they actually were. In terms of wins, it was the second best season they'd ever had. What's weird, though, is that in a lot of respects, they weren't actually good.
Remember those 04 Falcons who earned a postseason bye despite a point differential of just +3 for the season? Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. In 2010, the Falcons won 13 games, good enough to secure the NFC's #1 seed and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Normally you'd equate such status with being extremely good at football, but on a play-by-play assessment of their offense and defense, they were not extremely good. They were not even extremely average. They were extremely bad. Offensively, the 2010 Falcons failed to average even 5 yards per play, ranking 26th in the league. Defensively, they ranked 27th, allowing 5.56 yards per play. That differential was the 5th worst in the NFL that season. Again, accomplished by a #1 seed. Also, hey there, Chargers. But let's zoom out for a sec beyond 2010 and look at every season of every team since the merger, because that's where I noticed something real weird. As you'd expect, you can see quite a strong positive correlation between this metric and winning. So these Falcons are a glaring exception to be this far to the left, yet still having won over 80% of their games. Allow me to direct your attention to this dot way down here for a comparison. That would be a winless team with a per-play yardage differential that wasn't just better, but significantly better than a 13-win Falcons team. It's pretty easy to recognize the prime culprit for such an outlandish discrepancy: turnovers. The 2017 Browns had a turnover differential of -28. Atlanta in 2010 had an outstanding turnover differential of +14. And while obviously those are huge plays that have an enormous impact on outcomes, the fact remains that fundamentally on a play-by-play amalgam of both sides of the ball, those top-seeded Falcons were arguably a lot worse than a team led by DeShone Kizer. The ultimate microcosm of their season came in Week 4 against my beloved Niners in a game that will forever be tattooed on my brain. With the Falcons down 1 and a minute and a half left to play, San Francisco's Nate Clements picks off Matt Ryan. If we freeze it right there, this is a situation where at this point a pick 6 isn't even necessarily a bad thing for the Falcons. You're already losing with a little over a minute left, and it'd at least enable a chance to get the ball back, still likely just a one-possession game. But already deep in Atlanta territory, in Clements' furious quest to score a perhaps detrimental touchdown, he slows up just enough to allow a hustling Roddy White to punch the ball loose. Falcons recover, go down the field, kick the game-winning field goal. Their back-breaking turnovers weren't even turnovers. Those were the 2010 regular season Falcons. Wonder if that's the type of squad that gets exposed in January. On to the 2010 playoff Falcons. Coming off their bye week, the Falcons are set to battle the Packers, and their fairy tale season continues early when Turner bounces off hits from every angle and keeps his legs churning till he hits pay dirt. Even though Green Bay immediately responds with an Aaron Rodgers touchdown pass to Jordy Nelson, on the ensuing kickoff, Atlanta breaks the record for longest postseason touchdown in NFL history when Eric Weems goes 102 yards right up the middle, nearly untouched. But the Falcons are facing a future Hall of Fame quarterback at the peak of his powers, and they're simply unable to provide any resistance as Rodgers leads his team downfield to again tie it. It's pretty clear that Atlanta's only hope is for Matt Ryan to keep up in a shootout, but when he tries to hit Michael Jenkins on a fly route against cover 2, he puts a little too much air on it and Jenkins slips, which allows underneath cornerback Tramon Williams to make a touchdown-saving play on the ball, something the Falcons can ill afford given just how scorching hot the opposing quarterback is. Atlanta is powerless to prevent Green Bay from surging ahead on another pinpoint Rodgers touchdown pass with less than a minute to go in the first half. Then, the sky comes tumbling down. Just seconds remain until halftime, and the Falcons are trying to shorten a field goal try with no timeouts and thus needing to throw toward the sideline. Tramon knows exactly what's coming and baits Ryan into throwing the quick out to Roddy White. One slick cutback later, and the man whose pick 2 minutes earlier saved a touchdown is now scoring one of his own in the most demoralizing way possible to end a half.
It would be just about impossible for a single play to change a football game more than this one did. Before this throw, it was anyone's game, with the Falcons likely to, at minimum, kick a field goal to cut the deficit to 4. Instead, within a matter of seconds, it was 14. Absolutely backbreaking, especially with the Packers set to receive first in the second half. The rest of the game was a procession, with Aaron Rodgers and his offense scoring at will. This is a really amazing relic. About half of it was a very close game, and yet it went into the books as a 27-point defeat, the worst home playoff loss seen in the NFL in decades. After a year of threading the needle, the football gods had shown up at the worst possible time to collect what was owed.
Following that season of Fool's Gold, the Falcons sought to make a big splash in the 2011 NFL Draft to upgrade at wide receiver opposite Roddy White. General Manager Thomas Dimitroff would stop at nothing to get his man, and his level of determination wouldn't have been justified for many players. But oh goodness was it justified here, because here, we're talking about Julio Jones. As the nation's top high school wide receiver, Jones could have played collegiately anywhere he wanted, and Nick Saban was able to keep the Alabama native in state with the Crimson Tide in 2008. Jones immediately burst on the scene as a true freshman, accounting for nearly 40% of the aerial yardage of a 12-win team. He combined everything you could ever want in a wide receiver. Ideal size and strength, impeccably precise and crafty route running, and even on a broken foot at the 2011 Scouting Combine, blazing fast, sub 4.4 speed in the 40. To get him, Dimitroff was forced to dangle an awful lot of draft pick eggs in one basket, enough to get the Cleveland Browns to bite. Moving all the way up from 27 to 6, the Atlanta Falcons had secured the right to draft Julio Jones. Well, as it relates to overall body of work for a wide receiver, it's really Jerry Rice and everyone else. You can make one hell of a case that Julio Jones had the greatest peak of anyone ever. For starters, there's not a single number between 5,785 and 12,896 in which Julio Jones didn't reach that number of career receiving yards faster than anyone. Let's take as an example 12,000. Jones got there in career game number 125. To reach 12K so quickly, Jones had 55 100-yard games in that time when no one else has ever hit the century mark in receiving yardage in more than 45 of their first 125 career games. And in fact, whereas he'd surpassed 12,000 career receiving yards, no one else has ever even topped 11K at that point, which, by the way, Julio only needed 115 games to reach. He hit that 12,000 milestone near the end of 2019. That was his 9th season. Not only is that comfortably the most ever through 9 seasons, but he did that despite missing most of his 3rd season after re-injuring the same foot that was broken when he ran 40 yards in under 4.4 seconds. To still be able to pull that off once he came back in 2014, it would require going absolutely supernova on the rest of the league. And that is exactly what Julio Jones did. Starting with that first season back, he became the only player to ever top 1,400 receiving yards in 5 consecutive seasons, and was damn close to a 6th, when only Marvin Harrison's done so in as many as 4 consecutive. In that time, he also had 3 different games topping 250 receiving yards. The following 9 players have combined for 0 career games with at least 250 receiving yards. DeAndre Hopkins, Isaac Bruce, Anquan Bolden, Michael Irvin, Randy Moss, Torrey Holt, Marvin Harrison, Larry Fitzgerald, and Chris Carter. The latter 3 never even reached 200 in a game. Julio had 3 with over 250. However, the 2 names often considered for the title as second greatest receiver ever are Moss and Terrell Owens, and the main reason for this is touchdowns. Here is every instance an NFL player has ever recorded at least 1,400 receiving yards in a season. Julio shows up 5 times. Even if he didn't frequently finish his catches in the end zone, Julio Jones still likely had the greatest prime of all time at gobbling up receiving yards.
In 2011, Matt Ryan connected with Julio, Roddy, and Tony on his way to more than 4,000 passing yards. This was the Falcons' 4th straight winning season, and it culminated in one of the most frustrating viewing experiences in the history of the NFL. Viewer discretion advised. This game fucking sucks. The Giants played host in New Jersey's MetLife Stadium, a place you can only get to by taking 45 different trains, forging an alliance with an elven tribe that allows you safe passage, and receiving the assistance of a kindly wizard. New York and Atlanta spend the first quarter playing ping pong, with neither offense doing much of anything. The Falcons finally piece together a long drive, and deep in Giants territory, Mike Smith does something atypical. He goes for it on 4th and 1. Although they're in field goal range, I do like this call, but this time the Giants stop him. Unfortunately for the Giants, the ball itself doesn't change directions. A holding call backs them up to their own 14, Eli Manning drops back, the Falcons send James Sanders after him, and Eli tries to dump it off to nowhere before he can escape the tackle box. He does this while in the end zone, which by rule gives the Falcons the ultra-rare playoff safety, as well as one of the funniest leads possible in a football game. 2-0. When the Falcons get the ball back, Matt Ryan marshals the Falcons back into Giants territory. Once again, they find themselves at 4th and 1. They're just outside of field goal range. They should absolutely go for it. Remember, they have a terrific quarterback in Matt Ryan, they have Michael Turner, an excellent short yardage option who's having another incredible year. They have Tony Gonzalez, one of the most sure-handed receiving targets the sport has ever seen. If they really want to get weird, they've got the dynamic duo of Roddy White and Julio Jones, who form one of the very best wide receiver tandems ever assembled. But, likely scared off by the Giants stopping them a few minutes ago, the Falcons say no to all of these options and punt it away instead. It's a really, truly nauseating decision, and it's the precise moment the Atlanta Falcons turn into a pumpkin. The Giants score 24 unanswered points as Atlanta's star-studded offense completely breaks down at every opportunity. In the third quarter, the Falcons find themselves at 4th and 1 in Giants territory a third time, but it's too late. Having already committed the cardinal sin of punting on 4th and 1 in enemy territory, there was no appeasing the football gods. They turned the ball over on downs, and that's it. Final score, Giants 24, Falcons 2. Teams have certainly been beaten far worse, but this Falcons effort was so anemic that few living people have seen its equal. Consider this. We have a game here in which a team committed 0 turnovers, and yet scored 0 offensive points and didn't even attempt a single field goal. Forget just playoff games, even across regular seasons, this is one of just 23 such performances ever. And with 247 yards, they're tied for the most offensive yardage gained in such a game. In other words, the Falcons did the most you could possibly do without doing anything. Most beatdowns can be explained away by turnovers, but not only did they not turn the ball over, they didn't even try one field goal. This is the only time this has ever happened in the playoffs. And it happened despite all of this talent. Now, this is typically a tipping point for the Falcons, the point at which a horrendous playoff loss precipitates a collapse. Once again, it was clear, these Falcons were different. After spending close to half a century failing to cobble together just 2 straight winning seasons, they've now put together 5 straight. And the latest is a 2012 campaign that ends with a 13-3 record, their second in 3 years. It's the wildest thing. It's as though the instant the Falcons entered high definition in 2008, they got serious. They won consistently. And aside from the occasional insensitive tweet from Roddy White, they were the least provocative team you could imagine. They were a talented team that was sensibly coached. Their wins were proficient and their losses were dull. And I'll be honest, at this point in the story, I find that heartbreaking. We can't have both, can we? It could never have happened this way. We couldn't have all these weirdos, all this chaos, all the vibrance that breathed life into this team, if we wanted them to win. It's not that these Falcons are lifeless, far from it. They're often really fun to watch, but they're grown up now. This is one of the greatest fears many of us have as we grow up ourselves, that in order to make it, in order to get to where we want, we're gonna have to surrender a piece of ourselves. We'll have to hand over a lot of what makes us who we are, or at least who we thought we were. But this is, after all, what we wanted all this time.
With another crack at home field advantage throughout the postseason, the Falcons' first playoff game is against the Seahawks. Gonzalez, who's trying to put the finishing touches on a 16-year Hall of Fame career with his first ever taste of postseason success, hauls in the game's first touchdown with some immaculate footwork. The next play run by the offense is a handoff to reserve back Jacquizz Rodgers, who unleashes a truck stick from the depths of hell onto safety Earl Thomas on a massive gain to set up another score and a 13-zip lead. After stuffing Seattle's fullback on 4th and 1, Atlanta takes a commanding 20-point lead when rowdy Roddy White slips behind Richard Sherman for the long score. The two teams each trade TDs in the third quarter, so the Falcons maintain their huge 20-point cushion heading into the fourth. That is where they fall apart like a house of cards, allowing a couple touchdowns within the first few minutes as their lead dwindles to 6. With Atlanta's offense stuck in neutral, Seattle's able to take the lead with just 31 seconds remaining when Marshawn Lynch plows in for their third unanswered touchdown of the quarter. The Falcons are staring straight down the barrel of becoming the first team to ever lose a playoff game after squandering a 20-point fourth quarter lead. But life in the NFL is different when you have a franchise quarterback. You're never out of a game, even if you need more yards for a field goal attempt than there are seconds left on the clock. This is Matt Ryan's opportunity to show the entire country that that's exactly what he is. A laser to the left sideline on a deep out gets him to midfield before a 19-yard completion to the ultimate security blanket moves him into field goal range. Tony Gonzalez has just made the catch to set up what may be his first ever playoff win in a Hall of Fame career that could otherwise end without one. It all comes down to kicker Matt Bryant, whose game-winning attempt sails wide right. But wait, Seattle had called timeout to try and ice him, which backfires as Bryant gets another shot, and this time appears to kick them to the NFC Championship.
That puts the score at Falcons 30, Seahawks 28, and that will indeed be the final score. Falcons win. However, what follows in this game is an event that's very much like that Deion Sanders circus play in the 1991 playoffs at the end of that game against the Saints. Because that one didn't affect the result, the outright lunacy of it has been lost in the sands of time. Similarly, no one remembers what happens at around 4 p.m. Eastern on January 13th, 2013. It's important to stress here once again that Mike Smith, while a good coach, has a reputation for being an overly conservative coach. Just a year ago, his refusal to go for it on 4th and 1 way downfield signaled the beginnings of a blowout. This is just one of many factors that make this one of the very strangest things I've ever seen anyone do on any football field anywhere. I mean, this is probably number 2 on the list. Number 1 is everything that happened in the last Boy Scout. Number 2 is this. With a 2-point lead and 8 seconds left in the ballgame, the Falcons are set to kick off. The call here is a complete no-doubter that any normal team would make without even thinking about it. You kick it into the end zone, or better yet, through the end zone for a touchback. That would put the Seahawks at their own 20 with just 8 seconds to get into field goal range, about 50 yards away. Even with their timeouts, 8 seconds would maybe be enough for one play before the field goal. This would be a virtually hopeless situation for Seattle. Now, the Seahawks return man is Leon Washington, one of the best returners ever. What if kicker Matt Bosher doesn't kick it far enough, allowing for the chance of a return? Well, it's a very safe bet that he will. In fact, here's him doing so in this very game. Here's him doing so a second time in this game. Here's a third time, a fourth time. He has done this 5 times today, not an issue. Okay, well, what if it's a kick like this first one that's very deep but that Washington could conceivably decide to return? Well, let's look at those 8 return touchdowns of his. Almost none of those kicks even made it to the goal line. He doesn't usually even try returning kicks that go this far back, and when he has, he's never once scored a touchdown. Meanwhile, Bosher has been automatic today, placing every single one of his kickoffs in the territory where Washington has had no success. And just to keep all of this in perspective, Leon Washington has scored 1 kick return touchdown in the last 2 years. So while yes, anything can happen, worrying about this is kinda like worrying about getting hit by a meteor. If they're really that worried about it, they can always try a line drive kick or a squib kick. With either of those, the ball wouldn't go as far, but it's tough to field cleanly and almost impossible to return for a touchdown. What they do instead, with 8 seconds left, and with the lead, is an onside kick. Listen, I can be somewhat normal about this because I've had time to process it, but if this is your first time seeing this, you should be yelling. This is the best explanation we can muster. We see Bosher turning his foot to strike the ball with his heel. He might have been attempting a misdirection squib, the idea being to make it look like you're attempting a straight ahead kick and then unexpectedly punching it to the other side of the field at the last moment. But no matter how many times Bosher has practiced this, it's a risky maneuver in the one situation the Falcons should be avoiding risk at all costs. While a squib may have been the intent, this is officially an onside kick. That's how it went down in the record book, and it's also functionally an onside kick, as it ends like onside kicks almost always do. The first line recovers it and gets excellent field position. Here's how bad this is. If Pete Carroll was allowed to walk over to the other sideline and call one play for the Falcons that would have any chance at letting the Seahawks back into the game, he would have asked for this, an onside kick. In the end, Seattle couldn't capitalize on this, but they had a timeout and a very, very real chance of setting up a last-second field goal that would have knocked the Falcons out of the playoffs. It's difficult to find the words for this. After the game, Mike Smith said the most Mike Smith thing possible. These things happen in a ball game. Ain't that the truth? Interestingly, and likely because this debacle didn't affect the result, very little was made of it. There was that one question at the presser and one passing, that was weird, in the papers, and then it was lost to history. Very few of us remember that this team really almost threw away a 13-3 season on an onside kick when they already had the lead. My God, this is how it happens now, isn't it? The Falcons have always been defined by debacles, and they always will. Now that they're too buttoned up for disaster to strike on the radio, on a late-night plane to Arkansas during media week, on a quiet street in Miami, on the sideline in a press conference, or anywhere else, this chaos will, from this point forth, manifest on the field of play itself. The Falcons are back, baby. They never left. You little fucker, don't you scare me like that again. God, I love you. About that game as a whole, the AJC's Jeff Schultz wrote that it narrowly avoided becoming, quote, the flashpoint for all conversations on the greatest collapses and humiliating moments in Atlanta pro sports history. Yeah, be a real shame if that ever happened.
Having just barely avoided what would have been one of the worst meltdowns in NFL history, the Falcons advanced to host their first ever conference title game against Colin Kaepernick and the San Francisco 49ers. Just like in the divisional round, the Falcons are off and running right out of the gate. Not only does Julio Jones get loose for a long touchdown to cap the first drive of the game, but after just 15 minutes and 6 seconds, he's already torched the Niners secondary for 120 receiving yards and this second TD that puts Atlanta up 17-0. Once again, they've built a 3-score lead, and once again, they forget how to play football once they do so. First, they allow this read option that gets the Niners on the board, then Cap finds Vernon Davis to all of a sudden make it just a 3-point game. Ryan and his ageless tight end are able to stem the tide just before halftime, and they maintain their double-digit lead at the break. But after Niner tailback Frank Gore's third-quarter touchdown, in the fourth, the Falcons come about as close as humanly possible to surrendering the lead when Michael Crabtree takes this slant within inches of the goal line, only for corner Dante Robinson to rip the ball away in the nick of time. However, Atlanta goes 3 and out to give the ball back to San Francisco, and this time, the Niners just lean on Gore, who powers into the end zone and hits him with a bird that sure as hell ain't clean, as the Falcons now somehow find themselves trailing. 1 week after blowing a huge lead, but still orchestrating a game-winning drive when they needed it the most, the exact same developments are so far unfolding the exact same way. Ryan has little trouble guiding his team into the red zone, only this time he needs a touchdown. On 4th and 4 from the 10-yard line with just over a minute left and a berth in Super Bowl 47 riding on the play, He looks for White over the middle, but linebacker Navarro Bowman's well positioned to sneak his left hand in there to break up the pass and end the Falcons season in heartbreaking fashion.
This cemented the Falcons' reputation among NFL fans all across the country. This team doesn't just lose, it explodes. It made them appointment viewing. We knew we were in for a spectacle. Maybe they'd get clobbered on their own field like no other team has in modern times. Maybe they'd theatrically flare-flop and become the only team in NFL playoff history to finish with exactly 2 points on the scoreboard. If we were really lucky, we'd get a riveting double feature in which they jumped to a 20-0 playoff lead at home and a 17-0 playoff lead at home, and somehow blew both of them. We'd never seen anything like this. But there was another, longer story being told here. This was one of just 4 playoff duels in which both starting quarterbacks finished with a passer rating above 110. Matt Ryan threw for nearly 400 yards, and Colin Kaepernick, primarily known as a mobile quarterback, stayed behind the line and picked apart the Falcons from the air. Years down the road, both these men would do something unthinkable for NFL quarterbacks. They would become politically active. Kaepernick, the first star NFL player to directly challenge the state, would be completely hung out to dry by the league as a consequence. When he brought his protest against systemic oppression and murders at the hands of police through this bubble, it was interpreted instead as some kind of direct assault on the troops. For many, the actual message was completely vaporized, and the NFL was just fine with it. Years later in 2020, when the Black Lives Matter movement continued to build momentum, Ryan made a $500,000 donation toward Atlanta's black community and worked to raise a lot more. His only regret was that it took him so long to do it. In this moment in January 2013, these things would have been impossible to imagine. It's an important thing to remember, I think. The issues at hand were every bit as real then as they've ever been, but a team like the Atlanta Falcons was unmoored from any of it. And as it turned out, from the first period of sustained momentum they'd ever seen. This was right on time, wasn't it? This is how it goes every single time. The Falcons experience acts that last 5 years or so and then the curtain drops. This time there were a lot of reasons we can identify. They released the aging John Abraham, as well as Michael Turner, and they also said goodbye to the man who'd been the cornerstone of their offensive line for the entire 21st century. Todd McClure is another one of those unsung heroes that we haven't really talked about, but replacing the center who snapped for Chris Chandler, Michael Vick, and Matt Ryan wasn't easy. On top of this, Julio Jones was lost to injury for most of the season, and while Roddy White had a great year, he was hassled by the dreaded high ankle sprain that's every athlete's worst nightmare. Having come within 9 minutes of his first ever Super Bowl appearance, Tony Gonzalez resolved to make one last run in 2013, and this is what he came back for. After one last failed campaign, the future Hall of Famer retired. 2014 wasn't much better, and yet, holding a 6-9 record entering the final game of the season, the Falcons actually had a chance of becoming one of the only teams ever to enter the playoffs with a losing record. All they had to do was beat a decidedly not good Carolina Panthers team at home in the Georgia Dome. They didn't just lose this game, they got clowned 34-3 in front of their own fans. And that was it for Mike Smith. The most successful coach in Falcons history was fired, ending an era of consistent winning this team had never before experienced. I gotta say, he made that cut pretty well. See the wing curves back in like that, and then see how it shoots back out just like it's supposed to? Huh. You know, they could have lost a little bit more down here and won a little bit more up here, you know, just to kind of round it out a little bit better. And around here, see up around the turn of the century, it gets a little bit more jagged than I'd like, but, you know, I don't want to nitpick. This is really, really impressive craftsmanship. Good work. Let's take one last look to enjoy this, because for the first time, they're about to cut completely outside the lines.
To lead the latest iteration of their football team, the Falcons hired Seahawks defensive coordinator Dan Quinn. It looked to be an immediate hit when he kicked off his tenure by winning 6 of his first 7 games. But in a bit of a Falcon hot start, cold finish tradition, they spiraled through a 2-7 stretch run to wind up 8-8, one of just 4 instances during the 16-game era that a team started 6-1 and failed to finish with a winning record. In one of those losses in particular, Quinn made the most inexplicable decision I have ever seen a football coach make. Sometimes decisions by coaches get criticized after the fact simply because they happen to not succeed, though if they had, no one would have said a peep. I promise you, this is not that. No hindsight necessary here, because whereas most decisions involve multiple options that each have pros and cons just of varying degrees, Quinn once made a decision that only had cons. This was not simply a misjudgment of the sliding scale of pros and cons or risk and reward, because there was no sliding scale. It was week 9 against the 49ers, and with just a few minutes left in the game, the Falcons were trailing by 4 points, but driving. This completion moved them to the doorstep of the goal line while bringing up 4th down. Dan Quinn, again down 4 with little time remaining and the ball on the 1-yard line, opted to kick a 3-point field goal. The man figured after that field goal, in the span of 3 minutes, mind you, that generating a quick defensive stop, quickly working their way downfield into field goal range, and then hitting that field goal was more likely than his offense simply picking up a yard for a touchdown that'd give him the lead. What made this even more fingertip-kissing delicious is that the football gods couldn't have set this up more poetically. Not only had the Falcons gone for it on 4th down the most of anyone in the league while converting 69% of the time, but the very prior week the Falcons encountered 4th and 1 not once, but twice. They went for it, not once, but twice. They were successful, not once, but twice. Now when it's the biggest no-brainer imaginable to go for it on 4th and 1, Quinn punts. Well, literally kicks, but he may as well have punted. Analytics calculators pegged the chance of a Falcon victory after the field goal at about 17%. Their chance at victory had they gone for the touchdown from the 1-yard line and failed would have been about 35% due to the fact that the Niners would have been forced to take over with terrible field position from the shadow of their own goal line. A successful field goal was more detrimental to the Falcons than if they'd failed at the alternative. Matt Ryan could have literally taken a 4th down knee while trailing, and it still would have made them over twice as likely to win as a successful field goal did. The Falcons never touched the ball again. In the midst of their 2-7 freefall to close the season, one of those 2 wins was just the Falconsiest. Entering Week 16, the Atlanta Falcons and Carolina Panthers were about as diametrically opposed as 2 football teams could possibly be. Across the previous 8 weeks, the Falcons had been perhaps the league's worst team not quarterbacked by Johnny Manziel. Meanwhile, the Panthers were only the 4th team in NFL history to start 14-0, and as a cherry on top, they'd absolutely clobbered the Falcons 38-0 just 2 weeks earlier. And yet, quarterback Cam Newton's quest to lead his team to perfection got upended in the penultimate game in his native Atlanta. The Falcons are funny like that.
After 2015, the team released Roddy White, who ultimately never played another down in the NFL. This left Matt Ryan and Julio Jones as the only 2 major holdovers from those winning years. This is usually about the time we'd wrap things up. But in fact, the 2016 season is the one that's compelled us to tell the story of the 50 seasons that came before it. All of this was a half-century of prologue. This is the season that defines the Atlanta Falcons, and might define them forever.
While Ryan had an up-and-down season in 2015 as he learned the complexities of new offensive coordinator Kyle Shanahan's system, everything clicked as he mastered it in year 2. Their 33.8 points per game in 2016 were one of the highest single-season totals ever, and the foundation for their unstoppable offense was an ability to do whatever the hell they wanted on 1st down, where they averaged an astronomical 7.6 yards per 1st down play. Ryan was surgical from start to finish and won MVP after throwing for nearly 5,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, and just 7 interceptions. He received half of the 50 votes, and that simply was not enough. The runner-up got 10 votes, and while Tom Brady was the only quarterback in Ryan's solar system in most rate metrics, Even he didn't come within a full yard of Ryan's NFL record 9.3 yards per pass. And oh yeah, he also missed a quarter of the season thanks to a pretty cool air pressure-based suspension, so he lagged way behind in terms of volume too. The MVP voting should have been even more of a landslide for Ryan. 2016 was a season in which, and this is not one bit hyperbolic, Matt Ryan played the position of quarterback at just about the highest level it can be played. It can pretty safely be considered one of the 3 or 4 greatest single seasons of passing in NFL history, likely just behind 2004 Peyton Manning and 2011 Aaron Rodgers, and alongside a couple other debatable ones. It wouldn't be a great one, but a non-outrageous case can be crafted that it was the all-time pinnacle.
Now, this fall, the fall of 2016, is the one that we all remember in vivid detail. And here we are, right in the middle of it, talking about Matt Ryan's passing efficiency and the Atlanta Falcons' success rate on first down. That's exactly what these Falcons have always been, right? Alternate programming. Literally, 84 million people were glued to the first Trump-Clinton debate, the most in American history. You want to know what the Falcons were doing at this exact same hour? Playing the Saints. Well, they did it again. Now, as always, the Falcons offered us an escape hatch from the real world. And you know what? If I had it to do over again, I'd watch this instead. I mean, what, was my vote gonna change? If I turned on Falcons Saints, I would have had way more fun and learned the exact same amount. These two TV shows had quite a few things in common. You could argue that a lot of partisan viewers hated the opposing team more than they liked their own. We didn't want to better our understanding of anything, we wanted to collect ammo to talk shit to the other side. The big difference, apart from Falcons Saints being way more fun, was that, well, I guarantee you that the average Falcons or Saints player genuinely cared about and loved their fans and wanted to deliver something for them. As for those two... Moving on. What would turn out to be their final loss of 2016 came in Week 13 against the Chiefs, when they took just enough time out of their busy schedule to invent a brand new way to lose a football game. It had never before been done. Down by 5 with 4.5 minutes left, Ryan finds Aldrick Robinson in the end zone. They now have a 1-point lead and have made the decision to go for 2 instead of kicking the extra point. Smart, because a 3-point lead would safeguard them against the Chiefs kicking a last-minute field goal to win the game. Just a year and a half prior, the NFL tweaked its rulebook to allow the defense on a 2-point conversion attempt to return the turnover for a touchdown. The way it had worked for decades was, if you intercepted it, it was a dead ball and the play was over. Now, it would be technically legal to run back a new variant of the pick 6, the pick 2. I don't think any of these 11 Falcons are even considering this remote possibility, but Fairburn, Georgia's own Eric Berry is, and when Ryan tries to find tight end Austin Hooper in the end zone, he jumps all over it. This play is functionally a done deal before Berry's even at the 30. What follows here is a fascinating sound. It's not booing, it's not one resounding no, and it's not silence. It sounds like a 70,000 person stock exchange as the market drops 1,000 points. They're shouting in sentence fragments as they attempt to process in real time that yes, this is legal now. Everyone's caught on their heels, including the CBS production team, who's only ready to go Chiron for a 2-point score, understandably, is safety. And this was not a safety, it was a pick 2. And while there have been a few other pick 2s in the NFL, this was the one and only time a team has ever lost a lead during their own 2-point conversion attempt. Which is like getting your ass kicked at your own birthday party. Magnificent. Dan Quinn had taken some heat in 2015 after his Falcons fell apart down the stretch, and an embarrassment like that seemed to be the perfect time for it to happen again. Instead, they took advantage of a weak schedule, caught fire, and wiped the floor with everyone. They flew into LA and built a 42-0 lead on the Rams before ambivalently allowing a couple of meaningless late scores. They hosted Colin Kaepernick in one of the last games he'd ever play. Though Kaepernick played well, the Niners defense, which in that season was one of the worst of all time, was bullied downfield all afternoon. The Falcons then went to Charlotte and neutralized Cam Newton 33-16, and to cap off the regular season, they went up 38-13 on the Saints and withstood their comeback attempt. It was only the second time they'd ever finished a season with 4 straight wins, the other being their Super Bowl season in '98. But there's always a but. They did that across kind of an easy schedule. We've watched this happen before, with the Falcons barging into the playoffs with an inflated record and getting disposed of by the real contenders. Things were different now.
With Ryan sitting on just one career playoff win through 8 seasons, his next chance at his second comes against Quinn's old team that he beat for that lone victory 4 years earlier. In this one, an opening drive touchdown pass from Russell Wilson to Jimmy Graham digs Atlanta into an early hole. But this Falcons squad has lived in the end zone all season, and their first possession ends no other way, with Julio Jones knifing in to tie it up early in the second quarter. A few minutes later, with Atlanta down 3, Wilson's foot gets stepped on by his own O-lineman to give Atlanta another of those ultra-rare playoff safeties. Near the end of the first half, though, they accomplish something even more rare. This Matt Ryan scoring toss to a wide-open Tevin Coleman caps just the second postseason 99-yard touchdown drive in 15 years and gives the Falcons a 9-point lead at intermission. They open the second half with a long, methodical touchdown drive, and in this one, they never allow the Seahawks to mount a late comeback, as for once, Matt Ryan can enjoy a stress-free playoff game down the stretch. This was the Falcons' final season in the Georgia Dome after a quarter century, and since Green Bay edged Dallas in the other NFC semifinal the next day, that meant it would host one last game against the Packers for the right to advance to Super Bowl 51. It will be their 4th all-time playoff matchup after ping-ponging between an easy Packer win in the June Jones era, an easy Falcon win in the Dan Reeves era, and an easy Packer win in the Mike Smith era. Early signs point toward that oscillation continuing when the Falcons end their first possession with this little flip from Ryan to Mohamed Sanu for the score and early advantage. In the second quarter, they're up 10-0, but the Packers are driving down near Atlanta's 10-yard line when corner Jalen Collins yanks the ball away from fullback Aaron Ripkowski and recovers it for the touchback. That sets up Matt Ryan channeling his inner Mike Vick with a personal record 14-yard touchdown run. For the second time in 5 years, the Falcons have a 17-0 lead in the NFC Championship game. In that one, they crumbled. In this one, they smell blood. With just seconds left in the first half, Julio Jones, limited all week by a bum toe, looks like it's okay here as he taps those toes inbounds for the touchdown. Their offense has scored 24 points, and the defense has pitched a first-half shutout. The Falcons can do no wrong. Halftime does nothing to dampen the Georgia Dome party either. On Atlanta's second play of the second half, Julio fights through a blatant hold on his dig route, then shrugs off like gnats multiple Packers trying to bring him down on his way to a grown man's 73-yard touchdown and a 31-0 lead that nearly brings the Dome crashing down about 10 months ahead of schedule. The final 29 minutes are nothing more than garbage time. The Packers get on the board as the teams trade some late, meaningless touchdowns, but the Falcons ultimately cruise to a 44-21 win that punches their ticket to Houston, Texas for another chance to bring a Super Bowl title to the city of Atlanta.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Every season of Falcons football, no matter how agonizing it ended, I was back every year ready to be a fool. I would put on my dumb jersey and stupid little hat every week, hoping that this year would be our year. And of course it never was. They would blind you with impressive records, snagging #1 seeds in the conference, only to fall hilariously flat on their faces. It was like the goddamn Charlie Brown scene, where Lucy pulls the ball right before he kicks it, sending Charlie spiraling into the air. That's what almost every single season felt like. We had the pieces, we had the talent. We even had a great running start, only to whiff when it mattered most every time. Getting our ass kicked at home by the Packers, scoring 2 whole points against the Giants, blowing a double-digit lead with a chance to go to the Super Bowl against the 49ers. The Falcons had found new and creative ways to lose, which, when you think about it, was actually quite impressive. It was the standard. Falcons fans knew the team would eventually fold, but we waited to see how they could possibly one-up themselves when presented with a new opportunity. And they never failed. But the 2016 season, for whatever reason, just felt different. We were running teams off the field. The offense was damn near impossible to stop, that it felt like any given week they were ready to hang at least 40 points on whoever lined up in front of them. But the ass whoopings just weren't reserved for the regular season. The Falcons looked hell-bent on righting the wrongs of their laughable history to prove to everyone who doubted them that this team is legit. It felt like all the stars were aligning for Atlanta at the right time, because they were. On the weekend, the Falcons were enjoying their playoff bye. Fellow ATLian Donald Glover's show Atlanta won 2 Golden Globe Awards. In his acceptance speech, Glover made sure to shout out the city that made him, but also took a moment to congratulate Atlanta rap trio Migos for not only appearing in his show, but for making the song Bad and Bougie, which Glover said was the best song ever. Glover later went on to speak facts and said that the Migos were the Beatles of this generation, which is a hill that a lot of Atlanta folk will gladly die on. The very next day, Bad and Bougie reached #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart, only to knock off fellow Atlanta rappers Ray Shrimmer and Gucci Mane's smash hit Black Beatles. Sports, television, and music were all dominated by representatives in the A. On the other end of the spectrum, Atlanta's actual representative, civil rights icon John Lewis, rest his soul, said a few weeks later that he didn't view President-elect Donald Trump as a legitimate president, which of course Trump fired back at in only a way he can, with a barrage of tweets aimed at a man who fought for equal rights in this country. Sad. So not only were the sports and the culture of Atlanta taking over the world, but our politicians spoke up and had the guts to say what was on everyone's mind at the time. Every single thing was clicking for the Falcons and the city of Atlanta. During that run, you couldn't tell me or anyone else from the A shit. This was our moment. This was a fan base who had been through the depths of hell, only to pull within 1 win of hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. It was destiny. It was fate. Whatever you want to call it, we were ready to embrace it all.
The Atlanta Falcons had destroyed all comers. This team was rolling into the Super Bowl hotter than almost any other team in history. They were riding a 6-game win streak, which only a third of Super Bowl teams had ever done. Of those teams, their point differential along that stretch of games was the highest in 20 years. Having scored 118 more points than they'd allowed, it was a tidal wave of momentum, unseen since the Packers in '96. It was an entirely different story than that of the '98 Falcons, who squeaked out victories down the stretch and barely made it in. This was a monster. This was a team to be scared of. The Falcons clinched their Super Bowl appearance in the NFC Championship game at around 6:30 p.m. that Sunday. Minutes later, the AFC Championship game kicked off to determine their opponent. They watched and waited. A little before 10 p.m., they had company. Unbelievably, an AFC champion had emerged with almost identically strong momentum. That night, the Falcons learned that they, unlike any other team that had ever come before them, would represent the hopes and dreams of untold millions. After 50 years of flying blissfully away from the troubles of the world, the Atlanta Falcons had landed directly in the center of the universe. A lot of the best comedy was accidental now. It was art that lacked an artist. No one involved intended for this image to be funny. A pensive Abraham Lincoln holding watch over Donald Trump, himself holding watch over room temperature chicken McNuggets and quarter pounders he could not possibly be happier about. He later called them hamburgers. And other times when politicians made gaffes, they left them sort of half-finished, and it was the comedian's job to chisel them out the rest of the way, but there was no work left to be done here. He'd completed it. That meant it was pretty tough sledding for Saturday Night Live, the nation's comic laureates who now had to figure out how to tell jokes the universe had already told in full. They sure did try. The following weekend, in an interminable 8-minute long opening sketch, they swung at the piñata 50 times and they didn't hit it once. These are genuinely talented, funny people, but it didn't matter. All they could do, all anyone could do really, was parrot and rearrange the stuff the president already said. When Pete Davidson drops the punchline, you can kinda tell he knows this sucks.
Hamburgers.
Everything went so upside down, especially in the immediate aftermath of the election, that one of the only times SNL was funny was the one time they were trying really hard not to be funny, with the character of Hillary Clinton mournfully covering Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. That was very strange and supremely embarrassing on its own, but at the end, pretend Hillary turned to the camera and assured her supporters everything was gonna be okay.
I'm not giving up, and neither should you.
Something that just a few nights prior, the real Hillary very famously did not do. It was yet another perfectly delivered joke that was certainly not intentional. As silly as all this was, I'm willing to chalk it up as a great shared cultural embarrassment. They reflected where a lot of us were at. They were just doing it on TV. We were all going through it. It was not a good time for any of us, and when we tried to find redemption somehow, it manifested in really funny ways. And believe me, I would love to be able to tell you I was totally above it all. I really would. I was among the legions of people who hopped on the Atlanta Falcons bandwagon on February 5th, 2017, just 2 weeks and change after Trump took office. Now, I don't want to overblow this too much. A whole bunch of people, regardless of political affiliation, saw this simply as what it was, a football game. But I know a large chunk of the audience bought into it the way I did. For the first time, a Super Bowl really, truly meant something to me. I wanted justice to prevail on the football field. I was hoping for a meaningless little symbolic victory that would make me feel slightly better for a little while. And wouldn't you know it, even football's greatest comedy troupe had stopped putting out funny material. Ever since the Falcons lost on that pick 2 on December 4th, they were all business in a way they had never ever been in their 51-year history. Their offense was habitually hanging around 40 points on their opponents without even thinking about it. Their defense wasn't given an inch until garbage time. It was as though they realized it might well be them who needed to play the hero, and they'd spent the last couple of months shaping up. To the casual observer, who was only now getting to know them, they really did look the part. But there was so much they didn't understand. So many things they could not know. Those of us who knew them well had to wonder which Falcons we were going to get. Were we really going to see the Death Star they'd become of late? Was it safe for us to put our hopes in them? Or were we about to get taken for another ride? It seemed useful to look back at their previous trip at the Super Bowl and figure out why they'd lost that one. On paper, it was because the Broncos had figured out how to completely neutralize the Falcons' offense as they approached the red zone, but the carnival of bullshit leading up to it surely had something to do with it. There were not one, but 3 major distractions they had to deal with. This time, remarkably, the shoe was on the other foot. The Falcons flew into Houston largely without incident. There was no ancient feud to relitigate, and nobody got arrested. It was the Patriots who created a circus for themselves. Over the years, both the Atlanta Falcons and New England Patriots had retained a sort of celebrity ambassador, someone who hung out on the sidelines and made buddies with the star players. In the 90s, during the Rowdy Glanville years, the Falcons enjoyed the company of MC Hammer. Later, but not too much later, the Patriots sideline VIP was Donald Trump, a close friend of Patriots owner Robert Kraft. As far back as the 2003 playoffs, he was there on game day as part of his apparent effort to set up Tom Brady with his daughter. Prior to that, he'd flown Brady around on his private jet after his first season as a starter, and in fact, back in 1988, he'd made a serious effort to buy the Patriots himself. Now, the Patriots were not the only team Trump thought about buying over the years, and it's true that prior to running for president, he was photographed buddying up with plenty of totally random famous people. The Patriots did not necessarily have to be the Donald Trump team. Owner Robert Kraft, coach Bill Belichick, and quarterback Tom Brady could have simply been guys who knew some famous guy before he ran for president. These three could have spoken out against him, although I don't think we were expecting that. Much more likely, they could have just quietly moved on from him. Anyone who makes the Trump-Patriots connection hears this question a lot. Why do you have to bring politics into this? Well, don't look at me, I didn't do it. They did. And all three of them went well out of their way to do it. Days before Super Bowl 51, Kraft spoke openly about his close friendship with Trump and professed his solidarity. Belichick, ever the tactical genius, wrote Trump a letter right before Election Day, one that Trump said he gave him permission to read in a rally to give him some last-minute ammo. It was not for political purposes, Belichick said of the letter, in which he made sure to throw in the campaign's tagline.
To make America great again.
Brady, for his part, bought his ticket back in September 2015, well after it became clear to anyone paying attention that this was a white supremacist running for president. It would be great, he said. Of the three, he was the only one who tried to weasel his way out, claiming that he hadn't heard about Trump targeting Muslims and his immigration ban. Bullshit. Everyone had heard. It was all over the news. He just didn't care. Most of the time when Brady talked, it sounded like he'd panicked and started reading off a $7 bag of potato chips. Our family only uses locally sourced fair trade, etc., etc. Occasionally something real did sneak in. I don't like confrontation, he said. Those things don't make me feel good. Off the field, Brady would shit his pants whenever someone asked him a hard question. On the field, Brady was a god. During the 16 years Brady and Belichick had led the Patriots, they'd seen and done it all. This was, without question, the greatest dynasty ever assembled in the NFL. They'd now made their 7th Super Bowl appearance in 16 years together, making it an almost every other season affair. They knew what it was like to come out of nowhere like they did in 2001, and they knew what it was like to fall short against all odds like they did when they lost Super Bowl 42 after completing the first 16-0 record in NFL history. At various points, they'd fielded both overpowering offenses and league-leading defenses. Thanks to Belichick's unparalleled genius, they had this almost supernatural ability to assume whatever form was necessary to win football games. People will still be talking about these Patriots teams 100 years from now. Just about anyone could have lined up against this team and played the hero by default. Why the Falcons? How was it that a team that hadn't made the playoffs in several years and started this one 7-5 woke up one day and started bulldozing every team in its path to make it to the first ever politically charged Super Bowl? God knows why it had to be them, but it was them.
At first, it felt a little weird for the Falcons to be branded somewhat as America's team. Now, this wasn't America's team in the sense that delusional Cowboys fans popped out and all of a sudden became Falcons fans, because at least the Cowboys do have a history of winning. The Falcons are a team that's mostly been a laughing stock across the league that at times I'm not even proud to cheer for. After suffering through mismanagement of players, blown leads, and just the most creative ways of losing games, it felt strange for people to be ready to embrace and pull for us. If there was ever a time to hop on this sad bandwagon though, this was the moment. Atlanta was in the perfect position to represent the side of America that didn't vote Donald Trump into office. Sure, Georgia was one of the many states that helped Trump in his overall victory, but if you look into the diverse areas of Metro Atlanta, the people of the city voted against evil. And this is what this game kind of shaped up to be. The Falcons were the good guys who could rarely ever catch a break in a position to win their first ever Super Bowl. The Patriots were this evil squad who had been here multiple times and won, supported by this huge doofus who found his way into office. At the end of the day though, yes, this was just a football game. So of course I wanted to see my team come out victorious, but I would be lying if I didn't say that a win would feel so much sweeter coming against a football dynasty and their orange-faced supporter. With any election, the most you could do is vote for your favorite candidate and really hope for the best. That's not how football works. I don't have a vote on their play calling. The most I can do is maybe vote for a Falcons player to win the Player of the Week award. What I'm getting at is, I don't have any control over how the Falcons will perform. In the weeks leading up to the big game, I wanted to be confident in Atlanta. I can't even remember how many times I randomly muttered to myself, "We got this." I was talking the talk and walking the walk, but it was hard to forget just who the Falcons were in the back of my head. How could I feel fully confident in a team that's fumbled opportunities before? Yeah, this season has been great, but this is the Super Bowl we're talking about. A game that this team has zero experience with, versus a team with a full-ass LinkedIn resume of Super Bowl appearances. All I could do was have faith in my team, but best believe I was proudly repping.
Here's what you need to know about Donald Trump and the Atlanta Falcons. If I'm wearing an Atlanta Braves hat in public, a stranger might ask me what part of the South I'm from, as in the entire South. If I'm wearing an Atlanta Falcons hat, they don't even bother asking me if I'm from Georgia. They just ask what part of Atlanta I'm from. And more often than not, the person asking the question is black. I am very, very white, and this conversation often happens in some of the most segregated parts of our nation. At their core, the Atlanta Falcons are carried along by black fans in a black city. So a Super Bowl between Trump's best friends and this particular franchise, at this particular moment in time, it can't help but say the quiet part loud. The departed John Lewis was Atlanta's congressman in District 5, a place Trump famously said was, quote, in horrible shape. Among other things, District 5 is home to Coca-Cola's world headquarters, America's busiest airport, a litany of skyscrapers and foreign banks, and the place where the Braves once had a stadium before departing for Cobb County, and a move that they stated publicly would bring them closer to the majority of their fans. There's the quiet part out loud again. So when outsiders tell you that Atlanta is a college football city first, they're telling on themselves. Because yes, there are plenty of Bulldogs and Yellow Jackets and a rainbow of other allegiances in the College Football Hall of Fame and on and on and on. I get it. But that's a mindset bred way out of town in the concentric rings of suburbs and exurbs and far, far away from Atlanta, from downtown. It's in places that barely existed before Michael Vick and Matt Ryan were even born. The places that self-incorporated their own municipalities and privatized public services so the railways wouldn't stop in their towns. Basically, if someone tells you their Atlanta doesn't care much about the Falcons, that's a Sandy Springs-ass thing to say.
The fact that Matt Ryan's counterpart in this game is Tom Brady is poetic. Ryan had enrolled at Boston College in 2003, where he spent 5 years. During that time, just 20 miles south in Foxborough, Massachusetts, he witnessed Brady lead his Patriots to Super Bowl titles in each of those first 2 years, and cap it in 2007 with a league MVP in the wake of that aforementioned undefeated regular season. Remember when talking about the '98 Falcons, how John mentioned that nearly half the teams in the NFL have never had a single season with at least 14 wins? Well, that was New England's third just during Ryan's time in college, and it propelled their 5-year win total to 66, the most any team ever had in the 16-game era. It was as prolific a half-decade stretch as any quarterback and team has ever had, and it coincided exactly with Ryan's residency in Massachusetts. It's only fitting that in his 5th playoff run, Ryan's chance to complete the total reversal of his personal postseason narrative, the narrative that's dogged him for years, comes against this quarterback and this team. The first 3 times the Falcons made the playoffs under Ryan were wildly disappointing one-and-done affairs. In the 4th, they broke through a bit, but they still blew huge leads in both the divisional round and, in their eventual demise, the NFC Championship game. Now in his 5th go-round, the Falcons have again raced out to big leads, but this time they've had the killer instinct to keep their foot on the gas for all 60 minutes in blowout wins over the Seahawks and Packers. They've finally learned how to close out games once up big. For 2 months, this squad has been untouchable, and their final test also happens to be the greatest test any football team could possibly encounter.
In the days leading up to Super Bowl 51, a couple heroes from the past emerged. One came from ages and ages ago, from an era of Falcons history that most have forgotten. Steve Bartkowski was the first great quarterback the Falcons had ever had. He said he still often thought about that playoff loss that ended their 1980 season, the one in which they'd held a 2-score lead over the Cowboys with just a few minutes left before watching it slip away. Bart and his teammates felt sure they were headed for the Super Bowl. Instead, those Falcons went down in history as a largely forgotten footnote. Now was their chance to win what Bart was after all those decades ago. He predicted a Falcons victory, and was in awe not only of Ryan, but all the weapons he had at his disposal. He aptly used thunder and lightning to describe running backs Devontae Freeman and Tevin Coleman, who'd combined to form a terrific ground game over the last 2 seasons and open up the passing game for Ryan. The Monday before the Super Bowl, a 5,000-word column was published. It was a big, long, remarkable outpouring of regret, grief, pride, gratitude, and love for the Falcons and the city of Atlanta. Its author was Michael Vick. 10 years removed from his final snap as a Falcon, Vick opened up about some things he hadn't previously shared. While in federal prison, he said he desperately clung to the notion that one day he'd find some way to return to the Falcons, quarterback the team he loved, and make things right. In prison, there was little else for him to cling to. A few months into his sentence, he got word that the Falcons had spent their top draft pick on a new quarterback, an unmistakable sign they'd moved on. Vick was crushed. His identity, quarterback, Atlanta Falcons, had vanished. It was the last thing he had left. Michael Vick was only 36 now. In fact, he was considerably younger than the Falcons' opposing quarterback. He was here now as a man who'd committed himself to accounting for his sins and cheering on the quarterback he wished he could have been. Playing in a game he never got to play, Vick had become friends with Matt Ryan. He knew what a Super Bowl win could mean for the city of Atlanta. And he knew Ryan could deliver it. The first year of the Atlanta Falcons had coincided with the first year of the Super Bowl. Those Roman numerals had been keeping time like a grandfather clock. It was counting more than the number of Super Bowl champions. It had been faithfully counting exactly how long the Falcons had been late to the party. And then, one night, it struck 51 o'clock.
Two key starters enter the game with an additional personal motivation, avenging a devastating loss suffered by their iconic fathers in their lone Super Bowl appearances. One is defensive tackle Grady Jarrett, son of none other than Jesse Tuggle. Jarrett will have a chance to finish the job his father so badly wanted to accomplish and came so close to delivering 18 years earlier. A Super Bowl title to the city of Atlanta. The other is Jake Matthews, protector of Matt Ryan's blind side at left tackle. The year after Tuggle's Super Bowl loss, Matthews was a 7-year-old kid in the stands of his future NFL home watching his Hall of Fame dad Bruce, who was on the field at left guard when his Titans came up just a whisker short of forcing overtime on this final play of Super Bowl 34 at the Georgia Dome. Matthews was absolutely determined to have this Super Sunday be a good memory. The Falcons begin the game on defense. It's an extremely young unit that has 2 grizzled vets up front in Dwight Freeney and longtime fan favorite Jonathan Babineau, but is also starting 4 rookies and 3 second-year players. They struggled for the first couple months of the season, but following their Week 11 bye, they made great strides before punking Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. Up next, Tom Brady. And that precocious, lightning-fast defense picks up right where they left off when they were shutting out the Packers until midway through the third quarter, as star rookie linebacker Deion Jones shoots into the backfield and blows up a 3rd and 1 to force the quick 3-and-out to open the game. Atlanta may have had one of the greatest seasons of offense ever, but they do have to tangle with a stingy New England D that allowed the fewest points in the NFL. Wary of getting burned by Matt Ryan and his plethora of weapons, Patriots defensive coordinator Matt Patricia opens the game showing a too-high safety look with Devontae Freeman taking a beautifully blocked toss sweep 37 yards on the very first Falcons play from scrimmage. The drive stalls, but Atlanta has set the tone early, and their defense forces another New England punt when tight coverage on third down allows enough time for Grady Jarrett to loop around and take Brady down for the drive-killing sack. After the Falcons punt it back, the Patriots are able to create their first big play of the day when Brady hits Julian Edelman for 27 yards to start the second quarter. Atlanta responds the very next snap when Deion Jones rips the ball from the grasp of LeGarrette Blount with corner Robert Alford pouncing on top.
So who's winning? The scoreboard won't tell us, but we have to know. We demand to know what will happen before it happens. You know what we need on this fine February evening in 2017? Projections. They're never wrong. This particular model comes from ESPN. We love to plug the up-and-coming channels, big fans of what they're doing over there, definitely check them out. Now how exactly these projections are calculated we can't say, but so far they're behaving about how we'd expect in the early going. With a limited sample and no actual scoring so far, it's fluctuating. Unsurprisingly though, it really likes this turnover for the Falcons, whose win probability now sits just a bit over 50%.
This is now time for Julio Jones to impose his will on this game. Jones overcomes great coverage and a pass thrown behind him to somehow come down with this 19-yard reception before Ryan immediately finds him again on the boundary for 23 yards. The Pats are now on their heels, which is no way to handle the explosive cutbacks of Freeman, who again exploits Patricia's defense and the light box presented by his too-high safety alignment for a big gain into the red zone. Another nice Freeman cut gets him down inside the 5, and a third finishes off the drive in the end zone to stake the Falcons to a 7-0 lead. The next series, Atlanta's defense produces another 3-and-out, following a textbook open field takedown of slippery running back James White on third down. After 4 series on defense, the Falcons have forced 3 Patriots punts and taken the ball away on a fumble. What more could they possibly do? The Falcons offense takes over, and Kyle Shanahan dials up some easy games of pitch and catch for Ryan and his receivers. First, Taylor Gabriel takes advantage of the Pats' focus on Julio to settle into a huge soft spot in their zone defense for a big pickup. Then off play action, Ryan rolls to his left where Julio's created enough separation at the sideline to make the splendid grab. That sets up this perfect pass from Ryan to rookie tight end Austin Hooper for the score a few plays later. 14-zip Falcons.
Look at this! Our friend here is getting pretty sure of himself. This model actually knows what it's trying to say now. It's putting the Falcons' probability of winning this game at 84.7%. We shouldn't put a whole lot of stock in this yet, since the game's only about a third of the way through, but the stabilization we're seeing here is something to be happy about. After a whole lot of zigging and zagging in the early going, we're seeing steady, consistent improvement. Yeah, familiar story.
When New England takes over, they're able to methodically work the ball downfield, mostly thanks to not 1, not 2, but 3 third-down holding penalties against the Falcons secondary that keep the drive alive. They've reached Atlanta's 23-yard line, where they're threatening to cut the lead in half to make it just a 7-point game. Still, after 27.5 minutes of shutting down and shutting out the Patriots offense, again, what more could this Falcons defense possibly do? How about a score of their own?
Offensive line pass is picked. Intercepted Robert Alford. He's gone.
What we're watching right now from Robert Alford is an 82-yard interception return that is, by at least one reasonable measure, one of the very most impactful individual plays in all of NFL history. You'd expect such a play to be rife with sheer determination and force of will. Nope. Alford has broken so free of everybody that he can afford to cut the engines and savor every last second of it. Pro Football Reference generates a metric called expected points. This metric estimates how many points an offense should be expected to score on a drive before a particular play and after that play. Subtract one from the other and you have a general idea of how much impact that play had. Before that play, this metric expected the Patriots to get approximately 3 points out of this drive. It was 3rd and 6 within field goal range, so that sounds more or less right. The drive, of course, resulted in -7 points for the Patriots, putting the differential of this play at 10.07. Here's the differential of all 8,922 individual plays in Super Bowl history. James Harrison's 100-yard interception return in Super Bowl 43 towers far above all of them at 13.97. It's virtually impossible to swing a game's direction on a single play more than he did. Other memorable plays show up here, like Malcolm Butler's game-sealing interception in Super Bowl 49, but it doesn't rate as high purely in terms of points on the scoreboard. Number 3 all-time. Behind only that Harrison pick and a Willie Brown interception of Fran Tarkenton back in Super Bowl 11, is that touchdown we just saw from Robert Alford. This play's place in history can certainly be argued one way or the other, but I think that given that it occurred at a critical juncture in the middle of a Super Bowl, it's reasonable to call this one of the biggest plays we've ever seen.
Momentum is one of those sports cliches that we desperately hold on to. No team can truly possess it. It's more of a feeling than anything tangible that a team can grasp. On that Robert Alford pick six, though, I got that instant suspicion that everything was shifting in favor of Atlanta. This was a young Falcons defense that outperformed expectations thus far, but they were on the verge of finally giving up some sort of points. Instead, they did the exact opposite. Alford read Tom Brady's eyes on the play and jumped the route perfectly. There was nothing but green grass in front of Alford for the return except a lone lineman and Brady. This play was special because Brady really was the last line of defense for the Patriots. The last hope of slowing down a game-changing play is the dude who orchestrated the Patriots' numerous Super Bowl runs. Despite a genuine effort that looked like Brady's brain was still processing how to move his legs as he chugged down the field towards Alford, Tommy dove and completely ate shit. Watching Brady jump headfirst into nothing but grass felt like the Pats' last fleeting effort at stopping the Falcons. To add insult to injury, Alford just cruised into the end zone, skipped across the Falcons logo with so much sauce, then proceeded to throw up an emphatic A-Town down hand gesture. I don't know what came over me, but at that moment, the Falcons' past was wiped from my memory. I didn't think of the what-ifs or the blown leads that this team has been throughout its heart-wrenching history. All I could think to myself was, holy shit, this is really happening. And I know that's how my friends felt as well. We didn't say any words in fear of jinxing anything, but we didn't have to. Everyone had that twinkle in their eye or that ear-to-ear smile like this game was over.
Want to know who didn't have an ear-to-ear smile on his face? This guy, who right about now looks sadder than Ron Swanson being forced to eat a salad for dinner. Finally, on New England's 6th offensive possession, they hit a field goal in the final seconds of the first half. Super Bowl 51 reaches halftime with the Falcons holding a commanding 21-3 lead.
It is pretty hard not to be excited. At halftime, our win probability now sits at 96.2%. The math says we're up huge, and thanks in part to Alford's touchdown, that's exactly how it feels. And if all that isn't enough, we can find even more optimism in the historical record. The Falcons are sitting in the locker room right now with an 18-point lead, which only a handful of other Super Bowl teams have had at halftime. Almost all those games ended up as complete laughers that made the opposing conference look like a minor league. The best news is that throughout the first 50 completed Super Bowls to this point, no team has come back from a halftime deficit of more than 7 points. Teams that have brought a 2-score lead into halftime are a perfect 26-0. The Falcons, they have a 3-score lead, something so rarely seen in a Super Bowl that we need to expand the sample. Here's every post-merger game in both the regular season and playoffs in which a team brought a lead of at least 3 scores into the half. Any pollster in the country would call this district for the Falcons. Teams with a halftime lead of at least 17 points have 1,839 wins against 77 losses for a win percentage of .960. Would you look at that? Both the results of the past and the algorithm of the future have come to near identical conclusions. Yes, these are the Falcons. Yes, we've seen their leads evaporate before. Tell you what, let's make a deal. If we can get through a decent chunk of the second half without disaster striking, then we can celebrate. Fingers crossed.
There is pretty much nothing to complain about. Continuing its incredible run, the Falcons' defense has outscored the Patriots' offense, and on the other side of the ball, Matt Ryan has masterfully spread the ball around in generating a perfect passer rating to complement their ground game, which has been the driving force of their offensive success, both through its direct production and with said production compelling the Pats to bite on play action, thus creating open passing windows. New England seems to have honed in on that issue in the locker room, because on the very first play of the third quarter, linebacker Dante Hightower destroys a block to slam Freeman down for a 3-yard loss, which leads to a punt. It just simply doesn't appear to matter. When the Patriots get the ball back, even the normally reliable and sure-handed as they come Julian Edelman drops this third down pass to give the ball right back to Atlanta. On the Falcons' first play, Julio runs vertically right up the seam to clear out the middle of the field for Gabriel to pick up another chunk play against a soft zone. 2 plays later, Gabriel jukes corner Malcolm Butler out of his cleats to get wide open for a 35-yard gain. The next beneficiary of Jones's presence is Mohamed Sanu, who capitalizes on his one-on-one matchup thanks to a corner and both safeties triple teaming Julio downfield. The Pats have to hold the Falcons to just a field goal here to keep it from becoming a 4-score game, and it looks like they do when Butler breaks up this third down pass, but he gets flagged for interference, which sets Atlanta up with a fresh set of downs from the 6. From there, Tevin Coleman beats linebacker Rob Ninkovich to the flat and takes the swing pass in for the touchdown to begin the coronation. 28-3.
We have been eating up win probability like a toddler clawing into birthday cake, and our only regret is that there's so little left that you can't be more than 100% certain to win a football game. With about 8 minutes left in the third, we now sit at 99.4%. These are Lysol numbers.
I high-fived Gordon Ramsay on the way to the bathroom. It's just one of the strange things about the Super Bowl is that there's a weird overage of like mid-tier celebrities, usually associated or connected to whatever network is airing the game, and they're just milling around with minimal security. Once Coleman scored and all the pressure released, I knew it was okay to use the bathroom, to stretch my legs, and to grab a bottle of water in advance of the celebrating that I would do later in the evening. I was in full stride to the bathroom, saw Gordon Ramsay, and screamed, "Hey chef, we're winning the fucking Super Bowl!" I have no particular opinion about Gordon Ramsay either way, but there he was. The in-person Super Bowl experience is pretty terrible, but it inadvertently achieves these surreal moments. It's like when you have a dream that doesn't make sense and some famous person you're not connected to shows up. You feel like you're trapped in a casino and you're sucking in all that compressed oxygen. As a football fan, I'm less of a believer in the momentum cliche as I am in the one about winning in all phases. So in the bathroom, my casino brain told me that the Falcons had now created a scoring drive after whatever halftime adjustments New England had made. Plus, we'd stopped the opponent's drives through almost 3 quarters, and we'd even scored points on defense. I could not reach for a single area or item to worry about, which was the reflexive response to any temporary Falcon success in my entire life. What I remember feeling, and what I said to my friend when I was back at our seats, was that I didn't think we could lose, because it wasn't just one thing. I actually said out loud, at this point, they'd have to beat us at everything.
In this exact same moment, just before 9 o'clock, someone else decides to get up and do a little walking himself. At his Super Bowl party within one of his various golf clubs in Florida, with his precious Patriots getting beat to shit, sad Donald Trump gets up from his seat, leaves his own sorry excuse for a party, and goes home with his tail between his legs, likely pondering how to get the stolen result overturned. There's now only a quarter and a half left, and New England, trailing by 25, takes their sweet time trying to mount their first touchdown drive. Following a few short, underneath passes and running plays, the Patriots face a third down. Desperate to get something going, they opt for some trickery, with Brady tossing a lateral to Edelman and the collegiate quarterback firing deep but unable to connect with Dion Lewis. On fourth down, a Brady completion to Danny Amendola delays the Hammers' descent on their coffin's final nail. A minute later, when third down again pops up, the Pats again resort to an unorthodox tactic. Brady dusting off his creaky 39-year-old wheels to pick up the first. The Patriots maintain a startling lack of urgency as they keep that clock right on rolling with another 3 consecutive running plays. It's as though winning is so unrealistic, their decision-making is geared towards simply losing by a more respectable amount. Because after burning 6.5 minutes on the drive, even though Brady and White eventually get the Patriots into the end zone for the first time, there are only 17 minutes remaining, and the Falcon lead is still 18 points. Oh, excuse me.
This one hits the upright.
That's right, 19. Not only that, after we're treated to the Patriots' near unprecedented pre-fourth quarter non-surprise onside kick, the Falcons' recovery sets them up right on the outskirts of field goal range. One play later, okay, now they're in scoring range for their Pro Bowl kicker. Alrighty, I think we're all caught up.
Remember our deal. At halftime, we said that if we ate through a good chunk of the second half without incident, it was party time. Well, it is party time. We enter the half of the 3-score lead, and with a quarter of change left to play, we've still got that 3-score lead. We also have the ball in field goal range. All those little elves in the projection machine see the exact same thing we do. We're now enjoying a view from 99.5%. This is a stake through the heart. The Patriots have lost Super Bowls before, but those were nail-biters. This is a 1980s-style Joe Montana bulldozing. Their ageless dynasty is ending here, tonight. And it's time to wonder whether the next super team will be the one who threw the brakes on them. Could the Falcons be the new superpower? Their quarterback and wide receiver are blossoming as all-time greats. They're still a very young team at the skill positions. Their defense is making Tom Brady look like a backup, and their coach has put all this together in just year 2. Dynasty is a big word, but the Atlanta Falcons have waited for this for half a century. This is their time.
With the clock ticking, Shanahan wants to keep it ticking, and while a handoff to Coleman gets stuffed, even worse is a Jake Matthews hold that pushes him back 10 yards, a bit out of field goal range. Unfortunate, but no big deal, it's still just second down. To the extent it even matters, Atlanta has 2 more shots to get just a handful of yards for a chance to further run up the score with a field goal try. On second down, Ryan eludes Jabal Sheard's grasp and fires a pass to Hooper that nearly gets those yards, if not for Patrick Chung's late jarring loose of the ball. Another breakdown in protection on third down does result in a sack that keeps the Falcons without points and hands the ball back to New England to kick off quarter number 4. After a couple minutes, Brady's matriculated the ball down to the Falcons' 32, where, facing a key third and short, he decides to toss a risky deep ball into tight coverage that drops perfectly into the hands of Martellus Bennett to set up a first and goal inside the 10. As unlikely as it seems, if the Pats can get a touchdown here, there's a chance they can pull within 11 and somehow have a morsel of life. but not if Jesse Tuggle's kid has anything to say about it. On first down, Jarrett unleashes an overwhelming bull rush to record his second sack of the evening. After a short pass brings up third down, this time deceptive quickness and a devastating swim move enable Grady to take down Brady for a Super Bowl record-tying third time. So nope, New England doesn't even capitalize on that golden opportunity as Atlanta holds them to a measly field goal and are now set to get the ball back up 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions with just 9 minutes and change remaining. The Falcons lean on Tevin Coleman to chew up clock, handing him the ball twice for 9 yards. But on the latter carry, he injures his ankle, so Devontae Freeman enters the game for a huge 3rd and 1. The Patriots rush 5, with Freeman responsible to pick up the blitzing Dante Hightower, but he completely whiffs his pass protection assignment, which leads to a Hightower strip sack of Ryan and a gigantic momentum swing. Not only is it now Patriots ball with a short field, but look what would have happened had Freeman bought his quarterback just one more beat. The Patriots had lined up playing a cover 1 man-to-man defense with safety Devin McCourty over the top doubling Julio, who split wide to the left. That meant slot receiver Aldrick Robinson had a one-on-one matchup with no safety help, and he torched Malcolm Butler deep downfield, which is exactly where Ryan was winding up to throw. Instead of delivering the TKO, the Falcons just took a punch below the belt that has them at least a little wobbly.
I don't know. Don't let Alex scare you that much. A turnover deep in your own territory is one of the worst things that can happen to you on a single play, so let's see how that impacts our win probability. It dropped from 99.6% to 97.3%. That's it. All that's going on here is that the Patriots are trying to chop down the deficit so it doesn't look so bad in the history books. Remember those touchdowns the Falcons scored at the end of Super Bowl 33? Those made the final score a somewhat respectable 34-19 instead of 34-6. That's what we're seeing now. As fun as it would have been to beat the Patriots, say 35-3, this is the way it was always likely to go.
Yeah, that lead they built was so enormous, they still are firmly in the driver's seat. As long as Atlanta's defense, flying higher than Cheech and Chong all game, allows anything other than a touchdown and successful 2-point conversion, they will maintain a decisive 2-score lead in the waning minutes. However, the game's last 4 possessions have featured 2 lengthy Patriots drives in which they ran a combined 24 plays, and 2 brief Falcons drives in which they ran a combined 6. Quickly thrust back on the field, Dan Quinn's defense is exhausted. And yet, a nearly 37-year-old Dwight Freeney, unfooled by play action, is still able to muster enough juice to speed past tackle Nate Solder as their relentless pass rush is able to land one more haymaker. But a couple plays later on 3rd and long, Brady attacks seldom used converted receiver CJ Goodwin in coverage, with his completion to Malcolm Mitchell picking up just enough yardage to move the chains. From there, Brady zeroes in on the slot matchup of Danny Amendola running a quick out versus Jalen Collins to get near the end zone. Then into the end zone. The Falcons were not able to prevent a touchdown, but remember, they can still render that pretty much moot if their worn-out defense can summon the strength to make just one more play and keep the Pats from converting their 2-pointer. But they can't. James White takes the direct snap and powers in as Atlanta's massive 25-point lead has dwindled to 8. Folks, Super Bowl 51 has become a downright nail-biter. The stretch run of this game is no longer a Falcons coronation. No longer are they in the driver's seat cruising without a care in the world toward the Lombardi Trophy. The only thing they are in is a fight for their Super Bowl lives.
Okay, alright, listen. I'm sure imaginations are running wild at this point. You're allowing yourself to be emotionally swayed by momentum, but as for me, I trust the data. I'm a little bit of a numbers guy. And you know what the numbers are saying? That the Falcons hold an 89.9% chance of winning.
When their offense takes over, they're able to settle down a bit when the Pats D starts off the ensuing drive by leaving Freeman all by his lonesome as he takes a little dump off from Ryan, eventually makes a man miss, and nearly reaches midfield, atoning ever so slightly for his disastrous last play. 2 snaps later, Ryan, under heavy pressure, climbs the pocket but has no open receivers to throw to. For some reason, he decides to pass to Julio Jones. Normally a very sound strategy, but cornerback Eric Rowe here could not possibly have better coverage. It is a physical impossibility. He's located at the precise spot where you would draw it up to take away any and all passing windows to Julio. Matt Ryan does not care. He creates a window that simply does not exist out of thin air and somehow, some way places the ball just beyond the outstretched arm of Rowe and within the last possible millimeter of Julio's catch radius. An otherworldly throw to be sure, but this is still a near impossible ball for Jones to actually haul in and secure. Well shit, fine, but there's definitely no way he's going to be able to also have the balance, body control, and presence of mind while making this circus catch to be able to tap that right foot inbounds and not lose control of the ball as he goes to the ground. Jiminy H. Christmas. Julio Jones basically just broke science and reason and made every single jaw hit the floor from sea to shining sea. And you know what? Many will agree that this is not the most supernatural catch that's gonna occur here tonight. It does, however, set the Falcons up well in field goal range. From down at New England's 22, it'd be about a 40-yard attempt, even if they don't gain another yard. With a kicker as outstanding as Matt Bryant's been all season, success on such a try would be extremely likely. And any points on this drive will throw cold water on New England's valiant comeback attempt, because now there are under 5 minutes to play.
See? What'd I tell you? Right back to where we were, 98.1%. The Falcons have an 8-point lead with the ball in field goal range with under 5 minutes left. On top of that, they've made 2 huge plays on this drive. A 39-yarder that's the biggest gain from scrimmage of the night by either team, followed up almost immediately by one of the most spectacular catches in Super Bowl history. So you've got that precious momentum that you were so concerned about a minute ago. Enjoy this. We've earned it. Don't let him take it from you. Not even for a moment.
While the Patriots snuff out a toss to Freeman that pushes him back a yard, who cares? It also keeps the clock ticking, taking it down under 4 minutes. If the Falcons run it 2 more times and kick, they will compel Belichick to burn a couple of his timeouts before getting the ball back with just a few minutes left, likely down multiple scores. Instead, Shanahan puts the ball in the league MVP's hands, expecting a certain defensive coverage that would result in a quick, easy completion. But the Patriots surprise him with a different look that forces Ryan to hang on to the ball a while. Trey Flowers is able to blow up the play by beating All-Pro center Alex Mack, who's gutting through the game on a broken leg, and sacks Ryan way back at the 35. New England uses a timeout, but with a 12-yard loss moving the ball back to an area where a field goal attempt would be much trickier, that trade-off is a very painful one for Atlanta. Now the Falcons have a real urgency to pick up at least 5 or 10 yards or so on 3rd down to make Bryant's potential game-clinching kick easier. And Mo Sanu gets those yards to set up what should be a 44-yard celebration-starting field goal. Oh no. For the second time in his last 12 snaps, Jake Matthews has held a Patriot to knock Atlanta out of field goal range. Absolutely brutal 19-yard swing. Ryan and Gabriel can't quite connect at the sideline on a pass that could have set up a long field goal try, and a drive poised to end in a short field goal that would have put the Lombardi Trophy on ice instead ends in terrifying fashion. A punt to give the ball to Tom Brady with 3.5 minutes left and 2 timeouts in a 1-possession game.
95%. I can live with that. Can you? I mean, that punt pinned Brady all the way back at his own 9-yard line. The algorithm correctly understands how dire that is for him.
On first down, Grady Jarrett loops around the edge to continue his rampage against Brady and nearly ends things with this hit, forcing him to toss up a duck that lands in the middle of 3 red jerseys. For Brian Poole in particular, it may have been the easiest interception of his life had he not lost his footing at the last second. After another incompletion brings up 3rd and 10, Brady's able to find Chris Hogan for a gain of 16 to keep the drive alive. The very next play, Robert Alford deflects a pass to Julian Edelman up in the air that again could end things if only another Falcon were in the vicinity. Never in any of the other 145 games the two played together did Brady ever throw more than 4 consecutive incompletions to Edelman. But here in Super Bowl 51, that marked Brady's 7th pass in a row to his longtime trusty slot receiver that fell incomplete. Then following an 11-yard reception by Mitchell that picks up another Patriots first down, an undeterred Brady drops back and throws a risky downfield pass headed straight toward Julian Edelman. But it's just not that duo's day. Alford's again right there and nearly makes the interception, but has to settle for another deflection. The 3rd time in 6 plays this drive, the ball has been tantalizingly popped up in the air, only this time he's got backup. Quickly converging at the scene are safeties Keanu Neal and Ricardo Allen, both in position to make a play on the ball as it flutters down. Edelman is too, and amid this absurd mishmash of bodies, he nearly makes a pretty silly catch before Alford's left leg in his face complicates the effort and it slips just through his grasp. But the football doesn't hit the turf. Nope, it hits Alford's right leg and bounces back up. For those scoring at home, that's all 4 of his extremities that have now played a key role in this football staying alive. Edelman's able to miraculously secure the rebound while keeping it just barely above the ground thanks to some help from Allen's arm, but with Alford sticking his left foot in his face, that again complicates the effort and the ball squirts out of his hands. It almost just hovers in place there an inch or so above the turf, just hanging out until Edelman's good and ready to regain control and pin it against his body. That is the catch that ended what was by far the worst stretch of futility of the Brady-Edelman connection.
A fundamental difference between God and Satan is that Satan signs his work. A beautiful sunset could be God, could be a lot of other things. The devil leaves no room for doubt. This is a satanic demonstration. Marooned in desperate circumstances, Brady had been going for broke at the roulette table this entire drive. 3 times he served up incredibly dangerous throws, practically begging the football gods to strike him down. But he's just not being allowed to fail. This wasn't anyone's fault. The only thing Robert Alford didn't do was pull down an extraordinarily difficult interception. In any normal circumstance, simply breaking up the pass would be enough. In case it wasn't, both Keanu Neal and Ricardo Allen dove in and did everything in their power to make it impossible to catch this football. Julian Edelman did catch it, thanks to otherworldly instincts, but it was made possible by the brutality of dumb luck. There's no human being you can blame. There's no plan you can draw up to prevent this from happening again. There's nothing to add. There's nothing to do but record that it happened. Time for the computer to tell us how bad to feel. Wait, that's it? It's still giving the Falcons 92.6%? Are we sure about that? Yeah, look, no, that's what it says. Are we sure that reflects their odds after the play happened? I think it's worked that way the whole game, but maybe something got screwed up. I don't know, let's skip ahead 1 play just to be sure. It drops a little, but it's still at about 85%. This can't be... Is this right? This can't be right. Has this thing been watching? Has it seen the devil's hand in this game? There's something wrong with this projection. There has to be. Oh, God. How long has it been wrong?
With the Falcons' pass rush now running on fumes, things are simply way too easy for Brady, who's able to sit in the pocket and wait until Amendola's crossing route clears the robber's zone to pick up another 20 yards. James White then takes an underneath pass down inside the 10 and immediately after does so again, moving it to the 1 yard line. If ever a defense were going to pull a heroic goal line stand out of their ass, it's not going to be one this completely gassed. The next play, White meets little resistance as he barrels into the end zone.
Touchdown, James White!
The Falcons, after every single torturous, agonizing thing that has happened to them since building a 28-3 lead, still have not blown the entire thing. Up 28-26, there remains a prime chance here to totally redeem themselves and absolve everything. If they can just stop the Patriots' upcoming 2-point conversion attempt, they will put themselves within an onside kick recovery of a world championship. Okay, here we go. Brady takes the snap and throws a quick screen to Amendola with Hogan and Edelman in front, responsible for blocking Collins and Alford. Collins quickly sheds Hogan's block, and he and Brian Poole charge toward Amendola, colliding right at the goal line. But by a matter of inches, the ball breaks the plane. 25-point lead, totally and completely eradicated.
%39%? No. Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Fuck!
Atlanta does have an opportunity to respond with a last-second game-winning drive, but a poor kick return starts them off at their own 11, and they're not able to move the 50 yards in 50 seconds that they need to reach field goal range. For the first time ever, the Super Bowl is headed to overtime. Only twice all season had the Falcons' offense failed to score on 4 consecutive drives. When that occurred for the third time down the stretch here, it happened to perfectly align with their defense allowing 3 touchdowns, 2 2-point conversions, and a field goal across the 4 drives they were on the field. Of the final 8 possessions in Super Bowl 51 regulation, the Falcons went 0 for 8 as to the combination of their offense generating a score or their defense generating a stop. If we toss out Atlanta's final drive, since there wasn't much time left when they took over, that's still 0 for 7 when 1 for 7 would have sufficed. Or shit, even 0 for 7's fine if it could have been accompanied with stopping just one of the 2 2-pointers. But nope, we can't have it.
In most other sports, if a game is tied at the end of regulation, an additional full period of play is added. 5 minutes in the NBA, 30 minutes in soccer, a full inning in baseball. Others use sudden death, in which the game immediately stops at the next score. This format makes some sense in a sport like hockey, in which both teams typically possess the puck many times before anybody scores. It makes no sense in football, in which an offense tends to score roughly once every 3 times they have the ball. The NFL adopted sudden death in playoff games in 1946, and it's never looked back. Recently, they did offer one concession that makes it more confusing and about 10% less stupid. If the team that gets the ball first is held to just a field goal, the game doesn't immediately end, and the other team at least has a chance to answer back. Even then, the team that gets the ball first is gifted with an enormous advantage. If they score a touchdown, they win the game without their opponent ever getting the ball. How do they decide which team gets the ball first? A coin flip. And who wins the coin flip? Who do you think? Who the hell do you think? Look at Matt Ryan. He won't even look at it. I think he knew. I think this is when we all knew.
I decided the confetti would not touch me. That was the line that I drew. That was the one indignity that I refused in my entire life as an Atlanta Falcons fan. The bags released from the NRG Stadium ceiling, and I just started hopping along empty seats around and through Patriots fans, behind Falcons fans doing the same thing, abandoning the sight of what had happened as fast as damn possible. This manic exit is probably the most athletic feat of my adult life. The dry heaving started as soon as I got to the concourse. One of the official partners of the Super Bowl was Uber, but the service itself was a nightmare to navigate. Thousands of people wandered through the different layers of security around the stadium because you just don't enter or exit the stadium at the Super Bowl. You go through tiers of checkpoints like customs. This system was implemented after 9/11 to slow mass migration in any one direction and to potentially pocket or seal off a crowd from a targeted event. I waited for an Uber for 55 minutes in a single file line. I read apologetic texts from family and members. In front of me was a man, probably in his early 20s, dressed in a personalized black Falcons jersey with the nameplate Harambe and a 00. For close to an hour, I stood in total silence behind Harambe, behind a man who'd spent at least $200 to take a humorless internet meme public, a man no greater or less my peer, who chose to embrace both this game and its aftermath with tasteless indifference. He laughed. He bummed cigarettes, he drank from a plastic flask, and at one point he farted loudly before screaming, "Safety! Great tragedies demand great endings." And instead, I was delivered Harambe, the asshole, a funhouse version of my fandom laughing at the most ruinous investment of my life. The ROI on cheering for the Atlanta Falcons is as poor as any lovable loser in sports history. The Cubs, or Maple Leafs, or even the godforsaken New Orleans Saints themselves. But there is no love. For generations of lazy sports writers, there is no easy hook to love Atlanta. A city too hot, too young, too black, and too transient. Falcons fandom is worse than sunk cost fallacy. No one understands why you invested anything in the first place. I do not mourn February 5th, 2017 because we lost the Super Bowl. I mourn it because I lost the chance to stop. I have to keep going because I believe at some point this franchise will hand its fans something to show for all of this. Even after this moment, the greatest, cruelest act possible in NFL history. We are only losers, even when we're winning, because the sheer absurdity of this franchise is anathema to empathy. The Falcons will build and break and build and break in increasingly spectacular ways. Very few people love them. Most will not care at all. Maybe their real failure is the inability to explain exactly how and why the hell they are capable of this.
At this point, I found myself constantly looking down to the ground. It was partly due to me not wanting to witness what potentially came next, but I also just couldn't escape my own thoughts. I'm typically not a superstitious guy when it comes to sports, but at this moment, with everything going to shit, I just couldn't stop looking down at my feet. Throughout the whole playoff run and most of the season, I watched a ton of games at various sports bars. Some of these bars can get a little grimy with bar tar on the floor, and I never wanted to fuck up my nice shoes, so I always wore some beat-up black boots. I saw the Falcons demolish teams all year while wearing these awful run-down pair of boots. On this night, though, surrounded by friends, watching the game comfortably inside a home, I decided to flex a little. So I brought out my red and black Jordan 12 Retro Flu games. I must admit, I was looking very clean, but there I was, staring at my feet, thinking I personally caused all of this to happen because I wasn't wearing those damn boots. I know I mentioned earlier, unlike politics, as a fan, we have little control over how a team performs. Except, I couldn't shake the feeling that I somehow jinxed the Falcons by not wearing those boots. These were legit thoughts in my head. I would look up at the screen after each play, then right back down to my shoes. Am I responsible for us blowing this lead? Sports can be sick. And there I was, twisting my mind into thinking that what went down was somehow all my fault. Maybe it was. I don't know, man.
A huge reason why Super Bowl 51 felt over the instant that OT coin toss landed heads up was because it meant a Falcons D that had absolutely nothing left in the tank. After what was already a grueling regulation workload, one unlike any other in Super Bowl history, had to go right back on the field to start the extra frame. And because the suits who run the league think something like the flip of a coin should play an outsized role in determining its Super Bowl champion, another 8 plays by their defense, without a chance for their offense to respond, launched them to another stratosphere. The Falcons' defense ultimately spent a whopping 93 plays on the field, more than twice as many as their offense did. They didn't stand a chance in overtime.
At age 39, Tom Brady won his 5th Super Bowl that night. The next year, he returned to the Super Bowl and lost. The year after that, at age 41, he won his 6th Super Bowl, which was held in the Falcons Stadium. He played his final game for the Patriots in 2019. As a postscript, he signed with the Buccaneers, a team that hadn't made a single playoff appearance in the previous 13 years, and immediately won his 7th Super Bowl at age 43. As the 2021 season nears, odds makers are favoring him to return to the Super Bowl again. He is 44 years old. I suppose it will all make sense when we grow up. We really couldn't have anything. Whittling down our dreams earned us nothing. Asking politely instead of demanding got us nowhere. Our ambitions got smaller and smaller until they became, please let anyone else into the White House, anyone but him. The answer was no, so we whittled further, way down, until one night the prize in play was table scraps. The result of a fucking football game that would give us something to feel good about as we did the dishes and surrendered to the cold, dark Monday morning ahead. After a half-century as a curiosity off in the periphery, a thing far removed from the real world, the Falcons really did get a chance to matter for one night. They drew one of the largest audiences, not only in sports history, but in human history, only to theatrically shit themselves and die. It wasn't just that we couldn't have it, it was that we were allowed to see what we couldn't have for just long enough to accept it, before it was taken away. It was a joke. It was nothing more than a joke. And it was a joke told perfectly. The Atlanta Falcons were at it again. Now, while you might agree that this whole thing was funny, you might just perceive it as schadenfreude. I'm sorry, that is too pedestrian for this. The humor is so much more artfully crafted, and it demands so much more respect. We've seen them working on the routine for a very long time. In the early decades, they were funny on account of their simple ineptitude, slipping on banana peels and stepping on garden rakes. But in Norm Van Brocklin, they also gave us an Archie Bunker type who flew off the handle and said ridiculous things, often seemingly out of boredom. Later in their adolescence, we saw them sometimes try way too hard as they kinda learned the ropes of comedy, but they also began to master the art of slapstick, and they understood the humor in breaking the rules for the sake of doing so. And on the field, they pulled off a stunt so disrespectful and rude that we're still laughing at it 30 years later. From there, they went to Super Bowl 33, and they spent the weeks leading up to it putting on a 3-ring circus, each one evoking a specific kind of humor. The airplane debacle could have been a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. The dumb, protracted Dan Reeves drama was straight out of Real Housewives, and that Eugene Robinson incident reminded us of every time we've seen a political career go down in flames. We then began laughing at the Falcons out of sheer disbelief. When we saw Michael Vick do some of the things he did, we could only cackle at it. The sort of sharp, abrupt cackle you let loose without meaning to when you watch a ridiculous TikTok. It was the comedy of total astonishment. When Jim Mora hit AM airwaves that day in 2006, we got the full shock jock experience. A guy who got fired because he went on the radio and just could not stop talking. When things became truly, genuinely sad, the day was saved just in time by a one-of-a-kind individual, a truly remarkable man who secured his legacy as America's clown laureate. And when the Falcons finally settled down off the field, appearing to at long last grow up well into their 40s, they gave us on-field debacles that could have been jackass bits. Hi, I'm Matt Bosher, and this is the onside kick while we're leading. Hi, I'm Dan Quinn, and this is the field goal when we're down by 4. But this time they wrote an entire allegory. They scooped our big shared nightmare up from November and played it out in miniature. The creator of this algorithm later said he believed it was a little overconfident, but the fault is really in how we read these things. It never got higher than 99.7%, and 99.7% is not 100%. That 0.3% chance of losing is small, but it's real. Charles Babbage was the inventor of the analytical engine, a machine he never completely finished prior to his death in 1871. More than once, someone asked him whether the machine would spit out the correct answer even if someone entered the wrong numbers. He was confounded by how stupid of a question that was, but it's still not that far off from where most of us are at. We don't understand numbers nearly as well as we think we do. In reality, there was one open manhole in town and we just happened to fall into it. Just like we did in November. But did our Falcon really have to trace it this well? We don't even need to squeeze the dimensions, we can just take 2 screenshots and slap them on top of each other. They even correctly timed exactly when the bottom should fall out. The New York Times confidently projected victory for the Dems and everything changed around 9 p.m. ESPN confidently projected victory for the Falcons, and everything changed around 9 p.m. In both cases, there's no gradual decline. 1 hour was a sure thing. 1 hour later, it was impossible. That's not the only commentary offered up by our big fella, though. That overtime coin toss essentially restarted the entire contest under rules that resulted in Matt Ryan, the league MVP, never even touching the football. One of the NFL's most consequential rules is unbelievably stupid. This is one of the only things that almost all NFL fans agree on. We all know how unbalanced and stupid it is. The powers that be know exactly how unbalanced and stupid it is. They've known for a long time, as evidenced by the tweaks they've tried to make to the rule. But despite the availability of clear, proven alternatives, it never fundamentally changes. We're stuck with it for no good reason. Similarly, polling indicates that the majority of Americans feel that the Electoral College is stupid, and rightly so. Because of it, Trump became the second of the last 3 presidents to enter office having lost the popular vote. How dumb this is has been widely understood for a very, very long time. It's an awful way to decide a winner. That winter of 2016-2017, the glaring inadequacies of both systems were shown in the starkest terms, on the biggest possible stages. But there's no reason to believe they'll change in the foreseeable future. We're stuck with them. And you know what? We knew it going in. If you want to win, take care of business in Michigan. If you want to win, take care of business in regulation. Yeah, it's a dumb system. It's not fair. Tough shit. The remarkable craftsmanship of this joke doesn't even stop there. It's perfectly in step with the comedy of the times. Remember how so much topical humor was prefabricated at this point? We tried to build upon it and claim some part of it, but we just couldn't. There was nothing to do but simply repeat it. Football fans haven't stopped laughing at this game, and they probably won't for a very long time. But do they point out specific things about it? Do they bring up any specific plays? Do they make funny photoshops? No, not really. All we do is say 28-3. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Look at a YouTube comments section or the replies to any Falcons tweet. We just repeat it. It's all we do. Because we understand there's nothing of value to add. It's already finished. And finally, again keeping with the comedic style of the time, it happened by accident. Were there disastrous mistakes and poor decisions? Sure, of course, but the game fundamentally hinged on things like that coin toss and that Edelman catch that they had no control over. Things that were just plain unlucky. It was comedy minus a comedian. At least not in human form. There was nothing funny about the performance of Matt Ryan, who did almost everything right. There were certainly fair critiques to be made of Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan that night, but they didn't make any single infamous gaffe that went down in history. General Manager Thomas Dimitroff and owner Arthur Blank took a business-like, laser-focused approach toward building this organization into a contender. All of these people were powerless. You know who this is? This big old bird is a spiritual totem, a trickster god who answers to no mortal. What you hold dear is what he finds funny. Your ambitions are his trinkets, his curiosities. He will win, but only in the service of a good laugh. He is restless. He became so bored that he drew himself. I bet he was second-guessing himself, though. When he went in costume and dressed up as a great, normal team shortly after the election, he probably thought, there's no way they're buying this. They've seen me do this before. This won't work. But it did. We fell for it. He waited for exactly the right point in history. For the one politically charged opponent. The one moment we'd all get on board with him. It was tremendous execution. He got us good. Oh, don't give us that look. Oh, who, me? Yes, you. God, you're an asshole. I love you, but you're an asshole. The gig was up now, and he knew it. This Falcons reputation was cemented. He was no deadly, stone-cold predator. He was our big, goofy fucking football bird, and there was no use in hiding it any longer. He wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. For his next trick, a sight gag. Here he packs as much Atlanta as you can possibly fit on one screen. There's the Weather Channel, a proud Atlanta institution. There's the Georgia Dome, home of the Falcons. There's the controlled demolition of the Georgia Dome, signifying Atlanta's inability to stop compulsively rebuilding itself. At this moment, the Georgia Dome is only 25 years old. There might well be actual Falcons who have lived longer than that. And finally, here's this poor cameraman's day being ruined by what always ruins your day in Atlanta. Traffic.
Get out of the way, bus! Are you...
Right after their defeat in Super Bowl 51, the Falcons moved into the brand new state-of-the-art Mercedes-Benz Stadium they built next door. It's really imposing in person. I'm no architecture critic, but geometrically it looks so cool. It's sharp and distinct, and it looks like there was real imagination behind it. Thing is, it has a nickname, Megatron's Butthole. Deadspin gave it that name years ago when they first released concept art. I don't know. I mean, I know we like laughing at the Falcons, but we really don't need to reach, and that seems like a little bit of a reach. There's so much else about this team that's worth making fun of that there's really no need. Oh, that's that's a butthole. That is a butthole. It opens and closes like a butthole. They spent $1.6 billion to build the world's biggest butthole. No one in the room said anything, or maybe they did and they were just ignored. What has gotten into you? What are you doing? You used to be subtle. You don't even care anymore. You don't even care anymore, do you? This is, in fact, when our Falcons stopped caring about his little self-portrait. He was supposed to win games and taper in. Instead, despite retaining just about all the key talent from that Super Bowl team, he went that way. In recent years, something has fundamentally broken inside this team. It's not the quantity of their losses, it's the quality. They just continue to invent new ways to lose a football game. One might point to the Super Bowl as the moment it snapped, but I think it happened that Sunday evening in 2013 when they accidentally booted that onside kick at the end of that playoff game they were winning. Ever since, they've made artwork out of losing, blowing a 17-0 lead in the NFC Championship and later kicking a field goal at the 1 when they were down by 4. There was also that game-losing pick 2, the first and only one of its kind that would turn out to be their final loss until Super Bowl 51. Those unfamiliar with the modern Falcons might think we're playing this up, that we've gotten ourselves stuck telling the story of this team so we have to exaggerate. How many different ways can you lose a football game after all? Well, my friend, just sit back and enjoy. Allow them to demonstrate.
Coming off that season of immense success by the 2016 Falcons offense, Kyle Shanahan had landed the 49ers head coaching gig, and without him it regressed to the middle of the pack the next season under new coordinator Steve Sarkisian. But their young defense soared and developed into a top 10 unit, so this was still a very good team that went 10-6 and nabbed a playoff spot. The Falcons flew to Los Angeles on Wild Card Weekend, where they soundly beat the Rams to earn Matt Ryan his first career playoff win outside the Georgia Dome. That earned him a trip to his native Philly for the divisional round, where just before halftime they're playing well and have a 4-point lead. Eagles fill-in quarterback Nick Foles is trying to mount a last-second field goal drive when he fires an errant pass that sails straight toward Keanu Neal. If Neal secures this gimme interception, he'll not only kill that threat, but he'll have a chance for a big return that could increase Atlanta's lead at the break. Instead, the ball ricochets off his knee and bounces up the other direction. But an incompletion at least probably still ensures Philly won't be scoring either. And they could have done without that. Following Torrey Smith's reception from the heavens to reach midfield, another 15-yard pickup leaves 1 second on the clock, and a long field goal cuts Atlanta's lead to 1. So fast forward to just a minute left in the game. The Falcons are down 5 instead of 2 with the ball on 4th and goal. Forced to go for it, the timing between Ryan and Jones gets disrupted when Julio slips, and they're unable to recover. Falcons lose. Perhaps if they'd only been down 2 instead of 5, they could have simply kicked a likely game-winning field goal. But alas, the Falcons' downslide had now been sparked. Their descent over the ensuing 2 years with a couple 7-9 seasons was disappointing and featured their share of maddening losses. But they weren't completely out of control. The bottom hadn't completely fallen out. In 2020, the bottom completely fell out, starting with a Week 2 game in Dallas. Atlanta jumps out to a 20-0 first quarter lead and still has a 2-score advantage and the ball with under 5 minutes to play. The Cowboys eventually get the ball back and score with just a minute and change left. But the beauty of the late multi-score lead is that the only way to lose is if you botch an onside kick recovery. An unlikely occurrence, but that occasionally happens when the ball slips through a player's fingers or pops free when hit. No team has ever botched an onside recovery like this, though. The ball has to travel 10 yards before the kicking team can recover, but no such rule applies to the receiving team, and every Falcon just sits around waiting and watching with their front row seat until it travels the necessary distance for Dallas to then pounce on. Good work, fellas. As if there were any doubt, the Cowboys march down and kick the game-winning field goal. At home the next week, I shit you not, the very next week, this same team now has a 16-point lead, the ball, and 10 minutes on the clock. Nearly identical circumstances as one of their likeliest moments to win Super Bowl 51. 4 years later, here's their chance at a mulligan. The Falcons take that chance and somehow find a way to allow 3 touchdowns down the stretch, one of which is thanks to multiple Falcons each forgetting the NFL is not two-hand touch, and lose. Spectacular. So congratulations to the Atlanta Falcons, who have become the first team to ever drop back-to-back games in which they held a fourth quarter lead of at least 15 points. What embarrassments for their fans to have to endure in such a short period of time. Can't they at least get a sliver of a break between witnessing total meltdowns? Fine. 2 home games later, Atlanta's down by 2 points and about to run a first and goal play with a little over a minute left in a game against a Lions team out of timeouts. The Falcons can take the clock down to 1 second, kick a chip shot game-winning field goal, and leave no time for Detroit by simply running and or kneeling twice. What won't take the clock down to 1 second is running the ball just once. In the huddle, Matt Ryan looks running back Todd Gurley right in the eye.
Hey, don't score. Yeah, I don't score.
And makes abundantly clear that a touchdown, by giving the Lions a chance to answer, would be detrimental. Gurley proceeds to take a handoff and, unlike Frank Costanza, fails to stop short, much to the glee of the Lions defense. In developments that shock precisely no one, Matthew Stafford quickly cobbles together a drive that ends with a game-winning touchdown pass on the final play. Now I'm sorry, but that is some brilliant work by our bird.
It is. It's absolutely brilliant. They blew a lead because they forgot the rules of football, then they blew another lead to break an all-time record, then they blew another lead because they scored a touchdown by accident in the 1 in a million scenario in which scoring a touchdown would be bad. There are probably a lot of teams that go a decade without a single loss this funny. The Falcons did it 3 times in the space of a month. As soon as you think you have a handle on these Falcons, they continue to escape your grasp. 2 men in particular demonstrate this very well. In 2010, Matt Bryant completed his first full season as the Falcons' field goal kicker, beginning a full decade of remarkable consistency. He played until his age 44 season, becoming one of the only such players to appear in an NFL game in modern times. Days after we release this episode, Tom Brady will join this club, thereby rendering this chart completely out of date and ruining everything what the hell else is new. Anyway, between Bryant, Steve DeBerg, and Morton Anderson, the Falcons have been doing their best to corner the market on old guys. After Bryant retired, the reins were handed to Younghoe Koo, who had moved to the States from South Korea at age 12 and immediately fell in love with football. He excelled as a kicker at Georgia Southern, earned the starting job at the Chargers, and suffered one of the most brutal opening seasons you can imagine. In the final seconds of his first ever NFL game, his potential game-tying kick was blocked. 1 week later, he missed another game-deciding last-second kick. He was cut not long after, which, given the hyper-competitiveness of the kicking profession, often signals the end of a career. But Koo fought his way back, first with the AAF's Atlanta Legends, then later with the Falcons, setting the table for a 2020 season that's one of the best a kicker has ever had. Koo nailed 37 of his 39 attempts for a percentage of 94.9, which only 3 other kickers have ever surpassed at that volume. At just 27 years of age, Younghoe might be kicking in Atlanta for a long time. The NFL is arguably kind of short on cult heroes relative to other sports, but he really is one. In part owing to his comeback story, and in part because he's only the second South Korean-born player, after Hines Ward, to achieve NFL stardom. What's so confusing about this, as it relates to the Falcons, is that a missed field goal is the most conventional way to lose a game in tragic fashion, and no one is more proficient at blowing football games than the Falcons. And yet, in this chaotic decade of Falcons football, almost no team has had a more reliable kicking game. Over the last 11 years, thanks to Matt Bryant and Younghoe Koo, they're second in the NFL. In fact, across their history, the Falcons have been the beneficiary of historic kicking catastrophes. The shanks by Mike Michel in the '78 playoffs, and of course that shocking Gary Anderson miss that helped send him to Super Bowl 33. The Atlanta Falcons lose games they aren't supposed to, and they don't even lose those games in ways you'd expect. Missed field goals are too pedestrian for them. They're creating art here.
Having fully mastered the craft of losing in the most hysterical ways, the Falcons fired Dan Quinn after their 5th straight loss to open the 2020 season. A few months later, the team whose ownership has been comprised by an Arthur and the Smith family, who over the years held an affinity for seeking out old names they recognized and later the computer-generated Mike Smith, this time went out and hired Arthur Smith. In his first offseason in Atlanta, a known troublemaking nuisance to the Falcons from long ago had decided to emerge and make some more trouble for the Falcons. Professional shit-talker Shannon Sharpe, the man who spent the week of Super Bowl 33 engaging Ray Buchanan in a war of words, was silenced on the field, never getting another pass thrown his way following his first quarter gaffe that led to an interception. But decades later, in May 2021, he's back. Live on air during an episode of his TV show, Undisputed, Sharpe placed a phone call to his pal Julio Jones, for whom there had recently been percolating rumblings of a potential trade by the cap-strapped organization.
What's happening?
Yeah! All right!
Julio!
Julio answered what he thought was a private call.
Can you remind him we're on television right now?
And, unbeknownst to him, crystallized the situation for the entire world.
You want to go to the Cowboys, Julio? Or you want to stay in Atlanta? Oh, man, nah, I'm out of there, man.
Well, now that's gonna do Atlanta's leverage no favors. Strong goof by Sharpe. Played the long game. Thanks, Shannon. A couple weeks later, the curtain officially closed on the scintillating Falcons career of the legendary Julio Jones. Though he was shipped out to Smith's old team, he didn't leave behind a bare cupboard. A couple prime weapons are poised to help fill Jones's massive shoes. They just made once-in-a-generation prospect Kyle Pitts the highest drafted tight end in NFL history at number 4 overall. And even following Julio's exit, the roster was not depleted of star Bama wideouts. Calvin Ridley had one of the most precocious starts to a career in NFL history, becoming just the 10th player since the merger to reach 3,000 receiving yards and 25 touchdowns across his first 3 seasons. In 2020, when he returned from a midseason foot injury, he had significantly more yardage than any other wide receiver in the league the rest of the way. Those two are foundational pieces of a new-look offense that entered 2021 with just 2 players remaining from their Super Bowl 51 squad, Jake Matthews and their longtime protagonist, Matt Ryan. Ryan, through the first 13 seasons of his career, had led Atlanta to the playoffs 6 times. Despite not having won a Super Bowl himself, he has still served as a quasi-gatekeeper for the big game. None of the 6 teams that beat him failed to play in the Super Bowl. Sure, that was inherent to the 2012 Niners and 2016 Patriots, but the 2010 Packers and 2017 Eagles, who beat the Falcons in the divisional round, each went on to win their NFC championship games. And the shocking Cinderella Super Bowl runs of those 2008 Cardinals and 2011 Giants, constituting 2 of the 3 all-time 9-7 conference champs, were both sparked by their wildcard wins over Atlanta, which springboarded their incredibly unlikely ensuing success. If you beat Matt Ryan in the playoffs, congrats, you've proven your Super Bowl bona fides. There's a certain hidden element of majesty tucked away in that.
Change happens quickly. Of all the players who suited up for the Falcons in Super Bowl 51, only 5 remain. Aside from Ryan and Matthews, Pro Bowler Deion Jones and long snapper Josh Harris are still here. So is Grady Jarrett, who's trying for his 3rd straight Pro Bowl after receiving honors in both 2019 and 2020. Who knows? Maybe he'll carve out a Falcons career as great as his dad's was. By the way, I don't want to step off my soapbox before saying this. Jesse Tuggle should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's always a fool's errand to even try to predict what the Atlanta Falcons will do next. Matt Ryan is 36, and while he no longer approaches the otherworldly numbers he put up in 2016, he remains a terrific quarterback who led the league in completions last season. You know what? The Falcons have a new coach, and aside from the Petrino disaster, their fortunes have improved nearly every time they've hired a new coach. I'm going to go out on a pretty rickety limb here and predict that the Falcons return to the playoffs in 2021. From there, who knows? We've seen teams before who... Okay, alright, shh. God, I was getting to you, chill out. Holy shit. Well, there's no easy way to say it, Falcons fans. The Saints have left you behind. Since that Super Bowl season, as you staggered to a 28-36 record, the Saints have won 49 regular season games, the most in the NFL. You know, you spend all those years fighting with your sibling, you think you hate him, sometimes you really do hate him, and then one morning you walk down the hall past their old bedroom. It's empty. They moved out. Maybe you didn't hate him so much after all, huh? Look at where it started. It seems almost cruel that they started packing up right after the worst night of your life. They've joined the NFL's elite. They have every reason to move on from you, but you know what the good news is? They think about you all the time. I've got a choice selection for you. Week 14, 2017. Crucially, this is the very first time the Saints and Falcons have seen each other since the latter's Super Bowl collapse. Early in the 4th quarter, with the Saints up by 7, Devontae Freeman is forced out of bounds for no gain. Saints coach Sean Payton greets him with a choking gesture. He'll later say that he doesn't remember doing this. You don't? You don't remember clearly making a choking gesture and yelling choke at least 3 times loud enough for everyone to hear you on mute? After the game, Freeman pretty thoroughly and righteously punked him out, saying he, quote, don't know nothing about choking. He ain't from where I'm from. Also funny, just a few weeks ago, Freeman signed with the Saints, who are still coached by Payton. That'll be fun. But funniest of all, That night, it was Peyton himself who choked the game away. By this I don't mean that the team choked or that he made a bad call. He, Sean Payton, personally blew it. Late in the game, the Falcons actually came back to lead by 3, and the Saints were clinging to hope, calling timeouts in the hope of forcing a punt and getting the ball back. In apparent frustration, Peyton does the one thing he cannot do, the thing a coach will get flagged for every single time. He walks on the field and starts yelling. That's an automatic flag that gives the Falcons a first down. Game over. That's the thing to remember about this bird. He might be a clown, but if you aren't careful, if you disrespect him, he'll clown you just as easy. With future Hall of Famer Drew Brees retiring after the 2020 season, it's tough to know whether the Saints will be able to keep widening their lead or if they're due for a backslide. What we know for certain is that between these two, it will always be like this. Regardless, this isn't really how you want to measure a rivalry, is it? It's all about the head-to-head record, and in that department, the Saints' lead is only... Oh, it's the Falcons who are winning! They're 53-51 all time against the Saints, including, of course, that time they beat them in the playoffs. All that winning and you still can't come home and take care of business down south, huh? I mean, it's none of my business. You want to lose to this big goofy bird, it's up to you. All I'll say is this. You've got 2 games coming up against the Falcons this season. For the first time since the 60s, you'll have a chance to even up the score. And we are all going to be watching. There's a reason they put you 2 on primetime almost every year. You're crazy. Both of you, you're crazy. After February 5th, 2017, the Falcons got to go right back to not mattering. Not in the grand scheme of things. It's where they're happiest, I think. But Super Bowl 51 will define them forever. This night is them, and it always will be. If another team ever finds a way to suffer a humiliation this profound on a stage this big, it'll be ages from now. The Falcons will win a Super Bowl one day, probably when we least expect it. But even when they do, 51 will eclipse it. Kids born 50 years from now will read about it and laugh about it. They're purely, innately, timelessly, aggressively funny, in a way few things are, and no team ever is. That's their unique power. Their fire that will never stop burning. I really am fond of this doofus. If the Atlanta Falcons are your team, well, God bless you and God help you. I'm glad they're not mine. I will never trust them, but I love them to pieces. Some might survey all this self-inflicted drama, all these vertigo-inducing climbs and falls that would get any theme park shut down, and wonder, what the hell is wrong with them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.